We're all just some hooters and some hot. Wait, no. Take that back. Scratch that one from the record. They walk in the place like they own the damn place and you're like, hey, I would use my imaginary points in order to make the streamer do funny dance to the boop-a-doo. And the streamer didn't do it right away, which means I got scammed. I want a refund. Like, you act like you own the damn place. Like, this is my store. I can do whatever the fuck I want. You hear me? Eat your ass.
Nick, she's a research student at the university. Country Yale. She just said that. So, when did you come here? Let me see. I guess it was about 3 days ago. What are you photographing? Photographing. Photography. Photography. Photographing. My brain just like shorted out there for a second. I don't know what just happened. This is really like.
Hey, she's right there. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? She just skipped away behind the pillar and disappeared. Oh fuck no. Oh fuck no. I tried to. She's coming right for me. Nope, I'm out. I'm out. No, fuck no. Fuck no. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh.
Oh no. Please. Please.
No.
No. No. Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Yes! Yes! Yeah! Oh my god. Squat. I took it. I had to take a screenshot of that. I got that.
Let's go, baby.
Yo, we done it. We done did it.
Oh my god.
We're gonna find a shiny before we find the 6th Pokemon. At this rate, like, actually, that's not even a joke. We're gonna find a shiny before we find the 6th Pokemon. I hate this game. We found the 6th Pokemon and the shiny simultaneously.
Very funny. Alright, here we go. Coming back right here.
Here I come, rougher than the rest of them, the best of them, tougher than the leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles. I can't pronounce. It's what, Worcestershire? There's a syllable I'm missing. It's like Worcestershire. See, I told you. I can't do it that way. I don't know that many syllables. Even more sushi? Bet. It's pronounced what? Yeah, exactly. It's getting worse. It's getting so much worse. All right, you pronounce it for me then. Give me a phonetic. You connected, but you're back. Meow.
I was not aware
Attaboy, Noodles.
that I
Okay.
think that's a BTTV.
Okay.
I was not aware that that was the thing.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
For the Knuckles clip? What Knuckles clip? What is the Knuckles clip? I don't remember what the Knuckles clip. I don't know which one it refers to.
That was a crit. It did 1 damage to the camera.
Hi. Hold on. Let me just. It's hi. We're getting finally my one. Unlike Sonic. Oh yeah. It's the Knuckles rap. That was requested that I do the Knuckles rap, and then it was clipped that I did the Knuckles rap because I used to have redeems for like doing like voices. Because people enjoyed that. And I used to have redeems where I would do like a goofy voice and say stuff. I used to be fun. Yeah, you did. And then it was a case of genuinely. It was a really mixed bag. It was a mixture of nobody ever came to me with anything fucking good. So the redeem became annoying very quickly. And B, the people who really enjoyed it and like wanted to use it were not really the people that I wanted to keep around the stream anyways. So I was kind of like, we're gonna dump this. Like, you know, it was like people would come to me and they would be like, say, you know, meow in a funny voice, and I'm like, yeah, okay, meow, wow. Haha. Wow. Yeah, I am working on getting more actual redeems and whatnot. Because right now I don't have much. We got rid of a lot of. It's really funny because if you look at my like Twitch, if you go to my Twitch, I haven't ever deleted one of the redeems that I've used. Because I haven't run out of space yet, so I just have all of the redeems that I've ever used kind of just lined up. I have so fucking many. Just like what? This is a bone. This is a part of a bone from Buppy, who somehow, someway. No, hold on. Let me explain. This is a part of one of Buppy's bones, not like her you know, internal bones, but like the ones that she eats. And this is a piece of it that she has been playing with. She has been wandering around in the room, and I just reached down. And I don't know when she did it. I don't know how she did it, but it was underneath my leg on my chair that she just like, she came up under my desk at some point in the last, like, since I sat down, put this on the chair underneath my leg and then walked away. She's not even in the room. What? Ma'am? Well, okay. Pokemon, this one. Look at, isn't it beautiful? It's oh my god, I almost dropped it. It's made of plastic. It's 3D printed, I believe. This was a birthday gift 2 years ago. 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 Yes, this is a birthday gift 2 years ago from good friend Snoozing Slowpoke. It's a custom done 3D printed. I think there's like a shop like Etsy person who does these, and it goes hard. There's not like a lot more backstory than that. It was just a very, very kind gift, and I love the way that it looks. But yeah, shout outs to Snooze for this awesome gift. And it goes perfect. It perfectly fills the shelf up here, so I was like, hey, it works out perfectly. And when I just tried to like squat up to move that, my knee just popped in about 7 different places. So that's exciting. Love that for me. Anyways, tonight, if it wasn't apparent, we're gonna be playing Persona. We got started, we like barely got into the intro yesterday. We spent much too long waiting for the game to come out. Then we spent much too long jamming to the music and not actually playing the game. That we kind of just didn't get going on it for a while, but that's okay, because now we're gonna be getting into it. We're gonna be, you know, finally actually starting the real part of the game, the part that's not just tutorials. Persona 3 Reload came out technically today. If you want to get technical on it, it came out at midnight Eastern today, so it's like very newly out. We played like 2 hours last night after it dropped, and now we're going to be playing a lot more. Like a lot more. I'm giving the warning in advance that this will probably be a very long stream, because we're in it for the long haul. So get your popcorn, get your drinks, strap in, get some cozy headsets if you're gonna fall asleep. I don't think Bree's here yet, so I can't call her out directly, but you know who you are. And I'm gonna... Damn, look at that. Ain't she purty? Let's pause that. Go here. And let us load our game. Ooh. Recently finished 5. Mike, check this out. I definitely would recommend it. I love Persona 3. Story's great, characters are great. TARDIS just drains me for some reason. You know how the air is thin at the top of a mountain? It kind of feels like that. What about you? Yeah, it's rough. Yeah. You too, huh? I guess we have to slowly get used to it.
Isn't that...
Hey, you know that evening, that thing we used to summon our personas, the evoker? Well, I was thinking, why is it gotta look like a gun? I mean, you gotta be a little nutty to point a gun to your head and pull the trigger, you know? I mean, yeah. Is something the matter? Just wanted to chat.
Oh, right.
You may go out at night, but please use the appropriate discretion with this privilege. Okay.
By the way,
Officer Kurosawa can't experience the dark hour. He's just an ordinary policeman. But he knows what we do, at least in a broad sense, and helps out where he can. Why does he help us?
not at all.
Well, I don't know how he knows about our situation, but regardless, he seems to be simply following his own convictions and doing what he thinks is right. He's a good man. You should be glad to have him on our side.
Do you have some time?
You did very well for your first night in Tartarus. So, what did you think of it? It was a piece of cake.
Fantastic.
Well, that's absolutely remarkable. Would you like to apply to become the next chairman? So I think we are going to go to Tartarus tonight. I think that's the plan. I want to get that going. But also, we have the option to go out. And yes, there is a new... Wait, hold on. We gotta just... We're gonna just vibe to this for a second, because this is the song in the soundtrack that I was most excited about. This is a new track for Reload. it hits. Mostly vibing to the music. Yeah, no. So we can go to the strip mall too, which is something we could not do in the original. Oh, there was a cat. He ran away. Curry ramen. Katsu Kitchen. Net Cafe. Umishi beef bowls. Wild Duck Burger. Oh. This song hits so well. It really hits. Yes. This they shoot themselves in the head to summon their personas. That is this one. I'll go in the escapade. My courage is at least ordinary now. I don't want to go back inside yet. Like, the vibes are just unmatched out here. There's a lot of really good ones. My personal favorite is either Zenkichi or Sophie from Strikers, actually, interestingly enough. In the base game, Sumi is really good. I do like Sumi's. I think Makoto's is pretty solid. Ryuji's Awakening is good. Maybe we'll play Persona 5 on stream after this, because I feel like we've got nothing else to do. And I've thought about it for a while, of like maybe doing Persona 5 and Strikers, because I want to play them again. It's been so long since I played them the last time. And they're good games. Strikers is very underrated. It's the spin-off that's like a direct sequel. A lot of the other spin-offs are weird, but Strikers is like after the fact direct sequel to Persona 5. Okay, let's go to Tartarus. Mitsuru, let's go to Tartarus.
Yes.
I love the new animation.
As we explore Tartarus, this will be our temporary base of operations. I'm counting on you to take charge during the operation.
You got it, Chief. Pressing plus will open pressing up will open the tactics menu. Will allow you to change how each party. Great, I can finally do that. I could do the classic. I could play it like Persona 3 was intended to play and just allow them to fucking do whatever the fuck they want. But I think we're gonna do direct commands. Wish there was just a convenience store inside Tartarus. They could have all kinds of stuff, and we wouldn't have to worry about getting hungry. I wish the Kirijo group would really make one here. Come on, let's get going. Even just being inside Tartarus is exhausting for some reason, isn't it? Do you think it's because we're getting a workout doing all this? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I was just curious. Wanna get going? I'm ready when you are. Everyone has their own unique fighting style. There are those who prefer to go on the offense and others who prioritize defense. It's up to you to decide how you want us to act in battle. I have high expectations for you. Stay here and provide support. Is there anything I can do for you? How's our progress? The furthest you've gotten is floor 2. Let's go, baby! Let's go! We're cooking. They're gonna be up this tower in no time. Alright, let's go in. I love Mitsuru.
Oh, that reminds me.
According to our research, Tartarus is divided into several different regions. If we continue to climb the tower, then we'll eventually reach a spot that leads to a new area. Reaching that spot should be our first goal. Are you all ready? Remember, don't push yourself too hard. You can always use teleporters to return. You can always go back to the highest floor you've reached that day. Yes, here, take this. If you ever find yourselves in danger, don't hesitate to use them. Oh, handy.
Leader.
Each floor's dimensions may vary, but don't feel compelled to explore every inch of each new layout. Rushing directly for the stairs is a completely viable strategy. I leave that choice to your discretion. Cool.
Okay, let's get to it.
Look at it. Running around like a clown.
What to do?
All right, the enemy's down. This is our chance.
The game looks so good. I still can't get over it. We don't need another asparagus. I'll take the money. We're kind of poor right now.
Doing pretty well.
Those are also new. I wasn't expecting there to be quite as many as there are here, but that's interesting.
Hey, let's loot that chest.
There's 2. Here's your chance to attack.
Cool.
What's next? I won't lose. Last one.
Oh, the battle music in this game is so good. Ow.
Well done. Let's continue exploring.
All right then, moving on.
Thank you, Yukari. There's just in this room somewhere. Just gotta orient myself better. There it is. Like stone, sick.
Oh, can we go up those stairs?
Well, about that.
You're likely to find a plethora of those strange mineral deposits scattered throughout Tartarus. Most of these formations are crystallized remains of shadows. There's sure to be useful materials inside them. When you find one, try cracking it open.
Hope we don't run into any creeps here.
I think that's about all we're gonna run into here, Yukari. I'm gonna be honest with you.
If only Shadow showed up during class. Then I'd have a legit reason to skip.
Could you please stop thinking nonsense and focus on the upcoming battle?
Let's finish this. Talk about finish the enemy.
by Sudi. I don't recognize that skill. Okay.
Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
Nice going, Junpei. Oh, there's the stairs. Okay.
We could head back, but it's your call.
Teleporter. Oh, we're good.
Well done. We've completely mapped out this area.
Time for a fight.
All right, the enemy's down.
Oh, unfortunate. Okay, at least I didn't hit Junpei with it.
Yuri's taking one down.
Okay.
Ow.
Well done.
Went well, didn't it?
Let's continue exploring.
The well is a maybe slight overstatement. Besides the minor Arcana cards that occasionally appear during shuffle time, major Arcana cards may rarely appear. Only one of each major Arcana card can be acquired once per day. The number of major Arcana cards you acquire in a day is also limited. When you've acquired the maximum number of major Arcana cards, an Arcana burst will appear. And increase the ranks of your minor Arcana cards. Collect as many major Arcana cards as you can. The XP acquired from battles will increase until you leave Tartarus. Yeah, let's get that one. Yeah.
Whew. All right, let's get moving.
Sorry, can you help us out? Thank you. Rishu.
By the way,
I keep a running record on hand of each area you explore. After you've established a route, navigating through it again should be a no issue. However, due to Tartarus' changing nature, these records become useless the next time you visit. While exploring, you can press L to open the mini-map, which shows your current location as well as paths you traveled. It also displays information on enemy and treasure chest locations, so don't hesitate to check it every now and then. After finding the stairs, you can use the shortcut to move to the next floor from any spot. Perfect. Thank you.
it's a treasure chest.
Okay. Oh, I see it. I don't think I have any...
Hey, doesn't that chest look kind of...
No, it's just a not locked one. Oh, sick. Okay. Hey, yo, what's good, Bree? How you doing?
Yo, there's a shadow.
Yeah, I see him.
We got the upper hand.
All right, the enemy's down.
What to do? Not that.
Nicely done. Enemy eliminated.
What next? Some fun! Persona!
You
We're
won.
chilling.
Well,
Now
didn't
let's
it?
move on.
We're just exploring some Tartarus. Obtain 2 of the item Mazio Gem. The XP acquired from this battle will increase. Yeah, we'll go ahead and rock with... We're gonna go with the wands. Game is so pretty.
Oh yeah,
Let's go, Junpei. Finally getting Agi.
All right, let's get moving.
Great.
It's
Group of
next
3,
time.
you have the initiative.
I'll go with.
The enemy's down.
You're on
Good
the
hit.
What to do?
All right, the enemy's down. Yuri's taken one down.
There, last one.
Takeba finished the enemy. move on.
Mazio Gem. Let's get the XP again.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
Cool. This way. This is the way forward.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
670 yen. Let's go.
Shadow spotted. What's the plan?
Well, they saw us, so we're just going for it.
Detecting 3 targets. Take them out.
All right, Yukari. I hope you're ready. Oh, never mind. We're critting. Never mind. We're built different.
The enemy's down.
Now's the time. I won't lose.
The enemy's down.
In this situation.
Packet will finish the enemy.
Pull the trigger. I won't lose. Let's finish this.
Just keep jamming. Never stop jamming. Pixie! Finally.
That went great. Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
Okay, yeah, let's just get our ass beat mildly, but, you know, come back in the second half. I now have Dia, so I can burn a little bit of SP to keep us alive. Instead of Yukari, who's a little low.
Careful. The enemy's nearby.
Oh no, not these two. Judging by the frequency of the signal, this is undoubtedly a stronger foe. It would be a wise decision to regroup before approaching.
That's...
A device there. We may be able to use it. Do check it out. The console is displaying a series of numbers. I see. Go ahead and select the first floor on that device. That should bring you back. Cool, so the fast travel points is still the same mechanically.
Those devices are teleporters. They're portals that are all connected to one another. Once activated, you should be able to travel between any of the other devices. Be sure to activate any you come across. They'll be quite useful during future expeditions.
Heat. Can I use the clock yet? Doesn't seem to be working. Oh, it does. Maybe the hands will start moving if I use something. Oh well. Anything we can get in the Velvet Room? We have, I think, 2 personas now.
Marvelous.
Here, it may not be much. This is my gift to you. Please accept it. Twilight Fragment. Oh, hey. Elizabeth will occasionally give you Twilight Fragments as a reward for raising your social stats or establishing new social links. Visit Elizabeth periodically to collect them.
Looking forward to it.
Sure. Okay.
How may I assist you?
Thank you, Elizabeth.
I too please
I
choose
just have
the
Nikomata
personas you would.
You can't control this one yet.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could,
This is your progress so
do I have
far.
money? Not a lot, but I have some. Could get Orpheus.
Please take a look.
A fusion bait.
Are you finished?
Now we'll just go back into the... Just go back in there and get ourselves some personas. I think we're fine with what we have for right now. Hopefully we can beat this boss. I think we should be able to. It would sure be a shame if we lost on the first boss.
Salut.
What are we doing on SP for everybody? 26. be fine. It should be fine.
All right.
It's enemy territory up ahead. Are you ready for a battle? Let's do it.
Hell yeah!
Looks tougher than I thought, but nothing's stopping me. Oh, I haven't heard
This
this
is
one
beyond the
in
level of
this
an
yet.
ordinary shadow. Watch yourself. Excellent. You avoided it.
What to do? This is it.
All right.
Perfect.
The enemy's down. The enemy's down.
Hold on,
Let's
I need to
finish
listen to this one. I wanna hear the vocalist on this one. Because vocalist has hit some and missed some. But I wanna hear it. Assuming the vocalist comes on? I think it should be after this one. Maybe not. Maybe they just removed the vocalist. Nope, there she is. It's a little bit softer. I don't hate that it's a little bit softer, but it is a little bit softer than like the bass. Banger. I can't wait till we have more than 3 party members. Ooh,
This
cards.
doesn't look good.
Are you all right?
Can't stop me now. Let's beat him to a pulp.
Let's get him, Junpei.
Well done. Let's continue exploring.
Got a new skill, Power
I
Slash.
think I'm getting stronger.
Patra, sick.
Nicely done.
That was a formidable opponent. Heh, okay, my stunning performance aside, aren't all of us totally on the same wavelength now? Let's not bring up your stunning performance ever. And I'd rather not be on the same wavelength as you either. What? Why not? Teamwork makes the dream work, right?
Jeez.
Well, I guess you have a point. Let's keep up the good work. You're doing good work for a new team. Let's keep up the pace. Right now, Tartarus is our only lead to unravel the mystery behind the Dark Hour. Alrighty, then let's just keep on moving.
I guess not all of them are totally weak, but they still don't stand a chance against me.
Real. I keep pressing that thinking it's the
Let's
sprint
see.
button. If you continue on now, there's no telling when you'll find another teleporter. Since there's one right here, I suggest you make a I mean, yeah, we are low on SP and Yukari's low on HP, so assuming I can go back down and use the clock, maybe they'll let me use the clock. Finally. Hopefully I can afford to use the clock. 7 Twilight Fragments are required to activate the clock. Are you kidding me? That's so rude of them. Okay, we'll go up a couple more floors until we find a teleporter. I don't think we're gonna go the whole way tonight, but we'll go a little ways.
How's work?
Seeing your enemies grow stronger with every floor. With the imminent danger, it stands to reason you've gained valuable experience. Let's continue on.
Hey, let's loot that chest.
Life stone, perfect. You're gonna...
Is that?
The Shadow Pet. Take this opportunity to teach you about shift. Oh, thank God. Finally. Okay. I'm excited
Let's
about
do
that.
this.
Ready, here it comes. I'll provide you with support as well. Okay, it's a tutorial, Shadow.
All right. Let me tell you about a new tactic called shifting. When you knock an enemy down, shifting allows you to leverage that opening to let someone else take action.
Woo!
Once you do, your offense
You can
follow
baton
up
pass.
with whoever you passed your action to. If you can coordinate well with your team, you'll be able to claim victory with even greater efficiency. You should all be experienced enough to pull this off.
If you shift during a one more, you can pass the chance for an extra attack to another party member. Press ZL to hand over the turn to someone else. Make use of everyone's strength and battle efficiency. Pop, pop. Bonk.
All right, the enemy's down. I'm ready.
It's all you.
Roger that. Now's the time.
Baby, baby. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
Finish it for the mission. Here we go.
Ba-ba-ba.
You won. Now let's move on.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Angel! Can I show that on stream? Mostly joking, but kind of think off a lot, huh? Combat, you should be as coordinated as possible. Put it to good use. What do you have right now? You have wind skills. Okay. Pixie has no attacking, just Dia, which is nice. You have Agi, Bufu. Okay, cool. Oh my gosh.
Codex Force Stare.
So true. Welcome back, Kat. Thank you for the 32 months.
I spy some treasure.
That was awkward. That was real awkward.
What? Seriously?
For real?
Poor Junpei.
Write it down.
Come.
In this situation. Have you done? Act two. Good. That's one less to worry about.
Hey, pick me.
You're in.
Hey, to the rescue. Let's kick some ass.
Let's kick some ass. Take him out, Junpei. Zona cards in procession. Yeah. What's up, Oasty? I couldn't agree more.
Be gone. Just kidding.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
Rancid gravy. Oh boy, just what I wanted.
Well done.
Hope we don't run into any creeps here.
And once again, Yukari, I think that's all I would expect to run into here. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, let's loot that chest.
Hands.
There's two. Here's your chance to attack.
Let's see. Let's do this.
Oh, fire. Perfect.
One more to go.
Good. That's one less to worry about.
What's the plan? Persona. Let's beat him to...
Oh, Silky. Sure.
I kick ass, huh?
You sure did, buddy. You sure did.
Doing pretty well.
An odd morsel. Awesome.
A shadow!
Two weak enemies. You have the initiative.
What to do?
The enemy's down. Good hit. The enemy's down.
Let's do it.
Egg him out. Mazio Gem Pixie. Take the Mazio Gems. Arcana Burst. Oh, when you've collected all the major Arcana cards that can occur in a day, Arcana Burst will appear and you can acquire a minor Arcana card of your choice. During Arcana Burst, the ranks of the minor Arcana cards that appear will increase until you leave Tartarus for the day. Try activating Arcana Burst as often as possible to collect stronger minor Arcana cards. Interesting, okay. And one of the skill cards, Iha. Ooh. Right, they added actual dark and light skills. Money.
Nailed it! Nice going, Junpei.
Nice going, Junpei.
Hey, it's the stairs.
Oh, that reminds me.
How are you feeling? You're not likely to make much meaningful progress when you're worn down. Be sure to recover if your health is low. It isn't prudent to risk your well-being unnecessarily. Using a recovery skill, if you run out of SP, you will not be able to auto-recover. Okay.
It's a treasure chest.
I should probably heal Junpei. It's a little low. Our SP is getting a little low, so we have to be kind of careful here. Pebble Crystal.
Oh, the way the shadows wriggle and squirm is so gross.
Yeah.
Right? Like they were ripped right out of a nightmare.
Pebble Lantern.
Shadow spotted.
Yes, we have the advantage. Now give them hell. Oh yeah, check this out.
Enemy down.
Can't
Keep that
stop
up,
it
Yuri.
now. That's one. Let's beat him to a pulp. The ultimate swing.
We're cooking at this point, honestly.
Be gone. Just kidding.
Oh, pretty well.
Lock them up. That's what we're trying to do. It's really funny how pretty much all of these like very early fights are just like
kind of different from the others.
You know, get the advantage, hit them in the back, and knock them all down.
Yes.
And that's really the extent of the like early. It's just kind of like, here you go, here's the idea. You get the
The
concept.
enemy's down. Good hit.
Do it.
Roger that.
At least now that we can shift, we can do it more efficiently too.
Time to shine.
Talk about finish the enemy.
Come on.
You're
I'll
up.
show him. Hell yeah. Let's do this. Try that.
Okay, well, you got him on the second try, Junpei.
Here's done for.
First one doesn't count.
And that's that. Did you see that? Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
Double Iron Fence. Sure. Trifuri Gem. Neat.
There's a shadow.
Yes,
Group of
we
three.
have the
You
advantage.
have the initiative.
Let's see.
Okay, Junpei's up next.
What's next? Let's see. Oh yeah! Check this out!
Enemy down. Pick
Can't
that up,
stop
Yori.
now. Time in!
The enemy's down. Good hit.
I'm ready.
Go for it!
Yeah, leave it to me. Now's the time. Persona! Just two left.
Nice one, son!
Here we go.
Dia. Ooh, yeah, I wouldn't mind having that.
We did it.
Crushing Tiara and
Pretty
Turquoise.
well.
So I assume all of these items that I'm getting as drops are stellables? Assume... Yeah, they're all just sellable stuff. Okay, cool. Good to know.
Look at it. Wandering around like a clown.
Like a clown. The absolute clownery.
There's two. Here's your chance to attack.
Go with me.
All right. The enemy's down.
Like a what? I'm sorry, Pietro. He didn't mean it like that. One.
Haha! Perfecto.
Is that treasure?
Odd morsel. Neat.
All right. We've covered everything.
Life stone. Just gonna leave that dude alone.
Hit the stairs.
Hope we don't run into any creeps here.
Yukari, we've been over this. We have been running into nothing but creeps here. I don't know what you expect. We're in like a literal hell tower.
Parched. I'm gonna go ahead and say there are no vending machines here, huh?
Even if there were, why on earth would I buy a drink in a shady place like this?
Also valid, honestly. Oh, not the babies. Not the babies.
Never mind.
Right one.
Excellent. You'll go ahead.
One left.
Takeba, finish the enemy.
This looks pretty bad.
Yori's in a bad spot.
That'll be fine.
All right. You
Well
won.
done it.
Great work out there.
Just recover our HP back and everything's fine. See?
All right, now back to business.
Bevel stone piece. We have not found a teleporter yet. Just gonna leave that one be.
Is that treasure?
930 yen. Cool. Bevel stone piece. Oh. Awkward. Very awkward.
Oh,
There's the
can we go up
stairs.
those?
We're gonna find the next boss room. There's trouble waiting for us one floor up. It's like the shadows we face on the 5th floor.
We don't see that kind of chest often. Let's not pass it up.
So about that, I am not ready to take that on right now. But I can get to the teleporter.
Yes, we have the advantage.
We just do not have the SP to deal with that.
I'll give them hell. Did you see that coming?
I have to do this. Ew!
Resists wind. Okay.
What to do?
Fire. Nope. Stop healing yourself. That's so rude of you. Stop it.
I'll go with.
Alright. Ice. Ice it is. Alright, you got it, Chief.
Nicely done. Enemy eliminated.
Never mind.
Yeah. I have no SP left.
For real?
Just one target left. Finish it.
Yes?
Well
Shall
done.
we move on?
Let's continue exploring. You've lost a lot of stamina. Are you all right?
Yeah, we're fine. We'll make it there.
Hey, have you ever wondered who's been setting up treasure chests here?
I have
know,
wondered that
But
actually.
it's probably not the shadows, huh?
I would guess probably not. Twilight fragment. Hey.
Ooh, maybe there's something nice inside.
Sure. Frost heals. Ooh.
Hey!
Can I use it? Yeah, sure. Who's the guy? That's Junpei. I love Junpei. Junpei's my guy. I told you yes that you could use those, but let me. Yeah, no. Oh my God, yeah. Ice evasion low. 31 evasion. Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely keep those on.
Found the stairs. Wanna head up? That will take us to the entrance. Should we head back?
I could.
Takiba is severely exhausted. Perhaps we ought to head.
She's exhausted. I got 4 SP left.
Careful, the enemy's nearby.
Picking up power up ahead. Everyone stay sharp. These gatekeepers, as we'll call them, aren't going to simply let you pass. You'll need to be prepared for a real fight. Ensure you're ready before engaging a gatekeeper, and make use of the teleporters if needed. Yeah, so what we're gonna do is make great use of the teleporter to leave. We're gonna make excellent use of this teleporter by using it to go home. All right, cool. We got to floor 11 tonight, which is pretty okay. We can go in the Velvet Room actually. We have a few personas now we could try to fuse with. See if we can get anything
Welcome to the
interesting.
Velvet Room. Now then,
Please choose the personas you would like to fuse.
this persona is
Or
powerful.
Mitama. I'm not
can't
high enough
control
for. Oh
this one
God, I
yet.
forgot about you. I forgot I was gonna have to see some of these personas in 3D, and that I forgot. Yeah, I forgot.
You can't control this
Fornius.
one yet.
That's fine. Fornius. Yeah, we don't have much, truthfully,
What kind of persona
because
do
we can't
you
make
desire?
Omoi Kane or Fornius.
Registering personas is overriding acceptable. I've completed registration.
Thank
Very
you,
well.
Elizabeth. Nothing else I can
How
talk to
may
you
I
about.
assist you?
Cool.
We look forward to your next visit.
Bye, Elizabeth. All right, let's head home.
Yes.
We done for the day? Yeah, we have no SP, and I cannot activate the clock yet. So we're just kind of, you know.
Yo,
Hi, hey man. Hey buddy. bestie old pal of mine. Dude, is the rumor about you and Takaba-san coming to school together even true? 69% on the download. You're doing great. Only on the first day.
You sure?
Oh yeah? Well, it's not like I care or anything. Anyway, he must be pretty unlucky to have to transfer here. Wait, you seriously don't know? Weird stuff's been happening at the school. There are a couple of folks who say they have heard strange voices. But I guess since you always are wearing those headphones, you probably haven't heard anything. Yeah. Always on your damn phone. You never hear anything that I'm saying to you.
Yo, what's up?
Yo.
Hey, man, I'm gonna get some ramen after school. You wanna come?
Sure, man. Why are you asking me?
No reason, really. Just don't have anything to do later. Plus, I figured we could finish our chat from this morning.
Okay.
So how about it, man? Let's get some ramen at the mall and talk.
I'm going to hang out with my classmate after school. According to Igor, the strength of a social link is the strength of a persona. I decided to go with him. I'm doing this exclusively for the strength of my personas. Not because I want to be friends with you. I want to make this very clear ahead of time.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Well, was I right or was I right? Soup here tastes great, doesn't it? We've got to put some special ingredient in it. Something no other ramen shop would ever use.
Yeah, there's got to be something.
Maybe there's a secret clue in the shop's name. My bad. I always geek out a little whenever I eat here.
Yeah. I know what you mean, man.
You do? Really? You taste the magic too?
Totally, dude.
Man, I wasn't expecting that. I think I'm liking you more by the minute.
But I'm not a middle-aged teacher. I mean,
By the way, I hear you and Takeba-san are pretty close.
That's debatable at this point. That's debatable. We know each other. We're work acquaintances.
Damn, you just transferred here too. Well, I can't blame you. Man's gotta be aggressive in this day and age.
Yeah, man.
Hey, let's hang out after school again sometime. Let me know when you're free. I'll tell you all about my secret plan. Dude, you're gonna flip when you hear it.
I'm gonna have thoughts. I'm definitely gonna have thoughts about your plan. Voice is ringing inside my head. Chicken brown cow, chicken brown cow, chicken brown, chicken brown cow.
Thou art I.
I love this song.
Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of the Magician Arcana.
Neat. Okay. Classmate. They don't even give his ass a name. Fucking, I don't know, classmate or whoever the hell that was. That dude we were just hanging out with. When you meet certain people in school or in the city, you may develop a social link with them. When fusing personas, these social links will affect the result of the fusion. Use a persona that has the same arcana as one of your social links. The resulting persona will gain bonus experience.
What? It's already dark? Damn, I missed my favorite show. Damn, for real? Oh well. Let's get going.
Ah, good. That's Sprite's back at
Let's
least.
swap numbers. Bust out that cell phone.
Hold on, let me bust out that cell phone. Hold on. Put him in the Motorola Razr, baby. Let's go. You can now receive invites via messages from your social links. After you visit a business at least once, you'll be added to their mailing list to visit different facilities to receive updates and special offers. Chicken brown, chicken brown, chicken brown, meow, chicken brown, chicken brown, chicken brown, meow.
Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
Welcome back. By the way, regarding the dark hour, this may go without saying, but it's impossible to do business at any stores during that time. Make sure you're ready in advance. You won't want to be caught unprepared when it's too late.
So dance if you wanna go ahead. Free to do whatever. I'm chilling on my bed. I'm out in my biz, so mind your own biz. Whatever like is, we gon' flow with this head. Hey, 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 feeling the fire with the burning desire. Every day we inspire, but never expire.
All right, we're gonna take a day off from Tartarus tonight.
Let me rock the world.
Where do I wanna go? I can go to the station too. NDU students. It's a new term for you guys. But for cabbies like me, it's the same thing. Year in and year out. Are you okay? I'm not feeling bad or nothing. Just feel like I've done it all before, you know, every year. Oh, that person's not real. We can go to Hagakure. We can go. God, there's so many. There's so many places we can go now. My options. I have so many of them. Net Cafe. I'm gonna do it at the Net Cafe. Various computers and software lined up on the counter. These softwares might come in handy if I could use a shared computer at the dorm. Okay. It's too crowded right now. We can do takeout, but that service is only available to our members. You can register to become a member online by using the code in our fan book. Please sign up if you'd like to. You can buy the fan book at the Net Cafe. Right. Collagen will make your skin beautiful. Might improve my charm. Okay. Raise your charm. Become on certain nights there may be new items on the menu that aren't normally available. You get smarter while you digest. Helps my academics. Okay. Wild Duck Burger. Mystery Burger. The ingredients are a secret. Eating the burger might help me gain more courage. Okay. We can go to the mall. My courage isn't high enough to go to Escapade yet. Charm. If you're looking for some extra cash, you can pick a part-time job on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Time will pass whether it's as a customer or an employee. Yeah, let's work. Raise our charm and our courage. And make some money. Sweat it out while working as a part-time waiter. Imagine that. I just rolled up, you know, casually, walked into the store and was like, hey, I'm picking up a shift. Never been in the store before. I just walk in, I'm like, hey, I got night shift. Walk behind the counter, put an apron on, and just start working there. Mr. Cooter called me over and praised my service. A drunken businessman tried to pick a fight with me, but I did my best to deal with him. Here's your paycheck for today. Try to use it wisely. Sick. My charm and courage have increased. Nice. I hear people talking.
You know what?
Is it just me, or have there been more weird people around lately?
Wow.
Like the ones with apathy syndrome? There are some in my neighborhood too. It's seriously creepy. Sometimes I wonder what'll happen if I end up like that. It just depresses me. Maybe we'll be okay if we exercise and improve our stamina. Actually, I heard that the track team is still accepting new members. Maybe running will make us stronger. Seems like the track team is recruiting new members. Maybe I can learn more about it if I visit their club room. So I can't do swim team? I can only do track? Interesting. Class is ended for today. Apparently the track team is recruiting new members. If I find out where they practice, maybe I could see about possibly joining the team. Hey bud, how's it going? Where do I check my mail? Spend time with Miyamoto. Spend time with Tomochika. I don't know who either of those people actually are. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know their last names. Which button is the mail but why? Gotcha. Kenji. Tomochika. That's you. Okay. Finally, class is over. You want to hang out after school? I'm gonna stick around for a bit, so just swing by my desk if you're down. Not now. Hello. When you were absent, there was an election for student council president. Kirijo Senpai's speech was so cool. I voted for her. Everyone else looks so small compared to Kirijo Senpai. Ah, Kirijo Senpai. Real. School's barely started and there's already been a student who dropped out. She only had 2 years left. What does she do if she doesn't even graduate from high school? Kind of a waste, don't you think? You only get to be a high schooler once in your life. It's her life, not mine. Not like it matters to me. Sword and staff statue. Sword stands for evolution and strength. The staff stands for knowledge and youth. There's something on the floor at the bottom of the statue. Twilight fragment. Hey. Okay, I saw something glowing upstairs too. I guess I should go get that, huh? I'm gonna top the sinks. Twilight fragment. Neat. Okay, so I have to keep an eye out for blue glowies. Any other blue glowies around here? My parents always nag me to like study for exams and stuff. They're so annoying. I just became a second year. I'm supposed to be having fun. They just came into some money, so they think that they're getting all strict about my future and junk. Uh-huh. What do you want? I'm using my cell now. Talk to me when I'm not busy. Sign on the door to home economics room looks like it was written in another language. It's hard to read. It doesn't look like English. And if you listen close, you can hear mysterious voices inside. I can't bring myself to go in. Laboratory, science room. Where is the home economics room? Because I know exactly who that is. There's a sign posted by the fashion club. There's a club name, then a mix of Japanese and another language. I can't read it. I need my academics to be higher. I need to be at least above average. Interesting. So, I think in the original you had to hang out with Bunchiki and Mitsuru enough times to unlock the BB link. And now it's just based on your academics. What you got for me?
Come again.
There's a saying, he who hunts 2 hares at once will catch neither. That means a student like you who always trying to do 2 things at once will... That's something you did too, right, Teach? Last year you cheated on 2 girls you met at a group date, and it ended up a disaster. And in the end, both of them ditched you. Don't worry, I wouldn't do something so lame. Well, all right then. Feeling sluggish from staying up so late, so I came to the nurse's office to take a nap. The nurse gave me some weird medicine instead. Okay, let's go to the club rooms. Join an athletics club. Hello. That tree seems special for some reason. I wonder why it's there. Does it commemorate something? The persimmon tree. A small tree is growing here. I wonder what kind of tree it is. It's a persimmon tree. Something on the bench. Twilight fragment. Oh. There's something on the floor in front of the lockers. Twilight fragment. It's the door to the gym. The Kendo team seems to be using it. There's no saying sorry, but the Kendo team is no longer recruiting any new members. Damn. Swim team seems to be using the pool. There's a note that says, sorry, but the swim team is no longer recruiting. Damn! They really said, yeah, you can't be on the swim or Kendo team anymore. Sorry. Only track for you. This door leads out to the practice field. It's being used by the track team. There's a note that says, track team now recruiting. No slowpokes, please. Oh, well, I'm out. Let's take a quick tour. Track team is training hard. Wow. That was a great tour. I guess, you know, I'm convinced. Let's join the club. Aren't you from Miss Toriumi's class? Oh, you want to join the team? I'll take care of all the paperwork, so go ahead and introduce yourself to your new teammates. All right, everyone, gather around.
So, starting today, he's an official member of the team.
Yippee! Nice to meet you.
Welcome aboard. I'm Yuko Nishiwaki.
Yuko! Hi.
She's our team manager. She'll answer any of your questions.
You're a second year, right? Since we're in the same grade, you can just call me Yuko.
Let's see. Hey, Miyamoto.
Yes.
This here's our future team captain. A great runner and places well in competitions. You
Let's
two
go,
are in the same
Kaz.
class, right? Miyamoto, keep an eye on the new guy here, okay?
You got it. You're the guy who went out with Takeba on the first day of school, right? You're practically a celebrity.
Hey, yeah, that's me.
I'm Kazushi Miyamoto. You've seen me around, right?
Yeah.
Then, long story short, from now on, you're mine after school.
I don't know about all that, but...
You better not think you're getting the easy treatment just because you joined mid-season.
Miyamoto's giving me a warm welcome. I joined the track team and made friends with my new teammates. The chariot.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have
There's a really long
now
pause in the middle of that.
to create a persona of the chariot archive.
The track team.
Since this is your first practice, just have a look around and then call it a day. We have practice on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. There's no practice the days before tests, though. I'll make sure your uniform is ready for next time.
Sick. After looking around, I decided to go back to the dorm. Oh, it's Yuko, the team manager. Did I say hello? I think I will.
Oh, hello. What's up?
Want to walk home together?
Actually, no, I'm in a hurry today. See ya.
Darn. My ass got shot down. She really said, no, I don't want to. Yeah, so you're buddies with Tomochika now. He was saying you're someone to watch out for. Oh, but in a good way. The hell yeah I am. I can see why you two get along. He's kind of a ladies' man, but he's a good dude. Oh, I almost forgot. I was gonna ask if you want to go to Tartarus tonight. Looks like there's more of those lost, so we gotta take out more shadows, right? doctor told me to rest, but I don't want to risk losing my itch. I was thinking that getting back into training could be a good way to rehabilitate, but if Mitsuru finds out, being told to rest will be the least of my worries.
Hey, so...
Kirijo-senpai is so stoic, isn't she? Well, she has a lot of responsibilities, so maybe it kind of comes with the territory. Bro, don't weapons and armor cost way too much? I mean, I guess quality matters. It does kind of make me feel stronger. I know we can't be stingy when it comes to equipment, but man, my wallet is crying in pain.
Let's see.
Tartarus, riddled with the mysteries as it is, will no doubt challenge you with unexpected encounters. If you ever feel outmatched, there's no shame in a wise retreat. Speaking of weapons, let's go to the weapon shop and get Junpei a new sword, because we kind of ran out of money last time to buy him a sword. I'm gonna actually have a little bit of money.
You made it.
Don't worry, I won't ask you what any of this is for. I just do what I think is right.
What'll it be? What are you looking for? Everything look good here? All right then. What'll it be? As long as you need. Everything look good here? All right then. As long as you need. Everything look good here? All right then. What'll it be? What are you looking for? You finished? Be seeing you.
I could have sold, actually. I have all that stuff that I could sell. Now that I think about it.
See you. What do you got?
Sell item. All items. Okay. Do I have anything that's worth keeping? No, I don't think so.
Wanna sell in bulk? Sure. It's a deal.
Cool.
What'll it be? Take as long as you need. Everything look good here? All right then. Take as long as you need. That what you want? Great. It's all yours. Take as long as you need. Everything look great. It's all yours.
Cool.
All done here? Come back soon.
We're broke again, but we've got good equipment. Mitsuru. Let's go to Tartarus.
Yes.
How many Twilight Fragments do I have? I need 7 for the clock. I have 5. Okay. Almost enough. Hopefully we can find a couple in here.
Come on, let's get this show on the road.
How do we feel about this boss? We're fine, right? We're fine.
All right.
Hell yeah!
Looks tougher than I thought. Ain't nothing stopping me.
You're up against a difficult opponent, but if the intel is available, I can help you. I can suggest the most effective attack based on the enemy's weakness. But I can only assist like this when we know the enemy's weakness.
Great.
I'm sorry, but until you can get more information, you'll be on your own.
Cool.
I'll go with.
The enemy's down! Good hit!
Come!
Okay. We can knock both of them.
The enemy's down!
And then I'm gonna boot for you. Boofa D's nuts. Got him. Garu. Wind. We found it. Let's go, Yukari.
Alright, I hope you're ready. First, this should end it. Damn right.
Alright, little ones are down. Junpei. Oh, ow. Jesus.
Angel.
Now, it's time for a full.
Let's do
Okay.
What next?
Dizzied itself. Perfect. Goodbye.
You won. Great work out there.
Easy peasy. Never in doubt. We can move on now, but the next floor doesn't look any different. You don't think it'll be the same old thing forever, do you? Only one way to find out. Yeah, you're right. It's just, I want to at least feel like we're making progress. No point overthinking things now. All we gotta do is keep moving forward. After all, I've already made up my mind. Oh, look at you all fired up. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Oh, nothing really. Anyway, enough about me. We gotta keep going, right? Come on, let's get a move on.
Every few floors, there's some kind of gatekeeper. They're always stronger and nastier than the last.
Well,
Oh, they won't. I don't know what was said there. 3 Twilight Fragments, but I only have 5, and I want to activate the clock. We'll come back for it. Those ones I'm pretty sure just always stay. Because they're on boss floors.
Could it be?
There's a rare shadow ahead. Perhaps you can ambush it. Oh. Already?
Is that treasure?
I see him. Spotted.
What?
It shut up ahead up. Oh no, that shadow took off like a bandit, didn't it? Those ones are fairly rare. I suppose we can simply call them rare shadows. They can be tough to catch, but potential rewards are worth the trouble. Hefty rewards. Rare shadows will attempt to flee if they spot you. They'll keep running until they successfully escape. You want to ambush them from behind and strike quickly. Come on, come on. Turn around, turn around. Turn around.
Hey, isn't that one different?
Gotcha.
A rare shadow. Let's take it out here and now.
Didn't it?
Oh, Yukari.
screw that up.
Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god, you guys. I'm begging you to hit the fucker. Froze it. Okay, huge.
The enemy's frozen. They'll make a prime target.
There we go. Thank you, Junpei. Worldly coin, 294 XP. Ooh. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Shadow Sonic.
There's two. Here's your chance to attack. Good. That's one less to worry about.
Boo-foo. Okay.
Focus.
For real? Just one
Damn, they don't like Junpei at all.
You won. Now let's move on.
Yes, please.
Okay, let's keep on
Shackles
exploring.
of Ecstasy
Is that
is
treasure?
the item that I just got, you know? Yeah. No, for sure. Just,
All right.
yeah, definitely. That is, in fact, upcoming floor. It'd be wise to conserve our strength. If you made use of the escape order, strategic retreat can mean the difference between life and death. You can always regroup and try again. Like escape. Cool.
All right, let's get going.
Man, I don't know why, but it's a lot harder to speak up when it's this quiet.
Hey. Turn your ass around.
Look at it.
Look at it.
There's two. Here's your chance to attack.
Can't stop me now.
The enemy's down. What's the plan? Hit.
One more to go.
Yuri's taken one down. You won. Now let's move on.
Easy.
All right then, moving on. Oh, stairs!
There's awesome.
Yo, there's a shadow.
Yeah. There sure is. What if I just simply ignored it?
Hey, let's loot that chest.
I can't believe I got that turnaround enough to hit that.
Prepare yourself. I have to do this. Yo!
All right, we should be able to pass this 1, 2, 3.
Target will finish the enemy.
Hey, the beat.
You're up,
Save the rescue. I'll give him hell.
Enemy down. Keep that up, Yuri. This is our 10. You're on the
Nice. Silky, I guess. Get some bonus EXP there. Pixie leveled up. Silky leveled up.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
Double glass shard. Guard band. Ooh.
Well done. We've
Vasugi gem. Bevel lantern. And I can go to the next floor. Perfect. Oh.
We don't see that kind of chest often. Let's not pass it up. We have the upper hand.
The beetle.
You can do this.
What's next?
What to do?
health is low. Do you have any healing?
Thanks, dude.
Ow, poor Junpei.
In this situation,
There we go. Wind. Goodbye, Beetle. Holy Arrow. Lover's Persona. Oh, I see. So it's not just Silky gets EXP. It's all Lover's Persona gets EXP. That's kind of heat, actually. Wait a minute. I'm gonna take Holy Arrow.
that's how it's done.
That's a cool change. I like that.
Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
The teleporters are really convenient. I wonder how they work.
Dude, ain't that a rare chest?
Double iron fence. Frost heals. Cool. Okay. Well, that's awesome and all, but I only have one female party member, so
All right, squad, move out.
those are not the most helpful, I'll be honest with you.
We got ourselves a shadow here.
Oh, what the heck? I thought I saw a shadow, but it's just Junpei.
Why'd you have to do my mans like that?
You're saying I look like one?
My poor Junpei. Why you gotta do him like that? He did not deserve that.
It's a treasure chest.
Power band.
Hey, let's loot that chest.
Basudi gem. Double stone piece.
We got ourselves a shadow here.
Alright, we have the advantage.
This may be a good test of your skill.
What to do? Never mind.
Now's the time.
Can't stop me now. Persona!
Enemy down. Keep that up, Yuri. Yuri's taken one down.
Oh, that was close.
Excellent. Hakuba dodged the attack. You won. Now let's move on.
Sick. Easy peasy, never in doubt. Zio probably would be nice to have. At least until we get Aki. Yeah, that's good, Zio. Might be a good idea to have a electric persona in there somewhere.
And that's a wrap, folks.
Shadow spotted. What's the plan?
Go around it.
One teleporter sighted. It'll take us back to the entrance, but I'm down to keep going.
We gotta go up to the top. It's cool that checking the map shows you where any shadows that you didn't kill are too. Very convenient.
Yo, there's a shadow.
Oh. Get gamed on, nerd.
Ooh, maybe there's something nice inside.
We got the upper hand.
Bop, bop.
Nicely done. Enemy
Bop,
eliminated.
bop.
Nicely done. Enemy eliminated.
Send it over to you. Sorry.
In this situation,
There's a raw Garu plus all out. Kill this thing. These things are really tanky. We'll see. Not even close. But it's dizzied.
You won. Now let's move on.
Sick.
Alright, let's get moving.
Medical powder. Neat. Febble glass shard, Febble iron fence.
Hey, it's the stairs.
Ooh.
Careful. The enemy. Salut.
On topic, have you been paying attention to enemy weaknesses? Including a weakness will make you hit harder and more often. Doing so will turn the tide of battle. The more kinds of attacks you can use, the more chances you'll have to hit a weakness. That's where your ability becomes handy. Yes.
Salut.
Okay. We still don't have an electric affinity. So I could hypothetically do we think this thing's gonna have an electric
So quiet.
move? Fuck it. I'm dropping the Zeo on Silky, I think, or Nakamata. We'll do it on Silky.
All right.
I just have a funny sneaking suspicion that this thing is going to be weak to electric.
The enemy's attacks are growing stronger. If you're being overwhelmed by the enemy's assault, protect yourselves by guarding. If you're guarding, then even if your weakness is struck, you can avoid being knocked down. Try and make use of that in battle.
What to do?
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I had the vibe. I had the vibe that this is going to be weak to electric.
Kiss?
What's next?
Okay, resist slash.
Never mind.
Now's the time. It won't lose.
Thanks, dude. I'll give him hell. Suck on that.
Resists. Oh, okay. Unfortunate. Oh, okay.
Yori's been knocked out. Someone cover for him.
Oh, okay.
What to do?
Not great. I can't. I'll attack you at this point. Oh, Pixie had Zeo. I didn't realize that I had learned that at this point.
The enemy's down. Let's finish this.
No.
Do it.
Send it to Yukari.
In this situation,
I'm gonna rely on Yukari to get Junpei. I should have healed him too, but I think I should have enough turns to, yeah, do both.
Appreciate it.
I'm just getting started.
Yeah, you need a guard if he's gonna be causing wind attacks like that. Oh. Hey, bestie. That, now an all attack should kill. Nice.
Great work out there.
Shit. Folks, we got ourselves a shaft. Congratulations. It's been a long time coming. Isudi cures freeze, shock, poison, down, dizzy for 1 hour. Okay. Da, 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 da. Let's go, Junpei. Rakukaja. Nice. Other one bites the dust. We're on a roll, guys. While we're at it, how about we spice things up every now and then? Like changing up the leader? What? And here I was worried about what you'd say next. Don't you want to see how I'd run the whole shebang? Well, don't you? I'm fine with whatever.
Honestly.
Wait, it wouldn't be wise for a change in command in the middle of an expedition. We're making steady progress under Kodak's lead, so let's continue as we have been. Fine, sure, I guess. But I'm pretty sure I could take down the enemies here all by myself.
Hey, listen.
Chill out, Junpei. If you're not careful, it won't be long till you get hurt. Taka was right. We can expect another strong enemy to appear. Don't let your guard down as we proceed. Okay, whatever. Guess there's always next time. Oh my god. Am I supposed to be getting significantly more fragments that I'm getting? I only have 4. I need 5 for just these 2 chests, and I need 7 for downstairs. I'll come back to them. Shadows on the floor are much weaker than you. Maybe a good opportunity to try the rush command. Oh, cool.
We don't see that kind of chest often. Let's not pass it up.
Oh my gosh, more locked chests. Baisudi, skill card, okay.
A shadow.
Two enemies detected. They're no threat to us. Push your way through. If you shift, you can target the enemy's weakness.
Or we can just kill them.
Okay, let's keep on exploring. There's a shadow.
Turn-based games that have auto battle functionality are the best kind of games. Truly. When you're stronger than them and you can simply just go, I don't have to pay attention to this fight.
All right, squad, move out. Look at it, wandering around like a clown.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
You're weak enemy. You have the initiative.
I'll give them hell. Let's do this! Persona!
Blast them.
Enemy down. Pick that up, Iori.
I just don't have a lot of SP, so we're just gonna conserve
Iori's taken one down.
what we have.
All right, you won. Great work out there.
Yeah. Arcana Burst. Wow. Drain ability. Pin money, EXP. Drain ability. I don't know what that is.
Whew. All right, let's get moving.
Baisudi gem.
Look at it, wandering around like a clown.
Like a clown.
Oop, I spy some treasure.
Speed band. Okay. Apparently I didn't need to go buy accessories because I found now a bunch of accessories in here. I hadn't found any when I went to go buy them, but now I forget even how high we can go right now. But we're on 20th floor, so like we're kind of cooking. on, bud.
This may be a good test of your skill.
What's next?
Enemy down. Keep that up, Iori. Iori's taken one down.
Okay,
Nicely
two down.
done. Enemy eliminated. Excellent. You avoided.
Bop. Bonk.
Well done. Let's continue exploring.
Hellish bow tie.
Let's get moving.
It does seem like it's
matter
easier
how
to
many
get yourself
shadows-
money,
There's always more coming our way.
which was something that I definitely struggled a lot with in Portable. Was I was always constantly broke, and like these individually don't sell for like a lot, but like there's just a ton of sellable items that you can constantly be getting.
We could head back, but it's your call.
We'll try to push ahead to the next boss, I think. And then we'll probably head back after that, because I don't know if we're in condition to
Oh, can we go up those stairs?
beat a boss right now. There aren't any enemies on the next floor either. Seems to be special floors. You need to go through them for the investigation. Okay.
No.
Please continue forward. Okay.
The other night, I woke up screaming, Persona! in my sleep.
Please try not to do that in class or something. It'd be a hassle if people started asking questions.
What's this?
This floor. There's no mistaking it. Do you recall? I once told you that Tartarus was separated into multiple areas by borders resembling rifts. I believe this is one of those border floors. I'm not sensing any enemies. Would you mind taking a look around? Old document 1. Wow. The power supply expansion has been completed. What's unusual is the excess wattage. Why would an island with only a school on it need so much power?
Let's see.
Seems to continue upwards, but the path is blocked. Looks like there's no way to progress further right now, so let's stop here for tonight. We've still managed to cover a lot of ground. Well done, everyone. So that's it then, but how are we going to get past the roadblock? Paradise changes every day, right? So maybe it won't be blocked off tomorrow night or something. No. Unfortunately, that logic didn't seem to apply here. Some floors have fixed structures and layouts. This appears to be one of them. Some other factor may have caused this. I'll look into it. Guess we just gotta wait. Come on, let's bounce. Cool. We made it to where we can go today, which is perfect.
All right.
Whee! It's nice of them to give us a teleporter floor right before that. I don't know if that's going to be a trend or if that's just something they just did. But, very handy.
Marvelous.
2 Twilight Fragments.
How may I assist you? We look
Cool. So I have, what, 5 now? 5 Twilight Fragments? I need 7 to open the clock. Die. Someday we'll have the clock available. But sick, we got to the top of where we can go right now. Just before the new moon. We can hear people talking.
You know what?
My parents have been nagging me to stop staying out late at night recently. They said they don't want me to end up like those people who suddenly go crazy. Oh, you mean apathy syndrome? But I heard they still don't know what causes it, so what's the point of being careful?
I know, right?
Yeah, I know, right? The prime time to hit up the arcade or work a shift is at night, too. If I can't go to Hagakure at night anymore, then I'll miss out on the taste of happiness. Seems like some stores are open at night, too. I should check them out when I have the time. First bell is rung. Classes ended for today. I can go with Kaz. I can go with Kenji.
Oh.
Hey, Yukari.
By the way,
Heard you joined the track team. They said you showed a lot of promise. I'm on the archery team, but let's both do our best, okay? Being on a diet sucks. Maybe you didn't notice, but I look different than I used to. Dude, I didn't. If you were like a different, you know, skin color than you used to be, I would not have noticed. Like, looks like some of the athletic teams are recruiting new members. Yeah, I already. Find yourself getting lost? Yeah. I don't blame you. Where do you need help getting to? The culture club rooms. Leave the classroom and go down the stairs to the right. Culture club's like the art room will be right there. Hey, new guy. What do you think of the girls here compared to your old school? They're all cute. No, right? Our school has tons of hot chicks. All right, cool, great. I don't really want to talk to you anymore, I'll be honest. Do we have any other social links today? Not really. All right, Kenji. Hey, sup, dude? I'm gonna head out soon. How about you? Huh, you coming with? Then how about we go out for ramen again? I want to hear more about you too.
Man, this always hits the spot. This flavor's pretty addictive, huh?
Yeah, man. Despite this simple appearance, the soup has a complex flavor that's enhanced by the noodles.
By the way, dude, why the hell is your dorm co-ed?
For reasons.
Can you, like, just waltz on into Takeba-san's room and stuff?
No, I feel like I would not want that to happen, actually. No way.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Can't win them all, I suppose. Well, I'm not interested in girls her age anyway.
Yep. So you mean to say the same age as you?
I'm more into older women. How about you?
Buddy, you're 16. Buddy. Yeah, man, for sure. Yeah, no, I feel you on that one.
Really?
Yeah.
Not a lot of guys out there who feel the same way.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Man, you're cooler than I thought.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
To tell you the truth, this stays between us. I have my eye on someone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, who's that?
This is the secret plan I was talking about. Basically, I'm just gonna ask this girl out.
Right,
But get this. She's a teacher at our school.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the part I have a problem with, actually. That, you know, if we were gonna point out one part of this plan of yours that I have a problem with, it's that part.
Not like that's gonna stop me from making my move. But you gotta promise you won't tell anyone, okay? It might look weird if a teacher and a student are having a thing, no?
Yeah, that I would look more than look weird. Oh boy. Level of intimacy you have with each person will unlock certain benefits. Depending on the rank, you will receive bonus experience when you fuse Persona. Got this really cool online game for you. I know the perfect place. If you're interested in getting groomed, I got you. I know the place. Don't even worry about it.
Oh crap! My favorite show's about to start. See ya.
See you later, bud. Hey, by the way, I saw you at the practice field earlier. Miyamoto-kun from our class is also on the track team, right? Maybe you guys will be friends. Oh, speaking of extracurriculars, do you want to go to Tartarus tonight? I didn't have practice today, so I thought it might be good to get a little exercise. But you're taking initiative. But don't take it too casually and let your guard down. Yeah, I know. Actually, you go. Wish I could at least get back to training for the boxing team after school. Oh, speaking of after-school activities, I heard you joined a club. Better give it your best, all right? It might be hard to participate regularly, but it'll be worth it if you can find the time for it. Can I work here today? No, it's Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. No. I don't have the money to spend time here. Oh. 3 Twilight Fragments. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's go to walk. Enhance my courage for 1,000 yen. I have 1,020 yen. Okay. The game was 3,000. Yeah. Perfectly healthy, perfect becoming mentally ill overnight. There's no family history of it, and they haven't been in any terrible accidents. There wasn't any similarity to the last victims. It was different, in a different time, a different place. This is one tough mystery, you know that? Yeah, no, that's to play like a game in the arcade. That's crazy, right? Hagakure. That's only 900. Raises charm. Okay. Frequent customers seem to have enough courage to order the special Hagakure bowl from the burly owner. Looks like it's part of a special menu available on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday nights. If I could order it myself, if I could get my courage was at least determined. Okay. The shoyu ramen with pork. Thanks to the collagen in the food, I can feel like the texture of my skin has improved. Yeah, that's how that works. Yeah, no, it just happens like that. You eat some ramen and it has some collagen in it, and it just immediately your skin is smoother. That's wow. If only, right? I can hear people talking.
By the way.
Oh, hey, you know the bookstore at the strip mall? Isn't there a grand reopening today? Oh, the bookstore. Sick. Huh? A bookstore?
Yep.
Yeah, leave Iwatodai Station, go straight for a while. It's after you cross the crosswalk. It's almost the new semester, so let's check out more shops in the city. Bookstores at the strip mall is getting a grand reopening today. Wonder what kind of books they sell there. Apparently the bookstore the strip mall had a grand reopening today. There's a sale today at the pharmacy. Running low on medicine or other goods, come visit us and stock up. I feel great. Takes guts to sleep during class. If you get caught, you might need a piece of chalk to the forehead. But if you got the courage to doze off anyway, I guess you got nothing to fear at that point. It would suck if you ended up in the front row. Yeah, that would be tragic, wouldn't it? Should I enter the store? Let's go in. How's it going, guys?
What would you like to order? Our special today is fresh mackerel.
This is a bookstore.
As you might suspect, we don't serve sushi here.
Oh, you're a student, aren't you? Then you must be from Gekkoukan High, right?
I sure am.
That means you probably know about the persimmon tree there, don't you?
I do. I mean, no, I don't.
You think I'm making this up? I assure you, it's real.
I mean, you told me that you were going to serve me fish in a bookstore, so like, you know, I'm not fully convinced you're all there.
At Gekkoukan High, there's an open courtyard area. The tree grows beside a walkway there.
Uh-huh. It seems there's a persimmon tree somewhere at Gekkoukan High. The elderly couple have some kind of connection to it?
Please excuse my husband. Just consider it the ramblings of an old man. Don't you worry your little head, okay?
Decided to leave the bookstore. Oh, I can go to the shrine? I haven't gotten to actually go to the shrine yet. Oh, that's exciting. Nobody's here yet. There's fragments though. Cool. Hey look, it's a persimmon tree. See the persimmon tree? There's a fallen leaf under the tree. Persimmon leaf. You should share this leaf with the old couple at the bookstore. Show them the persimmon leaf. Hey guys, I'm back.
Welcome to Bookworms. How many guests? Smoking or non-smoking?
Non-smoking, please.
That leaf that's in your hand. Oh, do you mean to tell me this is a leaf from that persimmon tree?
It is.
It must have grown quite a bit to produce such splendid leaves. Oh, wait, so you aren't here to buy books? Did you come visit just to show this to us?
Yes.
I knew it. I knew right from the start that you were a kind young man. I've been meaning to go see that tree for a while now, but I'm not sure if these stumpy old legs will make it that far.
Do you not have, like, you know, access to the train? Like, can you not ride the train over there?
That wasn't meant to be a pun. You know, stumpy. Tree stump. Get it?
I don't even know what. Yeah, man, for sure.
Yes, yes. You're very clever, dear.
Let me introduce my wife, Mitsuko. I'm Bunkichi. If you don't mind, would you tell us your name? Yes, a good name. As good as mine.
Yeah, I would say better, honestly, but that's just me. They seem to have taken a liking to me after talking about the persimmon tree. I'm acquainted with Bunkichi-san and Mitsuko-san, the elderly couple.
I am thou.
Wow. Look at us, making more friends.
Thou hast
It's out!
established a
Hi,
new
Suki, how are you?
Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of the Hierophant Arcana.
It's so good. It's so good. Remake
We're open
is so
every
good.
day except Monday.
I'm having a blast. Oh my gosh. Waterfall Ness, welcome in. Welcome, Raiders. How are you? How was your stream? What did you get up to? Ah, I see. I see. How's it going? How's it going? Missed the music. Music is there's such good. We were exploring Tartarus for a while, and the new battle theme just like ooh. Yeah. How was the Lethal Company? My eyes are closed, but wanted to come say hi. Fully understandable. We're still very, very early on, so you know, don't worry. We're not here spoiling anything. We're just hanging out. But thank you so much for bringing your community on by. To anyone who's new who doesn't know who I am, my name is Kodak Zach. I'm a variety streamer. My main game is Pokemon, but I adore Persona. It's a great series, and I am so excited for this game, and I'm so happy to be playing it. We just started. We're pretty early on. We're just getting a couple of the early social links going. And hanging out, having a good time.
Come visit us whenever you're free.
I would love to. Part of the other couple and went back to the dorm. Have you played any Persona games other than this one? Or is this going to be your first one?
I see you're back.
Hi, Akihiko. Thank you, Cool Crap. Welcome in as well. Seems like you've been doing a good job exploring Tartarus, but I'd still recommend you trying to get even stronger while you can. You never know when another big one might show up, like before. For my information, I'll be in the command room today. If you want to go to Tartarus, come let me know. I'll be able to join you as well. Cool. They say it'll be some time before my injuries fully heal. Well, I hope I can get back to fighting sooner rather than later. Guess we'll see. Is everybody? Everybody upstairs? Oh, hi guys. Kirijo-senpai said she should be in the command room. She said she was going to do some training. Oh, but she also said we can still go to Tartarus tonight if you want to. Gonna stay lurking while you clean? Enjoy your lurk. Hope you have a good one.
By the way,
the used bookstore at the Iwatodai strip mall just reopened. Usually you can find the rarest of rare manga buried somewhere in those kind of shops. Maybe I should go check it out. I'm actually pretty good at digging up treasure.
Jeez.
Go for it, but try not to clown around there too much, alright?
Chill vibes. The nighttime of love is on any types of rhymes. Yeah, I'm down. Sit back, relax to the sound that goes around, she said, hey,
Hi, Mitsuru. Just wanted to chat. Detection ability is crucial for exploring Tartarus efficiently. I've been training my own such ability, but it will take more work before I'm fully competent. Hey, fragment. Can I go to the roof? What if? Hear me out? Do not open. Okay, well. I hope that the roof door is there for the entire game, but not usable for the entire game, just like the originals. That's my hopes.
so dance. If you wanna go ahead.
So I'm like super duper broke. So my options of where I can go at night are kind of limited. How much stuff do I have to sell here? Because that'll make a lot of difference.
What do you got? Wanna sell them? Sure.
Oh, okay. We can afford to go places now.
Be seeing you.
Cool. Thank you. I can afford to go out. Get ourselves a mystery burger. To try the new burger. Along with some soggy duck fries, I devoured the mysterious burger. Oh, wow, delicious. Why is knockoff Batman back there? Wait a minute. Why is there knockoff Batman in the background? Oh. Hello? Got a text message. Receiving invites on days off. Some of your social links might invite you to hang out on days when you don't have school. Spending time with your friends will give you a chance to build up your relationships. Saying yes to an invitation will automatically fill your schedule for that afternoon, and your free time will be dedicated to that hangout. Someone sends you an invite message, you don't need to respond immediately. However, the hangout will no longer be available if you don't respond the day you receive the invitation. Ah, my good buddy Kenji. No, they didn't. Tired is there's like a weird like kind of replacement of it, but there's no like, you know, tired great as far as I can tell at this point. So there you can just kind of do whatever the hell you want, which I think is great. I appreciate not having to worry about like, oh, I have to go to sleep early the next like 3 days so I can't go out at night because I went to Tartarus once like a fool. Since we got the day off, hit me up if you want to go somewhere. I'll be free till the afternoon. Yeah, sure. Someone was sick when you want to go? Yeah. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Leaf! Wow! Hey, sorry to ask you to hang out all of a sudden. You were born on a Sunday. Were you born in, what year did this take place? 2009, I think is the year. Were you born in 2009? Are you old enough to be on Twitch? Rest of my family's out today. Kind of didn't want to eat by my lonesome, you know? That's when I remember you eating ramen like it was your favorite thing ever. Great minds, yo. But your oldest sibling was born in 09? Oh my god. I don't trust guys that don't enjoy their food. I mean, it's one thing if the food's really nasty. And then there's those guys that pretend it's good even if they don't like it. Can't trust them either.
Oh, yeah.
Right? The fact that 09 kids are old enough to be on Twitch is crazy. By the way, are you picky about your food? I'm pretty picky.
Yeah, ain't that right?
Me too. I just can't stomach probably half the food in the world. I don't even consider them edible. See, this is a blatant lie. I'm not picky at all. I just can't. What the fuck do you mean my sibling is turning 15 this year? Right? Oh, but if a gorgeous girl was the one cooking, I might be able to. That's different, you know? Yeah, especially if she was like my teacher and she wanted to sleep with me, then I would eat anything. But I do.
Anyway,
I'm not picky at all. I will literally eat like almost anything. Now I know what your taste in food is like. Next up, what kind of girl do you like? You in the cute type or the sexy model type? Long hair or short? After Chica's interrogation, I decided to return to the dorm.
Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
Oh, wait, is this Winter Mitsuru? I love this outfit so much. This outfit is so slay. The jacket with the turtleneck, the white pants and the high boots. Oh, Mitsuru. Oh, fashion icon out here. Come in the chat.
That reminds me.
Piece of advice for heading to Tartarus. They get the upper hand in combat. I suggest attacking shadows from their blind spot. You will have the advantage if you launch a preemptive strike without being noticed. Try to utilize this technique often. I also really like this Akihiko outfit with the scarf.
Oh, right.
Let me tell you something. In both boxing and actual combat, speed is key. Whether you're landing an attack or evading one, you won't succeed if you can't move quickly.
By the way,
have you picked up any supplies, like medicine and stuff? Probably know this, but I'll tell you just in case. Shops aren't open during the dark hour, so you should get whatever you might need before the dark hour. We don't want someone to get injured in Tartarus and not be able to do anything about it, you know?
By the way,
apparently my persona is supposed to be real strong against fire. Call the fire department because I'm burning with passion, baby. So true, Junpei. Anyway, you can leave the strong enemies to me. I can take the heat. So real. I love Junpei. It's Sunday, so we can't go work. Let's go to the strip mall. We've already gone to Wuk. We went to Hagakure. We can go here. Oh, God, I love this song so much. Prodigy platter. Increases academics. Sure. Regular customers ordering the seafood full course. Seems like a special offer for regulars on Monday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday nights. Maybe my charm was at least confident I'd be memorable enough to customer to be able to order it. Maybe it's something in the ingredients, but I feel a little smarter. All right, the 9th is the full moon, I believe, so we're coming up on it pretty quickly here. We're rapidly approaching. Hear people talking. Good morning. I always feel super sleepy. Can't not. Literally every song in this game, you're just like, if you're not grooving a little bit, you're like, I don't know what to tell you. And there's another special morning assembly today. Didn't we just have one last week? Remember how Kirijo-senpai gave that great speech last week? Apparently that got the principal really fired up, and now he wants to make a follow-up speech.
Excuse me?
Seriously? The heck? Why do we have to suffer just because he wants to stroke his ego? Or spell is wrong.
We'll now begin this morning's assembly. First, our principal has some words he'd like to share with you. Please give him a warm welcome.
Okay. How's it going, bud? Good to see you.
Thank you.
What's the deal with the assembly? Do you think it's about the recent incidents?
Beats me. He shouldn't even know about the shadows or anything. I just hope this doesn't take too long.
He's not exactly known for his brevity.
Today, I'd like to tell you about my vision for this school year.
Right,
As you are aware, strange incidents have been reported on the news lately. It is my firm belief that none of you are involved.
Yeah, none of the student body has been stealing the souls of random innocent people. You're so right, actually.
However, the uncertainties of high school life are many, and overcoming this will require constant effort. You must dig down deep inside, but don't worry so much that you lose touch with reality. As they say, everything in moderation. This is the key to reaping all the rewards that school has to offer.
Continues in the speech.
Wait a minute. Doesn't this remind you of Kirijo-senpai's speech?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I guess he doesn't want to be outdone by a teenager? Can't really blame him, but still.
Hello.
Do you have a minute? I'm sorry, but I'll need some of your time after school. I have a special request for you.
Anything for you, Mitsuru.
I apologize if I'm being abrupt, but I couldn't think of a better person to ask. I'll tell you more about it after school. Until then.
We're unlocking all our social links finally, which is nice. This gives us Chihiro, which I'm excited about. And we also get Hidetoshi, which I care significantly less about. Let's review quadratic functions. You remember those, don't you? Sometimes the graph will be a parabola, or sometimes a hyperbola. Well, they're certainly beautiful curves, but they can't measure up to parabolic and hyperbolic spirals. These are algebraic spirals. Look, aren't they magnificent?
So, after that.
Wow. Now then, let's see if you can answer this from a mathematical point of view. Iori-kun, which of the following is not an algebraic spiral?
Wait, what?
Hold up. How the heck am I supposed to know something like that? Zach, do you know which of these is an algebraic spiral or whatever? If I had to, I'm gonna really rack my brain. Does anybody know? gonna really think about this before I really like get into racking my brain. I'm thinking D. Okay, Kat says D. I'm gonna rack my brain. I'm really thinking. Thinking hard. I think it's A. If I had to take a guess, I'm gonna guess that it's A.
Isn't it?
Wow, I'm so smart. Really racked my brain for that one. The logarithmic spiral. It's called the golden ratio. Is the growth when the golden ratio is the growth factor? It's called a golden spiral. This is the name implied. D was the ugliest. I agree. No, you're correct on that one. The name implies you can graph an algebraic spiral using an algebraic equation. B is the Archimedean spiral, C is a parabolic spiral, and D is a lattice, all of which are algebraic spirals. However, A, the logarithmic spiral, is not considered to be an algebraic spiral. It is a common spiral found in nature, such as on the nautilus shells and sunflower seeds. No matter how far you scale in or out, the shape remains roughly the same. This is called self-similarity. Yeah, I thought definitely, I was thinking B, honestly. My B was gonna be my answer. The way it spirals kind of reminds me of Tartarus.
Man.
What, just me? Anyway, thanks for your help, dude. Give him the answer right now. He must be really smart. Yeah, I'm pretty great. What can I say?
Sorry to keep you waiting. To make a long story short, I'd like you to join student council.
Okay. Sounds like a lot of work.
We meet regularly, but I don't expect you to participate every time. Just come to the student council room when you can.
That's it?
Yes, that's it. All I want is for you to be a member. Being president is very time-consuming. I'd like to have an ally to support me in the event of an emergency.
Cool.
An ally, meaning someone who understands my situation. You know what it means to be a leader, so I'm asking you.
All right. Sounds good to me.
Excellent. I knew I could count on you.
No, it's an entirely new cast. The whole cast is new. Except I think Tara Platt is still Elizabeth. I think she's the only one who they held over. Everybody else is brand new. Fully new cast. This is I think Allegra Clark, who is doing a great job with it. Can you play as the female main character? You cannot, unfortunately. Only male.
And I've already filed and approved your student council membership on your behalf.
Wow, so kind of you. Thank you, Mitsuru.
But you'll have to go to the faculty office on your own to sign everything.
Seems like in order to join the student council, I have to go find Miss Toriumi. I need to tell her that I'm going to join student council.
I'm sorry for making arrangements without your permission, but I hope you understand the position I'm in. Once you're ready, come to the student council room. I'll be waiting for you there.
Mitsuru left the classroom. Seems I can join the student council if I submit some paperwork to the faculty office. You should head to the faculty office when I have some free time. I have to go find Miss Toriumi first. What additions or changes does this version have? It's story-wise, I believe, pretty much exactly the same. I don't think they made really any like story changes. Just visual updates, you know, gameplay updates, etc. They added some hangouts with the male characters that you wouldn't get normally in the male route. They're not exactly like the social links that the female route had, but you get hangouts with Junpei and Akihiko and everybody. There was some other stuff that they added too that I don't remember what it was. About the student council.
Yes. Kirito-san filled me in. All we need is your signature, so read through this and sign here.
Cool.
All right, looks good. You can leave the rest to me. Good luck in student council.
Thank you. All right, let's join student council.
All right, everyone. This is who I've been talking to you about. He'll be joining us in student council starting today.
Ah, so he's the one.
That's me.
I'm Hidetoshi Odagiri. I supervise the disciplinary committee.
I'm Chihiro Fushimi, the treasurer. I'm a first year, and, I'm still learning the ropes, so please be patient with me.
Nice to meet you. And also him, I guess.
You must be quite talented to be handpicked by the president herself. I look forward to working with you.
I think I made a good impression on Odagiri. I joined the student council and got to know the members. Hope I get along with everyone here.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of the Emperor Arcana.
Of the Emperor Arcana. Good times.
It's getting late. Introductions will be enough for today. What we want from you is to assist us as necessary. From now on, you have my permission to enter the student council room whenever you wish.
Sick.
Your time is your own after school, but try to remember the student council every now and then.
I'll think about it every, so often.
We meet on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but we don't meet on days before tests.
I'll be walking around the school and go, oh yeah, that's where the student council room is.
Thanks for coming today.
That'll be my remembering the student council, don't worry. Do 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 do.
Welcome back.
All right, I heard you might be joining the student council. Kirijo-senpai, you're sure you want to let a slacker like this guy join? I'm not forcing him, but if you're concerned about his work ethic, would you rather join yourself? Oh, I'll pass, but thanks for the offer. Student council, huh? Well, as exciting as that sounds, I think I'll pass.
That reminds me.
So I heard Mitsuru asked you to join student council. Sorry if it feels like you're being forced to, but I'm sure she could really use your help. Well, anyways, it's ultimately up to you, so give it some thought. As president of the student council, I'm really quite busy. In fact, it's quite rare that I have any time to rest.
Greatly appreciate it.
I won't require your help constantly, but stop by the student council room when you have time. I look forward to your contributions. Yeah, look at him. My boy. My boy. I don't think I really have time for student council. I'm busy enough with archery, studying, and fighting shadows. It's already kind of a lot. And I mean, Kirijo-senpai is just... Actually, it's nothing. Never mind. I love the way that for like the first half of the game, Yukari and Mitsuru just kind of hate each other. It's gonna work. Customer called me over and praised my service. I dealt with the housewives complaining the pheromone coffee has no effect. Cool, we're not broke. Not as broke. Pop it down, pop it down, pop it down, pound, pop it down, pop it down, pop it down, pound.
Good morning.
You gotten acclimated to our school yet? Sure have.
That's...
I see. Your ability to adapt to a new environment is impressive. By the way, if you ever need me for anything, most times you can find me in the lounge. However, I won't be present if there's business I must attend to. If I'm not at the dorm at night, then you'll have to put off any exploration for another day. I hope you understand. If mom's not home, we can't go out. Got it. Operation Babe Hunt. Hey, can't wait. Yeah, woo. I'm so excited. At least they allegedly removed the transphobia, so that's cool.
Heading to practice?
That's neat. Love that for us. Go up track game.
My side is killing me. I might have overdone it a
The
bit.
small wins. The scene itself is still there, but at least it's not transphobic anymore. Little steps. Don't push yourself.
I'm not giving up yet. I can keep going. How about you? You okay? You've really been pushing it.
Yeah, I'm
You don't
crushing
even
it.
look tired. What kind of training regimen do you have?
Every night at midnight, I spend an hour training in a timeless zone, working on my body. You know, a very special routine.
I figured as much. Else I wouldn't be dying over here. You're pretty crazy. Kinda sucks. You totally destroyed me. I knew the standards were high around here, but I never thought someone so good would be right in front of me. Okay, I've made up my mind. Listen up. I'm gonna make you eat my dust.
Say less.
Sorry. I didn't mean to get so worked up. Let's get go.
What's wrong?
I think I might have twisted my knee. Forget it. Let's go.
I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure that's nothing. Oh, Yuko! Hi! This time, for sure, she won't shoot me down, right? This time, definitely.
Oh, it's you. What's up?
Want to walk home together?
Okay.
I told
sure.
you, this time for sure.
Why don't we stop somewhere along the way? It's tough being a team manager. You really don't get any respect. And the guys on the team all act like little kids.
Yeah.
Where's my towel? Can you wash this for me? I'm not their mother, you know. At least I don't have to worry about gaining weight since I'm always running around taking care of them.
True.
How about you? Are you enjoying track and field?
It's fun.
Oh yeah? That's good to hear. Thought it might be boring for you, since you're so much better than everyone else.
Yeah, you know, it's the curse that I must bear. As just the greatest athlete to ever walk the earth, you know. Sometimes you just have to suffer from your success. And I know all too well.
I can tell just by looking. It's like you've got your own style, and you don't waste much energy.
Uh-huh.
Well, if you have any questions, just ask Kaz. You know, Kazushi. You guys are in the same class, so I'm sure he'd be willing to help you. You can ask me too if you want, since I'm the manager.
I would hope so. Look at us, we're getting so many social links.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond.
I was wondering if they were gonna like spread out the social links at all. Because like I always thought this game was kind of weird and that you get like 15 social links at the start and then like 2 of them in the middle and then like a couple right at the very end of the game. It's kind of like, I wondered if they were gonna like spread it out a little bit more, but no, they're just like, here's all of them. Here's like 90% of the social links all at once. Good luck.
Oh, I've got to run. There's a show I want to catch. See you at school.
Everybody always leaves me to go watch their favorite shows. What a different era this was.
Welcome back.
By the way, the internet line, which was ripped apart by the shadow earlier this month, will be fixed tomorrow. If you have a computer in your room, you should be able to connect. That takes care of everything that was damaged. Except, of course, Akihiko's ribcage. Well... Speaking of the internet, you play any online games, dude? Oh boy. I can't wait! Online games? Yeah, wait, which one are you gonna recommend? You know, those games you play online with a bunch of people you never met before. I used to be totally addicted to this one game, but I got kind of burned out on it. Here, you can have it. It's called Innocent Sin Online. Ooh. Ooh. Who wants to go get groomed? Let's go! Okay. My favorite, that's a hard one. I do think it's probably 5 Royal. But I do really like 3 as well. 3 is very high on that list. They're neck and neck. Pretty cool, huh?
Oh?
Tons of people all playing the same game together. And it's online, right? I imagine that makes it even harder to know who you're playing. I guess not knowing your enemies makes it easier in some respects. As for me, I prefer to look my opponent straight in the face before we compete. So real, Akihiko. Online games? Well, some casual recreation is fine, but try not to get carried away. If it should devolve into an unhealthy obsession, need I say the rest?
Hello.
How are your explorations of Tartarus proceeding? Really good.
Fantastic.
Excellent, then continue the good work.
Oh yeah!
I'm so glad we can start using the internet again. I've been meaning to check out the new summer clothes that are coming out now. I guess I could look at the magazines, but it's quicker to just check online. Plus, it's free. God, it's so funny because they managed to maintain the fact that it's in this era where, like, you know, the internet's still kind of like this new thing.
Oh yeah!
I hear lots of gamers love Innocent Sin Online. Well, since tomorrow's a holiday, you should play it, dude. Yeah, we could play Innocent Sin Online, huh? I guess we could do that. I'm gonna go to work again. Make ourselves some more money, get some more social stats. Pretty crowded today. I'll have to work more efficiently than usual. Customers are ordering a lot today. The cafe is filled with pheromones. Please never say that sentence again, actually. Despite being busy, I responded to complaints about the slow service with sincerity. I gave you a little bonus on top of your usual pay. Thanks for helping out during peak time. Let's go. We're rich. Not really, but we're rich. We've got like, what's that? Like $100? American, what's the conversion rate right now? Yeah, so we have 10,000 yen. That's no, that's $67.40. Woo! We're rich. Today is Showa Day. There's no school. Come to think of it, I should be able to connect to the internet now. I should try playing the game that Junpei gave me. Yes, we will. Yeah. You know, I suppose so, huh? Yeah. No, let's do that, I guess. Studying at your desk takes time, but your academics will increase. On days you don't have school, you may choose to take advantage of your afternoon by studying. Playing an online game. You can now use the computer in your room to play Innocent Sin Online. Playing the game will take up time, but you might meet new people. Play the MMORPG. I think I'll spend the day playing games online. Autumn, the year 9X. I have one new message. From Phil. Realities is just a series of events and players acting out what they believe to be true. When we accept that fact, our world becomes as real as any other. Reality is but a reflection of our own thoughts and expectations. But what if we are merely reflections in someone else's mirror? Are you prepared to look through that mirror to discover the truth? I'm in Shinagawa Dungeon. I don't see any other players. A girl in red approaches me. Sup, XD? Oh yeah, she does still lead speak. Let's go! ASL. Wait, oh my god. Oh wait, you're a noob? You are, huh? Oh wow, you haven't even finished making your character yet. I guess the new default skin thing was for real. I got this cool outfit in the patch too. Not like it brought many new people. This is kind of dead MMO these days. Hey, welcome to the game. Cool to see you around. :3. Oh, who are you? Not me typing out my response. Sorry, got kind of out of character there. We're supposed to be our alternate selves, right? Yeah. So, what are you gonna call your character? All I see is no data. Hey, I got a good name for you, :3. How about Tatsuya? Yeah, that's perfect, IMO. I'll change mine to Maya, okay? Have a little deja vu? I don't get it. Figures, it's been a while. I played that game so much in college. Oops, hope you can't figure out how old I am, Raffle. Anyway, I'm usually idling here on my days off. So if you're bored, maybe we can level together. It sucks to be lonely. I become acquainted with a player who comes by the name of Maya. Great, thank you. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Definitely a guy behind the keyboard. Just wait. Just wait. We'll find out who it is eventually. You just gotta give it time.
Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest.
I don't know if you'll be more upset or less upset at the ending result, but still. Sorry, got to go. Remember, let's think positive. Traisto XD. I'm gonna Google it right now. I think it's better if you don't. I think the reveal is much funnier if you don't. Maya's player signed off. I just had to log out as well. Because what they do is like every link they give you like a little bit more as it becomes more and more concerning and alarming as to what's going on. And I think that's the funniest option. Oh yeah, you can use that computer over there whenever you want, by the way. You can put whatever software you want onto it too. Oh, but don't play online games on it. It'd suck if someone accidentally used your account. You can use the shared computer in the first floor lounge for research or to run and purchase software. All search software is single use only and can be purchased from the Manga Star Net Cafe. Like many activities, using the computer will take up a portion of your day.
Seriously?
And no one's back yet. We have to go to school tomorrow. I guess that means the Tartarus is a no-go. Yeah.
Nice.
Alrighty then, time to hit the hay. Okay, so we can go to the shop now.
Welcome.
Software programs on our computers are available for sale at the counter. Mangastar's Net Cafe is a vendor of PC software. You can run purchase software on the computer of first floor dormitory lounge. Oh my god. PC software for learning manners that will charm others. PC software for helping you attain a beautiful body via watching videos. PC software for learning English through pictures and images. PC software for children. Adults need courage to play this. Typing Ghoul. PC software that requires courage to defeat zombies through typing. Yeah. PC software for learning how to effectively strengthen your muscles. PC software for growing your mind through meditation. For those who love beef bowls, had a membership code on the official site. Get that one. Where's the stairs? There's the stairs. My depth perception was failing me for a moment there. Hope everyone's having a great day. We're looking for someone to work at the cafe today. No, we gotta go do research on our computer. I couldn't hack it at my last job since I'm kind of antisocial, so I became a taxi driver. But when my customers try to start a conversation with me, I never know what to say to them. Yeah, man, for sure. MMO Social Link, it's so funny. Heard that anyone can use the computer. Looks like there are some pre-installed programs. Package on the bookshelf has a sticker on it that says free to borrow. Should I borrow something? Digital Cram School. Shout out to Bree telling me she'd be back in a minute 2 hours ago. Her ass definitely fell asleep. Her ass definitely fell asleep. She like sat down one time and just passed the fuck out. The fan book came with a membership code. You can use on the official website. The Umiyushi official website. Members only, exclusive takeout perks. Looks like if I register, I'll be able to order takeout from Umiyushi. And enter the membership code. Neat. Thank you for registering. We hope you enjoy the Umiyushi taste in the comfort of your own home. Now to order takeout. Wow. We're almost done with April, guys. Oh my gosh. We're flying.
Hey, listen!
Spent my entire day off at the Net Cafe. You can play computer games there, so I ended up trying a bunch of different ones.
Seriously?
I didn't know that they sell computer software there, but I didn't realize you could use them in the private booths too. They're always so packed there though, so I never feel like going. Yeah, it was super crowded yesterday too. It was a miracle I managed to get my own booth. Next time I'll just buy the game. It's probably more relaxing to play at home anyways. Uh-huh. Why am I talking like that? Oh, not this guy. No, anybody but him. No. Alright, who wants to be here for the next hour listening to him talk? Why am I talking? Is that not what high school girls talk like? That's my perception of what high school girls talk like. Especially when they're loudly chatting about gossip. I'm Edogawa and I'll be teaching. Oh, let's call it integrative learning. My goal is to ease some of the stress you suffer as students, which I assume there is plenty. I think of it as psychotherapy through magic. Yes, that's right. Quiet down. No talking. Silence, I say. Were you supposed to hear me bring magic up? Well, this study was very recently published, so it's not well known yet. But those who believe will be saved. In other words, the placebo effect is hard at work. That means if you believe your studies are paying off, and eventually they will. Alright then, let's get on with our first lecture, the basics of magic. Who can use magic and who cannot? That seems like a reasonable enough starting point. Some of you may think magic lets you do absolutely anything. Pulling pranks, raining vengeance on your enemies. Well, if those are the first wishes that run through your mind, when it comes to magic, I'll tell you now, you'll never master the craft. This is true of both Eastern and Western sorcery. Those with wicked hearts will either be powerless or driven to ruin. There's one more vital facet to learning magic. That is the master. Practitioners should always aspire to become as knowledgeable as their predecessors, especially if they intend to study high-level magic. But without a master's careful instructions, learning the craft becomes wholly impossible. Once you've begun your training, you have to live in two worlds at once, the real world and the dark realm. If you ever lose the ability to distinguish between the two, then you'll be headed straight for disaster. That's what makes the guidance of a master absolutely vital. With all that out of the way, I'll move on to the meditation of one of the standards in magical training. Now I've got some handouts here for you. I'm feeling sleepy. I close my eyes now. I have to stay awake to get my academics up. Well, looks like that's our time. If you think you might be interested in the practice, try medicating. Honestly, he needs to medicate. Try meditating on the course of your day while lying in bed tonight. In vivid detail, recall each event taking place in reverse, sort of like traveling back through time in your mind. If you ever reach the point where you can do it flawlessly, you just may have what it takes to become a good magician. That's it for today. Force myself to stay awake for the lecture. Unfortunately. We can go with Kenji or Kaz. Cheater made up for today for sure. You're free, right? Let's hang out. Suemitsu. Is that... Can we go to Chihiro? No. Yes? Yes, Chihiro. We're doing that one. I heard you were invited to the student council. Hirojo Senpai said so. I'm so jealous of you. I wish I could get invited. You think I should talk to her or something? Yes. Hiro! What do you want? I just wanted to talk. I don't have anything to talk about. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, we have nothing to talk about. Where's Suemitsu? Oh, is that fucking... Is that fucking... No, not him. Okay. Shrine? Is it Maiko? No. I don't know who that is. It's so good, right? Oh, Macroom. It's not BB, is it? I need to be smarter to hang out with BB. It might be BB. I don't think she's willing to talk to me anymore. Maybe I should try again another time. Sigh. Okay, let's go with Kaz.
What's up?
All right. Hey, you're showing me up all the time. Time to put my game face on.
All right, one more time. I'll show you what I'm made of. Huh? Damn it! Seriously?
Oh, he died.
Miyamoto!
He's dead. Rest in peace.
Anemia? Come on, we're counting on you to be captain next year.
The big meet's next year, so you've got time. Just don't overdo it.
Hey, you. Why don't you leave practice early and take him home?
Sorry. What are you looking at? I'm fine. It's just, my anemia's acting up.
That sounds awful. You gonna be okay?
Of course. It's just, you know, a touch of anemia.
Just a touch. Just, you know, a sprinkle.
Damn it. I can't do it. I can't lie to you. Look, the truth is, it's my knee. It hasn't felt right ever since that day you first came to practice.
Oh, so it's my fault.
I tried medicine, I tried wrapping it, but the pain won't stop.
Will it heal?
Of course it will. But I can't afford to stop training, so I'll play through the pain.
Or, hear me out, you take like a week off, and then it gets better, and then you don't make it worse.
Next year, there's a national competition. Athletes from all over Japan will be there. The regionals don't hold a candle in comparison. And if I want to win, then I have to spend the next year training.
Again, you can take like a week off, that's
A lot
okay.
of guys on the team are nosy as hell. They find out about my knee, they won't leave me alone. So please keep it a secret, okay? We gotta look out for each other.
Yeah, I got your back, homie. I feel like I shouldn't keep it a secret, but I got your back, homie.
If I go easy on it, I can make it home by myself. Don't worry about me. You get on back to training.
Okay. Parted ways with Miyamoto and went back to home after practice. Neat.
Oh, it's you.
Hi, Mitsuru.
Hey there.
I'm sure you're tired of hearing this, but make sure you're fully prepared before going into Tartarus. You never know what'll happen there. There are some aspects of battle that we simply can't manage with an unprepared leader.
That's true.
I'm sure you don't want to put everyone else in danger, so keep that in mind. Doesn't matter. I'm in the chat.
Salut.
The higher we advance up Tartarus, the stronger our enemies will become. Do you feel that your current equipment is adequate? I'm not so sure.
In that case,
Officer Kurosawa sells equipment. You should go see him when you have the time.
By the way,
When we were fighting in Tartarus, I was thinking, even shadows have stuff they're not good at. Like, they have weaknesses too. Like, how I'm not good at studying, you know? For a sec, I thought they were kind of relatable. So true, Junpei.
By the way,
I can't believe it's already the last day of April. It was probably one of the hardest months of my life, honestly. Hope I can relax a little next month. Oh yeah, definitely. No, The hardest month of your life so far, Yukari. Don't worry. We have plenty more months to go. I want to get courage up. It's too crowded right now. Fuck you mean, bitch. Okay, well I guess we're not getting courage tonight. In order to take out here. Oh. Twilight fragment.
Welcome.
Restores 100 HP for one ally. Ooh. That's cheap. I can only buy one. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, there's twilight fragments on the ground. There's a cat. No, that's a bird. Never mind. Same thing. Let's go study. How do you mix up a cat and a... They're pretty much the same animal, honestly. Feel smarter after working on some difficult problems without giving up. Oh my gosh, it's May.
Morning.
Why did you sound so fucking exhausted when you said that? It's been pretty warm lately, hasn't it? Well, it's already May. Isn't it crazy how fast time flies? Definitely.
Yeah.
Seriously, and a lot's happened. I'm sure there's a lot more to come too. Apathy syndrome might not go away anytime soon either. Because we're the only ones who can fight shadows. Maybe we should be working harder. Besides, I need to get stronger too. I can't have someone else protecting me all the time.
Hey, did you hear? Sonata-san's getting checked up at the hospital today. He called me earlier and asked me to bring him something. Yep, he knows who to count on.
He only asked you because you don't have anything better to do after school.
Got him.
Hey, I resent that.
Just kidding. So, what do you want you to bring?
The class roster for 2E.
Class roster? What's he want that for?
You know what day today is? It's Friday. Sounds to me like we've got ourselves a certified Fuka Friday.
Well, I don't have practice today, so I guess I'll come along and find out. You're coming too, right?
Yeah, let's go.
Cool.
Wait a minute.
What? Is there a problem?
Well, it was me, he asked.
Literally just saw a Fuka Friday tweet. Good. As it should be. My boy.
Is Sonata-san...
My boy. It's him. It's him. Hi, Shinji.
In this room, by any chance?
What are all of you doing here?
We came to see you, but you look like you're doing just fine.
That's because I'm just here for a checkup.
We done here, Aki?
Yeah, thanks.
Who is she? She's cute. We're hopefully gonna meet her tonight. That's my hope, as I'd like to at least get to the point where we meet Fuka. I don't know if we're gonna get Fuka, but we're gonna meet her at the very least.
I don't have time for this shit.
All right, see you later, Shinji.
You're... Never mind.
Hey.
Who was that?
A friend from school. Sort of.
A friend from school who doesn't go to school anymore.
You know how the number of apathy syndrome cases has been increasing? Well, he knows a few people who are suffering from it. So I thought we'd have a little chat. Hey, Junpei, did you bring what I asked?
Of course I did.
Thanks. All right, let's get going.
Should you be moving your arm around so much?
I'm fine. I've wasted enough time already. I need to get back to my training.
Yeah,
By the
that's
way,
my boy.
Senpai, why boxing?
You mean, why did I choose the sport? Well, it's not the sport itself I like. I just wanted to learn how to fight with my bare hands. I know what it's like to feel powerless. I don't ever want to feel that way again. Besides, I'm curious to see how strong I can get. It's like a game, only I'm competing against myself.
I mean, boxing, you're technically competing against someone else, but, you know, play.
That's one way of looking at it. But hey, I got you.
Is it
I'm into games too.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, video games.
No, but like fighting games.
Let's make the distinction here. Gosh, Yukari. Girl moment, am I right? 2009 gamers. Gosh.
Whatever.
Oh, it's you.
We've had a long weekend coming up, don't we? Akihiko's gonna need some more time to recover, so I hope nothing happens in the meantime. I sure hope that nothing happens on, you know, May 9th before Akihiko recovers on, like, May 10th. That would be a shame. We must muster our strength while we can.
Hey.
That sounds gonna be like a superhuman or something. Didn't the shadow injure him? But he's acting totally normal, like it was no big deal. Normally people wouldn't be all like, I gotta heal up fast so I can jump back into the fight. He really is a boxing champ. Worlds apart from us ordinary folks, huh?
Yes? What is
Akihiko's
it?
still having some tests done. He should be back tomorrow, though.
Hey!
Is that guy in Sonata Senpai's hospital room? Oh, who was that guy in Sonata Senpai's hospital room? You think he was a friend of his? Yeah, it seemed like it.
Yeah.
I guess he did say he was a friend from school. But I don't think I've seen him at school before, so I don't know. Okay, this time we can go get a burger at Wuk. Mystery burger. Yum. I love when my burger is a mystery flavor. That's my favorite kind of burger. Had a strange texture, but tasted surprisingly good. I don't trust this burger. I don't trust the burger. Like, I do not trust the burger. Why does my burger have a weird texture? Golden Week starts tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Not really. But I'm not gonna miss tomorrow's show.
Oh, totally.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Tanaka's Amazing Commodities, right? When I hear that jingle, I can't resist buying something. I never miss it when it's on Sunday afternoons. I'm about to go broke. shopping program that airs on Sunday afternoons. Since tomorrow's Sunday, maybe I'll turn on the TV in my room to watch it. Oh my god. There's a sale today. Healthy brain food. Remember a healthy brain. We can go with Yuko. Or we can go with Bunkichi. Let's go with Yuko. Unless... Hi, Chihiro. Well, what happened the other day? I, sort of overreacted, and I, just wanted to say I'm sorry. I get really nervous when I talk to people, although I know I should really do something about it. It's especially bad when I talk to boys. All I can think about is running away in that situation. I'm a guy. I know, that's why I'm so nervous now. Sorry, I know I can't perform my duties in the student council if I'm like this. I have to try harder to overcome this phobia.
Thank you.
I'll try to do my best. Try again another time, okay. We're getting there. We're making progress.
Oh!
Actually gotta head out and do some shopping for the track team, like buying athletic tape and stuff. There's a lot, so it'd be nice if I had an extra hand or two to carry everything. Hint, hint. Thank you, Yuko. Hey, I need to go to the store right now. And you know, I gotta buy a lot of stuff for the track team. So like, you know, it would be great if I just had like an extra hand or two, you know, if there were anybody around. Come with me. Yo, let's go, Yuko. Can't rely on the other team members at all. You get it, right? Okay, then off to Paulownia Mall we go.
Okay, shopping for club stuff is done.
Hell
Good thing
yeah.
you came with me. I didn't realize there was so much to buy.
Yeah, there was so much that we have no shopping bags. We had so much that we actually had to order a shipment to the school because we couldn't carry it all back.
Also, I wasn't really in the mental state to do this alone today.
You did good.
Huh? Oh, thanks. You're not gonna ask me what happened? That's what you're supposed to do, you know, based on the conversation?
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. You know, I didn't realize that was like a, hey, you should ask me what's going on.
In today's classic literature pop quiz, I didn't know any of the answers.
Uh-huh.
And before I knew it, I dozed off. I ended up handing in a blank paper.
Man, that really, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. That seems like a you problem. This seems fully on you. It wasn't your fault. We'll be nice to her.
I know, right? I didn't do it on purpose. But then Mr. Akoda got all pissed off.
Yeah, no, for sure.
He called me to the faculty office and told me I had to write a reflection essay.
Oh, no, you poor thing.
I had to listen to Mr. Akoda lecture me for the longest time.
Oh, darn.
He was all like, at this rate, you'll end up as a good-for-nothing adult. And you're not putting enough thought into your future.
Right, mm-hmm.
Come on, it's way too early to worry about the future, isn't it? We're still just teenagers.
Girl, you graduate high school in 1 year. What? I get, you don't have to have like a solid future plan. Lord knows I didn't know what the fuck I was doing when I graduated high school, but like you should have like a, you know, semblance of an idea. You should like at least be kind of sort of thinking about it. That's true. I'm gonna agree with you.
Right?
To make you happy.
We should be allowed to enjoy ourselves now while we still can. Honestly, I haven't really thought about my future at all. I'm working hard for the track team, so I think that's good enough for now. As
Works for
the
me.
future, well, I've got plenty of time to think about it later.
I feel like our relationship has grown. Wow. Rank 2.
I guess this isn't the best place for a long conversation, huh? I'm gonna go drop these off at the storage room. See ya.
Oh, well, it's like you didn't need me helping you. Oh, my God.
to be running around here. Wait, aren't you?
Oh, Auntie Yuko.
How many times do I have to tell you? You can call me Big Sis, nothing else.
Is this the one? Is this the kid that everybody had the Ryuji theories about? Is this the one? Did they like really heavily change his design because they were like, this is not Ryuji, stop.
Oh no.
Or is this a
they're
different
gonna catch
one?
me. See ya, Auntie.
Hey, wait! And he's gone. That kid lives across the street from me. Why on earth are they playing tag in a place like this? I mean, it's dangerous, right? They should go play in the schoolyard or something. Oh no, the school gate is gonna close soon. I'll see you at practice.
Okay, bye. As it turns out, you didn't need me to help you carry anything.
Welcome back.
Finally, the 3-day weekend starts tomorrow. I asked some peeps if they wanted to hang out, but the only one interested were guys. You best use your time wisely. Yeah, I remind you that midterms are quickly approaching. And here I was thinking I could just live in blissful ignorance for a few days.
Wait, what?
Just afraid I'm gonna spend Golden Week the same way I always have. Lazing around, hanging out with dudes. Not that I don't love your company, my dude, but it's just sad, too sad, even though I'm a changed man this year. Oh, it's just about Golden Week. I was looking forward to improving on past year's Golden Week training regimen. But I guess that won't be happening this year.
That reminds me.
Our school's exams tend to be difficult, but you'll be fine as long as you're diligent about studying. That said, you just transferred and then you were hospitalized for a time. I'll see what I can do to help you.
Hey!
I should have some fun during Golden Week, especially since we'll be busy studying for midterms right after it. What is she doing? Oh, she's painting her nails. I see. I was trying to figure. I just saw the like this. I saw her just sitting there doing this, and I was like, "What is she doing?" Now I see it. Now I got it. All right, I guess we should study for midterms, huh?
Sit back, relax to the sound that goes around, 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 around. She said, hey, 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 feeling the fire with the burning desire. Every day we inspire, but never expires. But we will chill today. Let me rock the world tomorrow.
Get our academics up. We're gonna get so smart. We're gonna be a genius. He's slaying, Your Honor. So true. That's all Yukari ever does is slay. Uh-oh.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? Good. Funny bumping into you again. How did you get in my room?
What kind of welcome is that? Besides, I'm always with you. 1 week from now, there'll be a full moon.
Oh, uh-huh.
Be careful. A new hardship is coming.
What kind of hardship?
You'll run into one of them. You need to be prepared, but your time is limited. I'm sure you're aware of that, though.
Your Twitch can stop buffering every now and then, give you a whole ass minute delay. What downloading a huge game very slowly does to him.
I'll come see you again when it's over. Goodbye for now.
Okay, bye. Thanks for the chat. Today is Constitution Day. It's the beginning of the 3-day holiday, Golden Week. Come to think of it, that home shopping program on TV will be on during the day. Oh, yeah, yeah. You can catch it on TV from your room or the one in the lounge. The inventory changes every week, and as long as you've got the money, you can buy right from your home. The delivery will arrive at a later date. Since you can only watch the show once, make sure to check how much money you have on hand before tuning in.
Amazing commodities!
Why? Wait, that's his voice? Wait. I wasn't expecting it to be that animated. I have always viewed Tanaka as like a fucking like, it's me, Tanaka. Like, you know, very like dry. I'm your host, Tanaka, with a live presentation of my amazing commodities. We'll show you great products at unbeatable prices. So you don't touch that dial, because you won't want to miss these.
I'm going to do it.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What? Whoa. What? You can't just drop a fucking voice line like that. I'm going to do it. Like, sir? What do you mean by that? They were introducing the Mother's Day gift set. Want to show your mother how much you appreciate her, but need some help? Then this is just for you.
Good.
First up, we have the Rose Bouquet. It's the perfect gift. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more.
Not bad.
We'll throw in this luxury chocolate too. Guess how many? 2. All this for just 2,980 yen. This is a special limited product available today only. You heard right. Today only. Did I buy the Rose Bouquet? Yeah, I mean, fuck it. Might as well. My mom's dead, so, you know, I don't know who I'm getting this Mother's Day, you know, present for, but for today, we're all sold out. Sorry, folks. We'll see you next Sunday. Same time, same channel. All right. Healthy brain food, yeah. We can go get groomed, or we can go hang out with the 80-year-old couple. Let's get groomed. I'm in the Shinagawa dungeon. I don't see any other players. A girl in red approaches me. My teen hood. Wait, wasn't this the place? Wasn't this place called something else before? Lunarville, I think? Well, whatevs. Welcome back, Tetsuya. Good to see you again. You remember me, right? Have we met? Of course. You really do remember. The other player seems happy. This is exactly like when Maya and Tetsuya, remember? I love that sentence. This is exactly like when Maya and Tetsuya, remember? What kind of people are we? Playing inside on such a beautiful day. Sunshine is overrated. Real gamer moment. Demonstrate XD. Maya seems amused by that. I'm a gamer for life, :3. Oh my god. Whoa, we're supposed to be leveling, but we just keep on chatting, :3C. But hey, grinding gets old, right? It's more fun talking to you, Tatsuya. I think Maya's opening up to me. That's one word for it. I feel like we're, yeah, that's one word for it. It's something that we're doing here. Zone G. I'll be AFK for a while, so I'm logging off. Sorry, I forgot the big sale ends today. My player logged off. I decided to log out as well. Oh my god.
Yo.
So I heard this from a friend. Word is there's a guy at Escapade selling URLs for unusual sites. Selling URLs?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, probably not the kind of sites your average Joe could just stumble upon himself, you know? It does sound pretty interesting, but a glitzy club like that probably got security up the wazoo. Nope. Students aren't allowed to go in places like that. You need some serious courage to go in anyway. Where's the Elizabeth? It's in a cave.
Wait, what?
That's right, I'm gonna spend Golden Week the same way I always have. Yeah.
By the way,
You've been studying for the midterms? You might want to start now if you haven't, since you will also be busy with Tartarus. I mean, it's not like we can tell people that we're too busy fighting shadows to study.
Hey.
Maybe taking a day to do nothing once in a while isn't so bad. If nothing else, I've learned some new ways to kill time. That said, this is just one day. I don't know about spending multiple days in a row like this. Can't find the entrance? Yeah, I had trouble with that one too. Do you have any idea what a chairman does? I'm so busy I don't have much time for my research. That's why I'm going to dedicate this entire weekend to analyzing data. From morning till night, I'll be toiling away like a robot. Rust in peace. Be in the command room today. Human cereal. I'm still recovering from that joke. I use it and it seems very advanced. Someday I'll learn how to use it though. And then just you wait. I'm just gonna go study. Feel smarter after working on some difficult problems without giving up. So we have today off and we have tomorrow off. Who wants to hit me up? Got a text message. Kaz! What are you up to today? If you're free, let's go somewhere. Let me know if you can make it before the afternoon. Do we go with him or do we get groomed some more? What are we thinking? Got something for you today. Consider it a restitution for you and the others for working diligently every day. Well, if I leave, then I can't go back to Maya. Oh, it's just a sale at the police station. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let's go with Maya. Fuck it. I'm in Shinagawa Dungeon. I see Maya. Hi, I was waiting for you. Smile. So, I'm drunk. XD. Are you an adult? Oh, really? Yeah, really? Save me, Tatsu. I'm sick of my job. No time to party. Cry. Maya seems to be enjoying herself. 3 beers and counting. 11. Will you hold my hair back? Rar. I even have to work farm hoe this weekend. Oh my god. I can't. Work from home. Lol. But now I'm all drunk. XD. Wee. Maya's avatar danced crazy. Maya's avatar sat down. It didn't used to be like this. Cry. I never had to work weekends. But lately, I can't get motivated to get work done at work. You don't like your job? Oh, I love it. It's what I always wanted to do since I was a kid. Smile, but like a wide smile. Maya seemed proud. It's been 8 years though. Maybe I'm just bored? I need my game and drinky time, but I'm haunted by deadlines. Irregardless of those deadlines closing in, I still end up logging on here. Lol. Oh, irregardless isn't really a word. You know that? It's cause it just means the same as regardless. Hope you're taking notes cause this will be on the exam. Oh god. Yep. I really like how you have good spelling and pronunciation online. That's so elite, Tatsuya. Lol. X3. Oh my god. I thought I had braced myself for this social link. I really thought I had like gotten myself prepared, and I didn't. Yeah, so we found out a lot about her in that social link. That she hates her job, but it's a job that doesn't work weekends, that she's been doing for 8 years. And there was another fact in there that I won't point out because it'll really scream what we're doing here. Have you ever said a lol IRL on accident? I think I would die. Raffle. That type of thing could get me fired for reals. XD. Don't tell anyone. Okay. I can't get fired. I want to keep my job. I better get back to work, huh? Night. My player signed off. I decided to log out as well. Yeah, no, that's for the best. That's... I'll be in the command room today. Okay. Part-time position is open. I think we go work. Can you go?
Right.
She says you can still let her know if you want to head to Tartarus. Nice.
Hey. If you wanna go ahead.
You actually think about the enemy's next move and stuff during battle? Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it would be, huh? Yeah, it's important to analyze the situation and quickly think of a strategy during battle.
That's true.
I agree. Watching the enemy's every move and thinking 2 steps ahead of them would be ideal. That way our victory would be assured. We're counting on you. Yeah, no, let me just, watch their every move and make sure that I know what they're going to do before they do it. But like 2 steps ahead of when they're going to do it. I'll get right on that. I want to go to the mall too, because I want to go to the Velvet Room. I guess I could have gone directly to the Velvet Room, but...
Marvelous.
8 Twilight Fragments.
forward to
Wow.
it.
I still cannot foresee the limits of your potential.
How may I assist you?
Can I fuse anything decent?
Now then, let's begin.
Have you all the elements you need?
Ah. I can just fuse Satin Isle right now. Now what the hell? Why would what? I mean, okay. You can make Arsene. Fortuna.
What kind of persona?
This would be a wise choice.
It would be a choice, that's for sure. This would definitely be one of the personas that I could fuse.
This persona is powerful.
I can't really make any good personas, is the problem. I mean, I can like summon
This is your progress so far.
like Orpheus, I think would allow me to get some probably more options.
Please take. So you'll be summoning this one? May it be your inner strength.
I too have a purpose.
Registering
Make sure I
personas?
register everything.
Is overriding acceptable? I've completed registration. Now then, let's begin.
Well then, shall
Nope,
we take a
that gives
look?
me no more options than I had before. That's crazy how that works.
What kind of persona do you desire?
This persona is powerful.
Okay, so I'll go to level 8. We'll get a skill.
Please choose what skills to inherit.
It has Zeo. Hold on, I'm losing. I definitely want Agi. And I think probably Rakunda.
This would be. What do you wish to inherit?
It seems you have been blessed with some. Well then, shall we begin?
Wow, I made a brain tentacle monster. Birth from thine heart to walk at thy side, 'twas I. Now my wisdom shall be thine to use. Wow.
Well,
this persona is
my
powerful.
son. My son.
This persona is powerful. This persona is powerful.
Okay.
This persona is powerful.
It's powerful. Did you know? I think this
Please
persona
choose
is
what
powerful.
skills to inherit.
You can't get Agi. Interesting. We'll give you Dia.
it seems you have been blessed with.
So it begins.
My boy! Oh, aren't you just a strapping young lad? Just like me, hee-ho! Nice to meet you! I love him. My goat. Occasionally, a newly crafted persona will come bearing an item. This item can be obtained by raising the item-bearing persona to a predetermined level. You can check the attainable item under the persona status in the skills details section.
Well then, shall we take a look? Please choose the personas you would like to fuse.
Please take a look. Please take a look. Please take a look. This persona, yes? Oh,
It seems you can't afford the fee.
I'm broke. No.
Please
Okay,
take
I need
a
to get
look.
somebody who has a fire skill. I can actually come back and get that.
Are you finished?
Because this isn't taking my time. I can go work. I can go work and then buy that tomorrow. Because I have. You have Bufu. So if I got the other one that has electric and fire, and then Angel has wind. That should be all I need for now. I found an infamous bug and got rid of it before customers noticed. Wow. Try to use it wisely. I'm gonna use it to summon a brain monster. I'm letting you know that in advance. It's getting late. I should head back to the dorm. Rue. Okay, so we can do that. What else can we do? Go to the ramen shop. All right, well, back at it again. She just like me for real. You have a long weekend. We're gonna spend the whole thing playing video games. So relatable. I'm running a little late. I'll be right there, okay? I entered the area. I was on the phone with my mom. Whenever we talk, it's always the same. It's like all she cares about is marrying me off to some dude. What's her problem? This is the correct answer. Is the problem? That's the correct answer. Don't want to get married? I can't do it. I just don't want to rush, okay? Maybe by 40 or something. Maya seems upset. Oh boy. I mean, WTF? Everyone acts like a girl has to get married to be happy. It's sexist to think that women can only be happy when they're tied down. The other night, I got a little drunky and kind of passed out at the Polonia. When this old dude was like, "You'll never get a man looking like that." Ugh. I told him to shut the fuck up, damn it. OTL. I've known most of these, which shows how old I am, which is, I feel like, unfortunate. I don't. On the low. That's it. Sorry, we got off topic. Guess I'm a little tired. But I do feel better now. XD! Here, Tatsuya, this is for you. Maya used a heal potion on Tatsuya, but there was no effect. Oh, guess your HP was already full. Lemonade! I forgot she says that. I forgot she says that. I so forgot she says that. I was saying that. If I ever send you something funny and you respond with lemonade, I'm blocking you immediately. I'm trying to say thanks for listening to all my bitching. I think Maya's opening up to me. I feel like we're getting closer. You know that old lamer I told you about? He was hanging around Polonia. So, also, the fact that she admits that the Polonia Mall means it's somebody local. Oh my god, I hate you. It means it's somebody we know, probably. They live near us. If you see him, don't be nice. I saw him on his weird TV show, too. Super creepy. Alright, I'd better go practice being a good housewife for Tatsuya. Heart. Maya's player signed off. Learned a man from TV? Question mark. Who visits Polonia Mall at night. You never send me anything funny anyways? Good. I try not to. There's a package near the door. It looks like the product ordered through the shopping program, and the TV has arrived. Rose bouquet and luxury chocolate. Hey, Junpei. Tsunade-san and Kirijo-senpai aren't packed yet. I guess we won't be going to Tartarus tonight. Yuka-san said she's gonna study in her room. What to do? What to do? I got a game that you could play. I got a good friend on there. She's into teenagers. So is Tanaka here now? No, not today. Darn. I wonder if the Tanaka skip is still in the game. I know it's not. I guarantee you they did not keep that bug, but it's so funny. So in the original games, in base P3, I think it was in FES and portable as well. The final boss, the game allows you to go out onto the town to prep for the final boss before the final boss happens. It lets you go out on the town that night and get yourself like prepped up, anything that you need to buy, etc., etc. Because nothing in town, you have no social links available. There's nothing that can pass time. But there was a bug where if you had not started the social link for Tanaka, which happens at night, you can start it that night before the boss. And you can skip to the true ending by starting that social link on that night and never fight the final boss. Which I think is objectively the funniest way to beat the game. May not be much, but this is my gift to you. Please accept it.
I'm looking forward. How may I assist you?
I need to
Please
summon.
take a look. Please take a look. So you'll be summoning this one? May it be your inner strength. Are
The funniest
you
thing is,
finished?
realistically, if I wanted to, right now, I could just summon Satnile and just never have to play this game again. That's what I think is so funny about the DLC, is the fact that they give you all the personas right off rip and they're all free. So you can just fucking actually cheat the game. And there's a lot of folks with apathy syndrome around here. It feels like it's getting close to a full moon. Look at them all. They're just slumped everywhere. They're mumbling to themselves. I feel like there would be more of like a state of emergency if there were just like people all over the place in public. Like there's like 5 of them right here, just like, you know, slumped like zombie, like mumbling to themselves. I feel like that would cause more of like a national uproar. But, you know. Our courage and our charm continue to go up. Someday we'll be level 2 in a social stat. Trust the process. Finally gotta go back to school. I can't just keep gaming all day. I hear people talking. Golden Week is over. I'm so sad. You know, rabbits can die from sadness.
Excuse me?
Okay, 1, you're not a rabbit. And 2, it's not sadness, but loss of appetite. What? No way. I for sure thought it was because of heartbreak. Oh, speaking of sad, I saw an elementary school kid at Naganaki Shrine the last time I visited. Maiko! She looked so sad playing all by herself. I felt sorry for her. Or she's having some sort of trouble. My sweet child. We're gonna go visit Maiko today. I don't really feel like teaching today. Last night I was watching TV when I saw a special on trains. Traveling by train is always nice, isn't it? Staying in a sleeper car is a traveler's dream. Speaking of trains, let's talk about the rhombus-shaped instrument on the roof of the train. Power is generated when this device comes into contact with the overhead wires.
Then?
You look like you know what I'm talking about, Kodak. Let's see if that's the case. What do you call the device that helps generate electric power for the train? Guys, what do we call it? Oh shit, she autistic. Real. Who knows what it's called, guys? I'm you know, loading my brain to rack my brain about it. Do you have any guesses? If I had to, you know, take a shot in the dark, I'm thinking, clearly, if I were to guess, the answer would be a pantograph.
Yes, that's right.
You're better informed than I thought. Or perhaps you're simply a rail fan? Most modern trains take in electricity by bringing the pantograph in contact with overhead wires. I love railing. However, the monorail we use has the pantograph hidden under the train instead. Apparently there's a lonely girl at the shrine. There is apparently a lonely girl at the shrine. Chihiro is not here today. Maiko! Oh.
Who are you?
Hi, I'm Maiko. Mom and Dad said not to talk to bad people. Are you a bad person? Yeah, real bad. No, I'm good. You're not lying, are you? I can't play right now because I'm hungry. There's something I really want. I want to eat something round and hot and soft too. Food's round, hot, and soft. Does she want takoyaki? Is that the thing? I think she wants takoyaki. Weird takoyaki. Perfect. Just what I needed. Hello. Want some weird takoyaki? Maiko took my weird takoyaki. That was so yummy. I ate the whole thing all by myself. But now I'm thirsty. I want something fizzy. That one mad and bitter drink is the best. I heard you can buy it at Iwatodai Station, but I don't know where. A drink that's fizzy, mad, and bitter. Okay. They changed that, though. Interestingly. Because before you could only buy it at the dorm, and I thought I was going to have to wait. Mad Bull. Let's go give a Red Bull to a 5-year-old, baby. Let's go. Woo! I am so thirsty. I want something fizzy. That one mad and bitter drink is the best. Ooh, this is my favorite. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like my Mad Bull. Nothing beats a nice cold one. Crack it up with a cold one with the boys. Am I right, Maiko? You're nice. Will you be my friend? Come play with me again, okay? Of course.
Thank you.
Really? Then I'll be waiting for you here. You better not be lying. Promise you gotta come back, okay? Okay. Cool. We've got the Maiko link. We can go with Bunkichi, Yuko, or Hidetoshi. What are we feeling? I kind of want to go with Bunkichi. I love them.
Oh, you came back. Welcome. What was your name again?
It's okay. I would never forget your name.
Oh, no need to tell me. I was just joking. I'm not that senile.
That's debatable, but...
My wife and I were just talking about you. Tell me, do you like this kind of treat? Someone gave it to me, but I have more than enough. Go ahead and take it.
Thank you.
Ah, don't worry about it. You don't have to thank me for something as small as this. You're so polite, I say. You're like his complete opposite. Would you like another to give to a friend? We have so many. My wife and I would take forever to finish them all.
I don't think we get Koromaru until like August, unfortunately. We don't meet him for a while. Like that.
Right then. Here you go. For real this time. What was your name again?
Goodness, dear. It's him. Remember?
You don't remember his name? It's him. You know, that guy. You don't remember that dude. His name. You don't remember it?
My apologies. He's been terribly forgetful lately. Here you are.
Thank you for the melon bread.
Say, where did that boy run off to, dear? He should be here helping customers. Sorry about that.
Boy?
Our spoiled son. He hasn't been back in a while.
Your son is dead.
Honestly, where in the world did he go? Right, dear?
Oh, my dear, he's...
He's what?
Oh, that's right. Our son has already passed away. I'm sorry, young man. I apologize on behalf of my son for not being here to greet you.
The other couple opened up about their painful past. Feels like we're going closer.
Hey now, the two of you look like you just seen a ghost. It's dark outside. We don't need it to be dark in here, too. Come visit us again, will you? We'll be waiting.
I feel like Bunkichi's like the grandpa that you love to go visit. Because you just never know what he's gonna say, but it's gonna be something wild. But he's still like, you know, the kind old man at heart.
Oh, welcome back.
Y'all got people you like to visit? I don't, but you know, I imagine there are. Have more people been getting apathy syndrome lately, or am I just imagining things? Hey, why don't we go to Tartarus later? Should probably try to get as strong as possible, just to be safe.
Hey!
Wish there was an easier way to get to Tartarus. I ain't talking about climbing either. Because first we gotta go all the way to school, right? What if I just open my door and it leads straight into Tartarus? Now that would be nifty.
What even?
Stop spewing nonsense already. You're not family. I do want to visit you, but that's different. Earth, would anyone want their door to be connected to Tartarus? No, apathy syndrome isn't exactly natural. Then something seems off about it. Maybe I'm just being pessimistic, but I find I'm usually right about the bad stuff. Not family. You know what I mean. What? You know, you get what I'm saying. You understand what I mean. You're not like blood-related family that I'm like legally obligated to have to go, you know, spend time with sometimes.
Salut.
Did you have a productive golden week? No. I got groomed for 3 days straight. I generally stuck to the same routine I follow every golden week. Although I did keep a close eye on Akihiko to dissuade him from trying to do anything reckless. Get the urge for some boxing practice whenever I'm at school. Maybe we should just get back to it when I feel like I've gotten better. What do you think? I guess you could. Oh, you think so? Well, I was just joking. Why does she speak French? She just does that sometimes. If something like that, there's no way Mitsuru would keep a lid on it. Those lousy seniors and their lousy French. I haven't taken a shit in a while, so let's think about our life. Feel my mind starting to wander as I wash my hands. I haven't got used to fighting yet. Maybe we should go to Tartarus tonight. We could go to Tartarus tonight. We're level 9. Is 9 gonna be good enough for the boss? Should we go to like fuck it. 9's fine. 9 will be great. We don't need to go to stinking Tartarus for no stinking level ups. I'm just gonna go to get myself a job. I'm gonna be a good employee and show up when my shift starts. Unless Tanaka's here. No, he's not here. Customer called me out and praised me for my service. Drunken businessman tried to pick a fight with me. Wow. Such a good shift. Also, I'm getting paid like... We're unpolished, baby. Let's go. We're so charming. I'm so charming, they call me unpolished. Ooh. Ooh. We're still timid, though. Let's run! Yo. So true. Is Chihiro here today? Okay, Chihiro's here. Maiko is not. It's a Thursday. I think she's Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Hello. Hello. I was able to say hello to you. Although, the more I think about it, the more nervous I get. I hope I can get better at this somehow. Let's hang out.
What?
Huh? This is so sudden. I need to think about it.
Oh.
Next time for sure. Okay. Kenji, I guess.
What's up?
Just thinking, I bet Takaba-san has some pretty high standards, huh? You'd probably have to be a real Prince Charming if you want to get her attention. Well, not like it matters to me anyways. I'm not really interested in her. By the way, you heading out? I got nothing to do today, again.
Yeah.
Ooh, lucky me. Let's go somewhere then. That said, it's gotta be you-know-where. Uh-huh. Delicious ramen. Despite its simple appearance, the soup has complex flavor that's enhanced by the noodles.
Man, I'm so sick of this, dude.
Of school? Of ramen?
Dude, I've been sick of school since day one.
You know, fair enough.
I mean, I get up, go to school, sit through lame-ass lectures, eat, watch TV, and go to bed. Okay, that settles it. I'm gonna get myself a girlfriend. Right now.
Go for it, buddy. Good luck. 97%.
Thing to say. Soon, I'll have a girlfriend and be just as cool as you.
Yeah, man, for sure.
All right, I think I'm gonna pull the trigger on my secret plan. I told you about the teacher, right? I'm gonna ask her out and get her to fall in love with me.
You could also just, like, ask out, you know, a girl in our class.
Her name is Miss Kano. You heard of her? She teaches third-year ethics. We get along pretty well. She's not mainstream beautiful, but she's really pretty. She's got these cute little eyes, a sexy body.
Please, I'm actually begging you to stop talking. I am actively begging you to stop talking.
Don't tell anyone about this, okay? You're the only one who knows.
I feel like our relationship is stronger. I feel a lot of emotions, that's for sure.
Dude, I'm getting so psyched. Let's cook up a plan of attack.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Welcome back.
Hey, have you seen how many of those freaks there are in town lately? Man, things have got to be pretty boring around here. That's the kind of thing that sticks out. What's up, Lysithia? How are you? So yeah, it's sure a social link. It's one of the social links in this game, and there are a few of them like that that are like, wow, that sure is the social link, huh? Beats me, the layout of the place supposedly changes every day. Who knew? Maybe I should check it out with you guys just in case. Kiko, are you trying to make me angry? Kirijo Senpai is gorgeous, but man, she's real scary too. It's true, the number of cases around here have been going up. It doesn't feel right to just sit tight and do nothing at a time like this.
That was pretty good.
You probably think I'm making a big deal out of nothing, but this downtime is driving me nuts. Seriously, why do bones take so long to heal? Akihiko, what is he thinking suggesting that? Clearly, it's high time I reestablish some ground rules. Rest in peace, Akihiko. Gone, but not for gore. Seems to be a set of practice questions from a famous school in the mountains. Whether you're brilliant or average, the journey begins by answering questions all the same. Try some questions in the areas I'm studying right now. Finish answering the questions. It's challenging yet satisfying set of questions. I feel like I've gotten better at thinking outside the box. We're still a slacker though. It's gotten late. I should head back to my room. All right, happy day before the full moon. Chihiro, are you here today? Chihiro? No, she's not here today. Sag. I think we can go to Maiko though. No, no Maiko today. Darn. She's Saturday, I think, instead. Fragment. Cool. Is she Monday, Wednesday, Saturday? That might be it. Let's go hang out with the old folks.
That's strange. I swear I left it around here. I don't see it anywhere.
Looking for something? Hey guys, how's it going?
Oh, how'd you know I was looking for something? Are you psychic?
You know, some people think I might be.
I'm looking for my glasses. Not my glasses, my wallet. I can't seem to find it.
I was about to say your glasses are on your head. Can I help?
Honestly, I do wonder if you can read mine.
What can I say?
I was just thinking how nice it would be if someone lent us a hand over here.
Brown meow, chicken brown, chicken brown, chicken brown meow. Chicken brown, chicken brown, chicken brown meow. And low for the missing wallet.
We've searched everywhere, but wait, what were we looking for again?
Bonjour. There it is. It's him. It's him. It's him.
I found something important on the ground outside. Does this belong to you?
He's so French.
Oh, yes, that's it. I've been looking for this wallet everywhere. It may not be full of silver or gold, but this here is an even bigger treasure to me.
Excuse me, are you not the transfer student everyone is talking about?
I really wish he still had the subtitles, but now that he's voice acted, I do think it's honestly even funnier. Because his subtitles in the old ones were like very much, they were like, what is E talking? Like it would literally like subtitle out the accent, and I thought that was hysterical. I'm a little sad that it doesn't have that anymore, but the voice acting makes up for it.
I am one as well. I am a student at Gekukan.
Nice to meet you.
I am here from France as an exchange student. My name is André Laurent Jean Geroux. But you can call me Bebe. It's quite nice to meet you.
We'll call you Bebe. Don't worry. Man, nice to meet you, man.
I am delighted to make your acquaintance. Yorishiko. I train in the home economics room every day. If you get bored, come join me. Till then, au revoir and sayonara.
Yeah, man. Nice chat we had there.
My, what a classy young man.
Yeah, you could say that.
I know I kept it in my wallet. I didn't want to forget about it at any cost. Ah, there it is. I knew I put it in here. Good going, me.
Good going.
Dear, that key. Is it?
Come on, dear, you know what it is. It's the key to our son's car. Such a nice boy coming to visit us has a way of making me feel young again. Been a while since I felt like putting the pedal to the metal. What age do I look, dear?
About like 85.
Please don't. Why must you get into a car? Do you want me to end up all alone?
What's all this about a car?
Oh, I'm sorry for raising my voice. Did I scare you?
Our son. Remember what I told you? How he passed away?
Uh-huh.
On his way home from work, he got into an accident. He was hit by a dump truck driver who was drunk on the job.
That's what a fucking thing to say to them. Like, yeah, my son was killed in an accident with a drunk driver. Man, that's some awful luck. Man, that sucks. I hate to hear that.
Oh, please punch me. Just punch me for being so insensitive. With all my excitement, I forgot to consider how my wife might feel. Oh, I'm such a...
Kichi-san shared the truth about their son's death. I feel like we're growing closer.
Huh? Why are we all just moping around here? Since my wallet's been located, why don't we go out and have a nice dinner, dear?
Am I invited?
And this is for you. Consider it your reward for helping us look around.
Dinner? Buy me dinner? Buy me dinner? No, some medicine. Okay, cool. I would have rather had, like, you know, a nice dinner, but it's fine. It's whatever. I'll take the medicine. It's whatever.
Oh, it's you.
It's odd, really, how quiet it's been. It's been a month, and I can hardly believe will be the last time they appear outside Tartarus. I agree. There's been a sharp rise in the Lost recently. Wouldn't be surprised if something happened. Serious boy I saw during the dark hour warned me of an ordeal in 1 week. Tomorrow will mark exactly 1 week since then. I should prepare myself today. Yeah, so I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take a quick break because I have not stood up in 4.5 hours. So we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get up, stretch, maybe grab a snack, and then we'll keep going. But I'm just gonna let this play, honestly. I'm just gonna let this music play out if I can. That's what I'm saying. It's a shit stretch. Reject shrimp. Exactly. So I will be right back in just a sec. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna make a piece of ice right here. We're gonna make another piece of ice right here. Hold on. Start the video. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, fatigue. Photo fatigue. Photograph. My brain just like shorted out there for a second. I don't know what just happened. This is really like. So I'm going to ask you a favor, Sleepyhead. Ever since we were kids, I'd always be the one to wake you up when you slept in. But this time, damn it.
Hey, feeling the fire with the burning desire. Every day we inspire, but never expires. But we will chill today. Let me rock the world.
For fuck's sake, dude. I almost made it. No, but like I left. But like.
So dance, if you wanna go ahead. Free to do whatever, I'm chilling on my bed. I'm out in my biz, so mind your own biz. Whatever like is, we gon' flow with this head. Hey,
That was uncalled for. That was so uncalled. I was like, I think I found the room. I heard it whisper.
But we gon' chill today. Let me rock the world tomorrow.
That was just mean. That was just downright mean. Attaboy, Noodles. Okay. 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 Wow.
Chill vibes. The nighttime of love is on and on. Any time surprise, yeah, I'm down. Sit back, relax to the sound that goes around, 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 around.
Just like in order to fall asleep, you have to pretend to fall
feeling
asleep.
the fire with the burning desire. Every day we inspire, but never expires. But we will chill today. Let me rock the world tomorrow. Yeah. So dance, if you wanna go ahead. Free to do whatever, I'm chilling.
I am back. Hello. And I once again have gummy bears. Late night persona with gummy bears is now just like tradition at this point. By that I mean we've done it twice. Okay, so tomorrow is full moon.
Let me think.
It's quite certainly odd. I have a feeling something big is on its way. Kodak, get ready as soon as you can. Something the matter? I'll need to further improve my detection ability to pick up on less conspicuous abnormalities. I'll do my best, but this will likely take some time. In lieu of being able to fully rely on my abilities, try to prepare for all contingencies.
Hey,
Don't you think there's been way too many apathy syndrome cases lately? Wouldn't it be real bad if we don't do anything about it? I guess all we can do right now is focus on beating up the shadows in Tartarus. I need to get my courage up, so let's go to walk. Good old walk. I'm excited to try the new burger. Along with some soggy duck fries, I devoured the mysterious burger. Delicious. Oh, let's go. We're ordinary. Woo! Huge. Yo. How's it going? Do you feel like you're getting stronger after every battle? Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
Great. Keep it up. Keep on training. With real battle experience, you'll be ready for whatever comes our way. I'll be fully recovered in no time, so you can count on me to help out on the front lines. But don't let your guard down just because I got your back. Alright. Let's see what happens here, huh?
You're still at it?
Yes. You never know when an enemy might appear.
Tartar sauce time!
But I thought you couldn't scan outside of Tartarus.
To be honest, I am indeed lacking in that area. Maybe this is the best Penthesilea can do in terms of data gathering. Though I must say, the power of Persona seems to be much more diverse than I once thought. We even have someone who can switch personas in the midst of battle.
Yeah, ain't that crazy?
There's something special about his ability. And it hasn't even been that long since his awakening.
Yeah, I was surprised too. But in the end, it's up to him whether or not he reaches his full potential.
It's a shadow.
What? You actually found one?
Wait, something's not right. The reading is too big.
Uh-oh.
I've never detected an enemy of this size.
Wait. Is it like that huge one from last month?
I think so.
Oh, well then. This is gonna be fun. I'll wake up the others.
All right. We're gaming.
Where is it? I'll rip it a new one.
So real.
We've detected a shadow outside of Tartarus. We don't know for sure, but we think it's another big one like we saw last month. We must defeat any we find out there as quickly as possible. People may not be aware of the Dark Hour's existence, but if the city is destroyed during that time, inconsistencies will be left behind.
Yeah, if somebody like blinks at midnight and they open their eyes and a fucking building is knocking down, they've been knocked down, like they'll probably notice, you know? What if he wakes me up and I'm so sleepy? I'm just like, 5 more minutes, Akihiko. No.
In other words, me to kick some ass, right? Well, count me in.
Junpei.
Akihiko, you stay here and wait for the chairman.
What? Are you kidding? I'm going.
You still need time to recover. Like this, you'd only get in the way.
The world can't wait. Not even that big a deal.
What you say?
They'll fare better than you in your current state. Have faith in them, Akihiko. They've already seen battle firsthand.
Damn it.
Relax. I've got it covered.
We got this. During the stress.
Guess I don't have a choice. You're in charge.
Him again?
Yeah, I'm just built different.
Can you do it?
I'll do my best.
Good. We're counting on you.
At this rate, he'll be stuck playing leader forever. I mean, not like I care.
It seems like you do care, actually, Junpei. I'm not gonna lie.
You should let the three of them go first. You need to get ready, right?
Yes. Let's rendezvous in front of the station.
Got it. All right, let's go. Where is she?
She'll be here soon.
There's a full moon tonight. Looks even creepier during the dark hour.
Huh? What the?
Hi, Mitsuru. Nice bike.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Listen carefully. Tonight, I'll be providing support from here. Everything else is the same. The Shadow is currently located on a monorail not far from the station. To get there, you'll have to walk on the tracks.
Are you serious? Isn't that dangerous?
Not to worry. Electronic equipment is rendered inoperable during the dark hour, including trains.
But your bike?
It's special. Different.
This was specially made to handle it. Now, if circumstances change, I'll notify you immediately. All right, let's get started.
Okay.
Yeah! Let's do this!
Wait, hold on. This is important. I want to hear the vocalist on this one. I need them to hit this. I love this song. I need the vocalist to hit this one. Hold on. We're holding. Okay. Hold. Yes! They hit it. That's all I needed. Holy hell, we're real high up. I think I'm gonna hurl.
What even?
There should be a monorail about 200 meters ahead.
Oh, we actually
from where
play
you are
outside
now.
the train now. Holy shit.
Get there as quickly as you can. We don't want any passengers to get hurt.
Hell yeah!
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, how big it is. It's going down. Before, you'd only play at the inside.
Hey!
That one right there. Looks pretty normal to me so far.
This is it, right?
Can you all hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. We just got here, but I don't see anything out of the ordinary.
The readings are definitely coming from that monorail. Proceed with caution and stay together.
Got it.
My persona's just itching for a fight.
Well then, let's head on in. Don't you dare look up.
You could also just go last. You could also just wait for us to go up and then go up last.
Yeah, I won't. But don't blame me if I happen to catch a glimpse.
Oh, Junpei.
Say, why don't we dig Junpei a nice grave?
After we beat the Shadow, we'll dig him a nice grave. Don't worry.
So that's a person, right? Like a passenger?
Yes.
Been transmogged. Creepy. But these guys aren't gonna remember a thing of all this, yeah?
I mean, they'll remember if the train crashes.
Probably better that way.
Huh?
Damn! It won't open!
What's wrong? What happened?
It was a
It looks
trap.
like we're trapped inside.
It must be the shadow. It knows you're there. Be ready for anything. Stay on full alert.
Roger.
It's too quiet here.
No time for that now.
Huh? Where are all the shadows? Damn. I was all ready to go and everything.
No time for that now. Oh.
There
Found
he
him.
is. Hey! Get back here!
Wait! The enemy is acting strangely. I have a bad feeling about this.
Don't go after it. We're gonna lose it.
You're in command right now. What do you think of the situation?
We should be careful.
I agree. It would be dangerous to chase after it blindly.
So what if it's dangerous? We can't just stand here and let it get away. We can beat that thing, no problem. Hell, I'll do it myself.
Oh boy.
Hey, wait!
Watch out! Behind you!
Never mind.
I have to do this. Come Persona!
Not way to win.
Nicely done!
In this
Enemy
situation.
eliminated! Well done. Let's continue exploring.
Easy. Level 10, baby.
This is just what the enemy wants.
There's not much we can do about it now. You have to go after him or you'll be picked off one by one.
Damn it, Junpei, what are you thinking?
From what I can tell, he's only a few cars ahead.
Okay, we'll catch up to...
Oh, hell.
No, get out of our way!
Oh, not the scale. Got him.
All right, the enemy's down.
What's next? What to do?
All right, the enemy's down. This is our 10.
Get ready.
Well done. Let's continue exploring.
What's up with Junpei? Did something happen?
He's having a dude moment.
Yeah. Junpei was acting kind of strange, wasn't he? Why'd he snap and get so upset?
They indeed did.
Well, I guess we can ask him
Ain't
once
that
we've caught up
crazy?
to him.
I do think Alex Lee is doing a great job, though. I've enjoyed it so far.
Oh no, he's surrounded by enemies. We gotta help him, quick! Junpei!
I got it under control.
It doesn't seem like you do.
Let's go!
All right, the enemy's down. All right, the enemy's
I
down.
can handle it.
Give him hell. Let's do this. Persona!
Hell yeah. Let's go, Junpei.
Well done. Let's continue exploring.
See? That's what happens when you don't listen. Well, are you okay?
Of course I am. I was doing just fine.
Hey, what's your problem?
Be careful, you three. I don't detect any movement, but stay alert.
I detect movement.
Whoa, what the? Why are we moving?
There's movement.
It looks like the entire monorail is under the Shadow's control.
What? Is that really okay?
This doesn't look good.
If we don't stop it, it's going to crash into the next train.
That seems bad.
Crash? Hey, what are we gonna do?
Calm down and listen. I detect a powerful reading in the front car. That must be our target. You'll have to defeat that to stop the runaway train.
Crap! What kind of messed up ride is this?
Oh, timer doesn't start now?
I'll go with.
In the other one, the timer started now.
The enemy's down. Leave it to me.
Do it.
I was fully expecting to have to fucking go.
Enemy down. Keep that up, Iori.
Give him head.
Like, I'm not complaining. I don't like the timer ticking down, but I assume it'll be up the block only.
You won. Now let's move on.
There's no time. Yep. Let's go. No, Allegra Clark is so good. Like, one of my favorites. Every role that she's done, I just adore.
No way! Is the train getting faster?
Your primary...
Alright, we're ready.
There it is!
Good old BJ tits.
What the hell is this?
Don't lick your lips at me like that.
That's our target?
It has to be. There's nowhere else to go. Take out the train. Hurry!
Hurry? What are we even supposed to do here?
Oh, we're so cool.
I've never seen one this big before, but there's no time. We have
There's
to
our
head
timer.
now.
I'll go with.
What next? There's
Now, give him hell.
Okay. Ow.
What to do?
Her pussy is facing the world. You cannot tell me that that stance is not pussy facing the world.
I won't lose.
Now's my chance!
Thanks.
Yeah, refund. You stayed up all night for this.
There's even less time until
Timer's
impact
going.
now. Hurry.
Oh god. Timer's going.
Now's the time. Have fun, Persona!
Take this!
It called in reinforcements. Just what we needed.
I'll go with Persona.
Pull the trigger.
Who, Yukari? Yeah.
In this situation,
We'll follow these nuts. Got him. Get wrecked, kiddo.
Let's see. How about one of these? Come.
you're the best. Pull the trigger. Help me.
Ooh, Junpei. Ooh, Junpei. Uh-oh.
The monorail is going even faster now. You're running out of time.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, we're in deep shit here.
I have to do this. Have fun, Persona!
I'll go with Persona.
This is fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. We're so fine.
Now's the time. I won't lose.
Thanks, dude.
See? Told you we're fine. Never in doubt. High Priestess Tarot. Ooh.
I think I'm
Mabufu.
getting stronger.
Medea. Perfect.
Did we make it in time?
Train's still moving.
Hey, wait! Why are we still moving?
We're going too fast. We need to put on the brakes or...
What are you waiting for? You're coming up on the next train fast.
Damn it! I don't know how to stop this thing!
Leave it to me. Also, I feel like hard braking a train going that fast. Yeah, you guys are getting fucked up anyway. Like,
Did we stop?
you're getting launched into the front of that train.
I think so.
Do you read me? Is everyone all right?
More or less.
Yeah. We're okay. My knees are shaking.
Dude, I'm like drenched in sweat.
It sounds like you're safe. I'm sorry I couldn't do more to help on my end. I don't detect any more shadows. Well done. You can come on back now.
Yeah, we're only like several, you know, probably at the speed we were going, like 40, 50 miles away. Yeah, let us just walk back real quick.
How did you know which one was the break?
Lucky guess.
Are you shitting me? You know what? Never mind. Anyone want to grab a bite to eat on the way? I'm freaking starving.
Our team survived another dangerous fight. Feels like our trust in each other has deepened.
It's me.
Reporting in from the scene. We've just finished up over here. The monorail did not sustain any noticeable damage.
Yeah, it's you know, traveled a remarkable distance, but I'm sure nobody will notice.
A job well done, Kirijo-kun. When I heard they hijacked a monorail, I feared the worst. Excellent work taking care of that. Now I don't have to worry about tomorrow's headlines.
The team did a great job. They've learned a lot in a surprisingly short time.
But what was up with the shadows? They'd never done something like hijacking a train before.
Yeah,
this is
seems
getting out of
excessive.
hand.
I'll be looking into the matter.
Does this mean it's begun?
Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yeah, you know.
For now, we should study their behavior for patterns or clues. We can't afford to keep waiting for them to make the first move.
If only I had more power, things wouldn't be so difficult for everyone.
If only we had someone who had like a navigational power. Man, where would we find one of those in this day and age?
Don't be so hard on yourself. You're doing fine. More importantly, do you have anything to drink, Sanada-kun?
Huh? Why do you look so tired, Ikutsuki-san? Wait. Don't tell me that bicycle outside is yours.
Boy, am I going to be sore tomorrow.
Oh my god. This fucking guy. Seems like his prediction came true. I wonder what this could mean. I'm too exhausted to make any sense of it right now. Rest as soon as I get back to the dorm. My ass going home and passing the fuck out. Were you able to get some rest after last night? Oh, I slept like a baby. And don't worry, Akihiko will be rejoining the front line soon enough as well. That aside, don't forget that exams are coming up. Why don't you take a little time today to relax a little?
So dance. If you wanna go ahead, really do whatever. I'm chilling on my bed. I'm out in my bed.
Hey, so...
I can't believe I'm still alive. If you weren't there, I'd definitely be dead. So, thanks. The people on the monorail must have been pretty freaked out. It was so far off course after the dark hour ended. Actually, freaked out probably doesn't even begin to describe it. We say we get to avoid the headlines. I feel like monorail teleports would be a headline, even if it didn't crash.
Good job.
Also, sorry. If I had gone, you never would have been exposed to such danger, but it's frustrating, but there's nothing I can do now but bear it. I'll definitely be back within the month, though.
Is that?
It was my own incompetence during the operation that led to a difficult situation. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. It's very kind of you. But even if you forgive me, I don't think I can forgive myself. Should another situation like this arise in the future, I promise I will be stronger by then.
Chill vibes. The nighttime of love is on and on. Anytime surprise. Yeah,
You're a lifesaver.
Oh man, I seriously thought we were all goners yesterday. You saved our ass when you pulled that brake. I'm so glad you were there, dude. It's so good to be alive. Will grow any stronger even if I spend more time with Maya. Okay. Well, in that case, we're not gonna go get groomed. We're too far ahead. Go see the old couple. Hi, Bunkichi.
Oh, you have bad timing.
I always do.
My wife just headed out to GeckoCon.
I'll wait here.
Well, she won't be gone long. In the meantime, why don't you keep me company? Are you thirsty? Here, I've got something we can share.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, where are the cops? Oh, I don't know how to find a thing around here without my wife.
Yeah, you know, I didn't want to say it, but this place definitely isn't the most organized looking store.
Oh dear, you got back just...
The tree.
What happened?
What's gotten into you, dear? Take a deep breath. You ought to know better than to walk so far at your age. Here, drink this. And here's some for you, too.
Oh, thank you. Ceylon tea.
Well, judging by her reaction, it seems the rumors might be true. The persimmon tree we told you about. You know, the one by the walkway at your school.
I remember it.
My wife heard a rumor that it was going to be cut down. She almost fainted. Do you know anything about this?
The first I've heard.
You're so sweet. I'm worried too. I tried to look into these allegations, but I think I was barking up the wrong tree.
Aren't we all?
If it's not too much trouble, could you tell us if you hear any more about it?
Sure. Yeah, I got you. Look at us go. Ranking up.
I know I made it sound like something very important, but only if it's convenient for you. Tell us if you hear anything about the persimmon tree, all right?
Will do. Started with the elderly couple and went back to the dorm. Oh, hello?
Hello, this is Elizabeth speaking.
Hi, Elizabeth.
I would appreciate it if you could come to the Velvet Room. There is a matter I would like to discuss with you.
Anytime. For you,
Goodbye now.
anything. I know what she wants to talk about. Head to Polonium Mall. Head to the entrance of the Velvet Room. I was in a meeting. I heard someone talk about those apathy syndrome guys. They say there are more and more of them. A guy could be totally healthy, then bam, he's got apathy syndrome. Personally, I think they're just overworking themselves, but... Still no, Brez? Tragic. Hey, girl.
I apologize for asking you to come at such short notice. Truth be told, I'd like to ask you a favor. I've been searching for someone of exceptional ability.
My girl.
So
I
if you
love her.
have the time, do you mind taking on several of my requests?
Neurospicy coded extremely.
On special occasions, I may require you to escort me on certain excursions. Of course, you will be aptly rewarded for completing the request. I look forward to your cooperation and hope to see you demonstrate your capability.
Wait. I was worried the request system wasn't back. I'm going to speak to Elizabeth about accepting and reporting requests. Requests can involve anything from hunting for items to fusing specific personas. When you complete a request, you'll be rewarded. You might see an influx of requests during specific times of the year. Additionally, there are requests that will only become available after completing certain previous requests. Some requests have deadlines. If you miss the deadline, the request will expire and you will no longer be able to complete it.
Here are my requests. Oh,
Bring me pine res. Truth be told, my love for soybean powder is rivaled by none. I hear something called pine resin. Looks just like my beloved soybean powder. I've also heard that it's used as a tool in archery. Do you know anything about it?
Means.
I have a feeling you may be able to get some from a close friend of yours. Interesting. So do I not need specific days to ask specific people?
Do you see anything achievable?
Because that would be huge. That was one of my biggest issues with completing quests, was I would have to like take so much to like remember I have to ask this person on this specific day about it. Did they remove the specific day?
Oh my,
that would be so nice.
You've already fulfilled the request.
Make use of the rarity fortune that increases the appearance of rare shadows. Bring the old document 2. Create a persona that's level 13 or above. Treasure hunting milestone. Shadow hunting milestone. Bring me a muscle drink.
You must know.
Have you ever had your fortune told? Seems you can find a famous fortune teller in the club at Polonia Mall. Oh? Oh? That's new.
Oh my.
Rumor says for every question you ask, you shall receive an answer that is right on the money. I am greatly interested in the accuracy of this fortune telling. Would you please use this person's services so that I may verify the authenticity of it? Please ask them to predict whether or not rare shadows will appear more
I
often.
will await a report of success. Come to think of it,
There's been a recent change in Tartarus. Now seems that a path that had been blocked off is now open. I wish you a safe journey. I can't go in here still. Oh no, I can't. I have enough courage. Oh my god, the club! There's like more than 2 people in the club. Holy shit! Is old boy up here? No, he's not. There's people up here that aren't him. That's crazy. And there's no Vincent either. Darn. I feel a strange aura around here. In my mind, I see visions, people's pasts, presents, and futures. For most people, I see clearly and far ahead. You are different. Your future is filled with both blinding light and stagnant shadow. I can see but a small portion. What lies beyond that is shrouded in mystery. What a peculiar fate you carry. A young man, bearer of light and shadow. If you wish to know more about the near future, come and talk to me. I will share my limited visions with you. In your future, positive reading will affect your the next journey you make into Tartarus. The results of a fortune will only last for the day you receive a fortune. You have a limited number of readings available to you in a given month, which resets each full moon. Fortune teller will not be able to predict your future on nights when the moon is full, so you will have to plan your visits around the phase of the moon. Rarity fortune. Okay. I'd like to know my fortune. No thanks. Because I don't think I can go to Tartarus tonight anyways, that would be a waste. But we'll have to do that. Also, how many quests can I accept at a time?
marvelous.
Twilight fragment.
Looking forward to.
Thank you.
Are you accepting a request?
Muscle drink. It's not a particularly rare commodity, so you should be able to find and purchase it with
By
ease.
all means.
Elizabeth Juzumaru. Old document 2. Persona that's level 13 or
I
above.
won't insist you do anything, but it'd be great. Very well.
But I have an exclamation point on both Polonia and home. Vending machine right here. Do you have a muscle drinks? No. You've got Fountain Dew. And Nasty. Yeah, give me some of that Nasty. I love me some Nasty. Oh, Yukari has something I can do. Cielo, Mist, Thobe, and Mad Bull. Okay, so what's it? Hold on. Is it her? Is she the exclamation? She's the exclamation point. Okay. Cool. Got it. Oh, the exclamation point is my quests. Gotcha. That's why Yukari's got it. She's the one who gives me pine resin.
Huh?
What's up? Looking for pine resin? Why would I have something like that on me? Oh, you mean the powder we use on the archery team? Yellow stuff.
Maybe.
We use it during practice, so it runs out pretty quick. Let me see if I check if I have any left.
Yes.
Found some. Here you go. It can get sticky on you if you use too much all at once, so go easy on it.
Good day. Are you accepting a request? Wonderful.
Oh, is that soybean powder you have there?
Is that true?
No, it must be the pine resin. Went to a club once and it was so painfully bad. Yeah, I'm not a club person. It really does resemble soybean powder. It's similar that even an expert on soybean powder such as myself can't tell the difference. Now then, your reward for this request will be soybean powder. Do enjoy. Apologies. I was just using soybean powder as a garnish, to garnish a dish not too long ago, so please take this as your reward. Handheld game console.
You must know. I will await a report of success. Very well then.
Did I just do all of these? Did I just do them all right now? I just have to talk to Junpei about this one. Yo, what's up?
What is it?
Are you looking for a handheld game console? Are you hooked on games now? Is it because the game I gave you last time, huh? I can give you my old one if you're cool with it. Lately, I've been using the newer, slimmer model. No point in having two of the same console anyway. Hold on, let me grab it for you.
Yo.
Here you go. Let's play a match one day. I'll take you on anytime. Thanks, Junpei. I should just be going to the Velvet Room. But I don't know if the Velvet Room takes me inside the Velvet Room or if it takes me outside, so...
Good day. Here are my requests. Let's hear the results.
About a handheld game
Come
console.
to think of it.
I've heard these have special mechanisms that make the player forget about the passage of time. Though it does seem to be particularly special, or doesn't seem to be particularly special at first glance.
Oh my.
Perhaps this device shoots out some kind of ray when its power is turned on, and your memory Apologies, but I must pass this time. Thank you for bringing me one, but you can have it back. Please take this as your reward. Cool.
Very well then.
Cool. That's so nice. That's really like a big thing for me personally as someone who does not remember dates for shit.
That's true.
All 10 Tifa toes trimmed. 5 out of 10 for Toro. He's, you know. Although it won't be too late if you wait until after I return. I'll leave that up to you. I don't mind if you go without me, but I definitely appreciate the opportunity to show my stuff.
Hello.
A difficult mission. I can't believe what happened to you all. Luckily, no one was hurt. By the way, it would seem last night's incident with the monorail has been publicized. A brake failure, they're calling it. Quite a serious malfunction, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I don't know if I'd be laughing at that, but... You know how shadows come up and attack whenever they see us? Once they see that we're way stronger than them, they'll try running away. Every time we catch up to them, they look like they got the bejesus scared out of them at the start of the battle. I kind of feel bad for them, but oh well, lucky us. Let's do some studying, see if we can get our academics up. Academics. Woo, we're average. Let's go. We are unpolished, ordinary, and average. What can I say? I'm pretty great. My character is truly the most mid character of all time. What's up, my dude? It's another glorious day with our good old buddy Sleep Deprivation. The day before yesterday, though, that was wild. I've never felt that kind of thrill in my entire life. Don't you think things have been getting real exciting lately? Kinda. Right. I know, right? We pretty much won the battle and saved the city from total annihilation. How sweet is that?
Understood.
I'm sure you all remember that midterm exams start next Monday. If you paid attention during class and studied regularly at home, you shouldn't have any problems. Especially those of you who sleep through the class. You must be preparing hard at home. Right, Iori? Well, if you choose to throw the rest of your lives away by slacking off while you're students, then be my guest. Who am I to stop you? Giving up to make this a long one. I'm feeling sleepy. Close my eyes for a few minutes? No, we must stay awake. Good. We must stay strong. Back in my day, society was nowhere as near as prosperous as it is now. That's why we all busted our humps for so long, to better the situation we were in. Well, can you young people say the same? Our society's material wealth has cost us far too much spiritual wealth, if you ask me. On the other hand, in Issei Monogatari... I forced myself to stay awake and listen to the lecture. Hey, Yukari. I'm actually kind of nervous when I got on the monorail this morning. I guess I'm thinking about how we really cut it close that time. Wild Duck Burger. Have you tried our new burger with unknown ingredients? Plus, now our fries are extra salty. I don't think I want the Wild Duck Burger with unknown ingredients. Yeah, no Chihiro today because it's exam week. But we can go see everyone's favorite small child. You came. I was waiting for you. Let's play. Look at her. She's so cute. I spent time playing with Maiko.
Hey, what do you want to do next? It's your turn, okay? You get to pick.
I want to go home. Seesaw.
Aw, I hate the seesaw. It makes my butt hurt.
My bad.
I don't want to go home. I don't like it there. Can we stay here a little longer?
They're playing together. She seems to have taken a liking to me. I've become acquainted with Maiko, the grade schooler. Aww. Sweet child. The hanged man.
I am thou. Thou.
Why, of all the Arcana, why is Maiko the hanged man?
A new bond.
Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create the persona of the Hanged Man Arcana.
You know, my mom and dad,
Uh-huh.
all they ever do is fight. And just the other day, they said they were getting a divorce. I told them not to, but they won't listen. They probably don't care about me.
Oh, poor baby.
Hey, you'll play with me again later, right? We're friends now.
Bring back old Maiko. I mean, to be fair, was old Maiko, did they even have a voice, really? They just, like, most of these side social links didn't have a lot of voice acting. There was, like, a couple lines that were voiced, but most of it wasn't acted.
I'm here on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. You have to come see me, okay?
Okay. That was the better voice. I don't mind this one. Means you can go to bed soon. Yippee!
Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
I think some of the equipment in the command room is malfunctioning. I asked Akihiko and Iori as well, but they didn't appear particularly intent on solving the matter. Didn't seem especially urgent, so whenever you have the time, thanks. Have to go to bed and Nox is at 11? Oh yeah, there is a regional this weekend. That's right. Are you gonna stream it? A surveillance camera seems to have turned itself on and recorded the video. Should I watch the video recording? Let's do it. Regional plus GC stream, let's go! 5/10/2009 at 1:23:02. Starting playback. And extra work? Oh yeah, there's... Wait. I completely blanked on extra work. I forgot that was a thing. Oh? Is this... There wasn't an Ikutsuki one in the... in Portable, I don't think. It's a command room. Ikutsuki is alone writing something.
Shadow in the middle of town.
Oh no, this wasn't it. No, I remember now. I remember this one, and okay. Brace yourselves. Everybody, I'm warning you in advance, brace yourselves.
I should investigate whether this means it's finally begun. The monorail. I bet this subject would make a good one-liner.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, I need to note that one down. Unfortunately, Lady Luck played a large part in our victory, especially toward the end. If he hadn't guessed at the right controls, things could have been very bad. For shadows to work in a group to overrun large machines is unprecedented. The engine. That was an ingenious move.
Ooh. Ooh, that one is not good. Ooh. Oh, they are not getting better.
What is it with me today? I'm on a roll.
Hey,
better write that one down too. Always be prepared for heavy lifting during a mission. Because shadows aren't light.
I feel like the deafening silence after if you don't just click A through the dialogue, the fact that there's no music, just the deafening silence after every one of these jokes is really driving the point home for me.
Oh, whoa, I'm getting a little off subject. Oh, but who cares? Hey, I should write all these down and show them off the next time everyone gets together. Don't care for seafood? They also serve ground beef.
That's not even a joke. That's literally not even a joke. There's no punchline there.
Oh, this has nothing to do with the status report anymore, but I'm having a blast. Let's see, what else?
Oh, thank God. We're saved. We're spared. We don't have to listen to more. How the heck did they think I could fix the command room equipment? Computers ain't my field, dude. All I know is how to fix a TV. You just smack the top and voila. So true. Sounds like something in the command room is having issues. Hirujo Senpai was asking earlier if anyone could take a look at it. I can't do it though. I don't have a clue when it comes to stuff like that.
Isn't that right?
Whatever the battle, it's always important to face it with a level head. However, there are also opponents who will try to play mind games with you. Shadows may look mindless at times, but you absolutely can't take them lightly. There seems to be something wrong with some of the equipment in the command room. Could I bother you to check on it? Akihiko and Iori don't appear interested in helping the matter. That's what you said when I came in. Oh. Alonia Mall. Wait, that's probably my quest. Still no Tanika. Still no Monk. Nothing's happening nowadays. I guess that's what peace means. How about you? Anything dramatic happening in your life? Yeah. See, sounds tough. Well, good luck with whatever it is.
Welcome.
Oh my God. A brooch made of costly materials. It's expensive but doesn't do anything. A ring that grants the wearer more experience in battle. Ooh, okay. Earrings that restore 1 HP upon death once per battle. Ooh. Luxury necklace that protects the wearer from all ailments. Okay. There's a shop here now. They actually made Escapade like a thing. That's crazy.
I've got some juicy info.
This is certainly a fascinating forum. You interested in the dark web too? I collect information from various people about interesting sites and forums. If you want, I can tell you some info. Top secret stuff even. The informant. There's an informant at Club Escapade who will sell you notes with URLs scrawled on them. Entering the address on a public computer might reveal some secrets about the city. That's right, there's a fortune teller in this club. Everyone calls her Den Mother or Mama, but I heard if she tells your fortune, there's no getting a second opinion. What she tells you will come true. Why don't you visit her? I will when I can go to Tartarus. I didn't know she was a fortune teller. I guess she does look weird, sitting there by herself. A fortune teller, huh? You looked at this woman sitting in the corner with her fucking crystal ball and her candles and her, like, red dress and said, that's just something that somebody pulls up to the club with. That's, you know, casual club wear, honestly. Okay, so by public computer, is that like the one at the dorm? Yes. School X site note. See what this URL. Moonlight Channel. Looks like an unofficial forum for Gekukan High. Topics include things like 3rd years only and who do you think is hot? Wow, I'm glad we're getting really important information here. We're getting some really valuable stuff. Seems like the newest topic is. Have you tried the takoyaki at the school store? Take a look at this. Ah, never seen this on sale. Why is there such a limited amount? Sardine. I saw someone complain to the vendor about this. Beta. Good news. The taiyaki is going to be permanent item now. I asked about it and apparently there was a lot of requests for it. Sounds like they'll have it in stock daily now. Wait, so we can seriously get it whenever? Oda Nobunaga. I'm gonna get one. Seems like a special taiyaki will be available at the school store. Maybe I should take a look next time I'm there. Interesting. So it unlocks something at the school store? Okay. Bleep, 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 bleep. Yo! You know, the two of us have never really hung out before. Seems like a good time for a breather, so how about we go have some fun? I'll stick around in the classroom, so just let me know if you're down. I get to hang out with Junpei! Linked episodes. Your friends might message you to hang out now and again. By accepting these invitations and spending your time with your friends, you can deepen your bonds with your... Oh my gosh! Keely! Hello! How are you? How was your stream? What did you get up to? Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Were you playing in the GC? Were you playing ladder? What were you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you're all doing well. To those who don't know who I am, spend some time with friends. Oh, what can I say? I just knew you were coming. To anyone who's new, who doesn't know who I am, my name is Kodak Zach. I'm a mostly variety, but my main game is Pokemon. Right now we are 5.5 hours. I think we played like 2 hours last night, so we're like 7.5 hours into Persona 3 Reload. I'm obsessed. I love Persona games. I love this game so far. Having a blast, and we've really just kind of been jamming to the music for the most part, more than I think anything else. GC is a struggle, but you were attempting. What were you running? We played a little bit of GC yesterday, and I was having a blast. I ran a very silly team with Terra Stellar, Eject Pack Palafin, and I had an Incin on my team, but I built the team a little last minute and I was kind of not paying full attention and I did not ability patch my Incin, so we had Blaze Incineroar rocking in the GC. And it could have gone better, could have gone worse. Pownite, Water Pond, Flutter for Rigoraph Gambit. Oh. I have a cursed history with doing stuff like that in GCs, though. That's the crazy thing, is like, it was the second GC of Scarlet and Violet, I think. I was playing Ceruledge, and I brought a 0 attack IV Ceruledge to the GC because I forgot to Hyper Train it. So it's just kind of something that happens at this point. we suffer with what we've got at this point. Accepting one invite could very well lead to the next, so be proactive about hanging out. Rejecting invitations or ignoring your relationships can stunt their growth. Show your friends you value them by spending time together. Wow. Just like real life, if you stop hanging out with people for months at a time, they might not like you anymore. There have been fewer new cases of apathy syndrome in the last few days. Senpai said it's probably because we beat that shadow. If that's the case, then we did a pretty good job. Thanks to our hard work. Yeah, we're pretty great. What can I say? Makes me glad we went through with it. Hello, Cora. How are you? Let's just hope nothing like that happens again until midterms are over. Speaking of midterms, Junpei told me something. Apparently, Kirijo-senpai is going to give us a reward if we do well on our exams. But I bet our standards are so high that we wouldn't get anything unless we make the top 10 in our grade. Whew. Here's the thing. I think we can nail the exams, but I think our intelligence is so low that we probably won't get a high enough score. So that's our problem. I'm doing pretty good. We're having a blast with this so far. I love Persona 3. I love this cast. I love this story, and I've been having a great time revisiting it. This game is gorgeous. Everything about it is just Persona 5 Royal on the PS5. Have you like played it, beat it? What are your thoughts? Because I'm a big Persona 5 Royal fan. Love that game. Haven't played it yet? Ooh. Definitely one that I would recommend. I think, yeah, we should probably go with Junpei today, huh? I assume Chihiro is not available. It's an exam week, yeah. Yeah, let's go with Junpei. Let's go spend time with the dude. Yeah. The man. Billy Kametz, yeah, he voiced Dr. Maruki, who is one of my favorite characters in the game. He did a phenomenal job on it. Rest in peace to him. Much respect. He did a phenomenal job, yeah. Let's hit the arcade. I texted you about that, right? Junpei's invited me to join him. This might be a good opportunity to get to know him better. Let's do it. Right. Sweet, let's go.
I was wondering.
Miss him.
You think we could pick up some
Was such
new
a good
moves
dude
these
too.
fighting
Like,
games?
it's just really sucks to lose someone at a young age who is like a genuinely good dude, great voice actor. I was wondering, you think we could pick up some new moves from these fighting games?
Can you imagine if we had like a super badass special attack?
Yeah, man, let's do it. I like that idea.
Dude, right? And besides, our power's gotta come from the heart, right? That's why I think comics and games will give us a little inspiration.
I like where your head's at, Junpei.
Seeing those heroes in action pumps me up and helps me picture my fights better, know what I mean? But hey, maybe someday someone will make a game about our adventure.
True.
I mean, we have gone around saving people, like at the monorail. We kicked ass on that one, didn't we?
We sure did. That's literally what... We sure did. That's before I even said it.
Making a comeback after hanging on by a thread. Ooh, it was like a freaking movie, huh?
A movie.
Though I'd say you really stole most of the show.
Yeah, what can I say? I saved you from getting smacked across the face by a tentacle. I stopped. This is Junpei is, I believe, Zeno Robinson is the voice actor. Who I think he's crushed it. He did such a good job.
Wasn't on my game before. Next time, I'm totally gonna knock it out of the park.
It's an interesting mix, I think, this game. They recast everybody for Reload. All the main characters got recast. And there's a lot of like very familiar, like recognizable names, and there's a lot of names that are like newer to the scene, which I think is cool. It's a good mix of cast. Yeah, Max plays a few characters, I think, in Persona, but I don't remember off the top of my head. I expect nothing less.
Whoa! Look who's talking like a leader. I'm stealing the spotlight next time. You know, I really do want to do my best. These powers, our mission, I got a lot of good things going for me. I've been really waiting for something like this. I feel like my life's finally starting to go somewhere.
Heck yeah, dude. Love that for you.
I don't plan on letting you get the best of me just yet. You hear? If you go screwing around, I might just have to take over as leader.
You might. You won't, but you might.
Well, let's quit yapping and play some games. Our next enemy can wait. You and me are throwing down for the whole enchilada.
The whole enchilada. Yep, nope, for sure. Bring it on. Hunter and Owl House. I've never seen Owl House, so
Your funeral, buddy.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, take that. Die, 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 die!
I left after an intense game with Junpei. Did I win, though? The strength of Junpei's Persona Hermes was raised by 3. Oh! Well, goddamn. Okay. When they said that, you know, it would be worth it, I didn't think they meant, like, it would literally just straight up buff them. That's crazy. Can't go to Tartarus today. That's okay. I don't think we'll go until after midterms, probably. Urgently seeking workers.
If you wanna go ahead, free to do whatever. I'm chilling on my bed. I'm out in my biz, so mind your
Do a Todai forum note. Looks like it's a message board for locals. The most recently updated topic is new, a secret about the vending machine in front of the station. Oh. Take a look at this thread. When are they gonna fix that vending machine, lol? Wait, what's the secret? You can actually still buy drinks that are marked as sold out. The machine's broken, so there's drinks sold out, marked as sold out when it's not. Just press the button. I recommend the 4-biotic pack. Looks like drinks that are marked as sold out can still be bought. You can try it on the vending machine in front of Iwatodai Station. Interesting. So, I really just spent $1,000 at a dark web informant to find out that I can cheat on the vending machine and that my school store sells special bread. Awesome. What a game we play.
Hey, listen!
I've made 0 progress studying for exams. I just can't concentrate at home. Even if I wanted to go somewhere else to study, I don't have the money for it right now.
Hey there!
Why don't you go to the library then? It's nice and quiet, and you can find lots of reference materials there. Plus, it's free. Yeah, you've got a point. I could study there. I wish I had the money for the prodigy platter at Wakatsu. Do you think it's really true that just one bite could make you smarter? Oh, I envy the rich. As someone who's been there, it costs 680 yen. That's like $1. If we're gonna pull up the, hold on. We're gonna pull up the 680 yen is, no, that's $4.58 for a meal. That's a pretty good deal. I'm just saying. That also supposedly makes you smarter? Like,
All right, class is starting.
let's discuss the Earth's rotation today. The Earth completes one full rotation every 24 hours. Alright, don't fall asleep on me now. This may be basic, but it's an important premise for the rest of the lesson. Let's see. Kodak. That's me. Do you know Leon Foucault? Sure, yeah, we'll go with that. He's a French physicist who performed experiments regarding the rotation of the Earth. Which tool did he use in his experiments? What tool did he use, guys? All our genius scientists out there, right? We have several. Anybody know what tool he used? My money is on probably the pendulum, would be my guess. I'm so smart.
You got it.
I love that they brought back the ability to just blatantly cheat in class. Flip to the next page. Oh, this is an application. Let's skip that and that's an experiment. Okay, my charm increases. Library is open for students to study in. It might be worth taking advantage of it ahead of next week's exams. Would be a good idea. It's almost time for exams. The third years are really smart, so we better score well if we don't want them to laugh at us. Maybe I should study in the library. I get so tired when I study late at night. Healthy brain food. Bunkichi. I tried to use emojis. Isn't that rad? Totally gnarly. I'll teach you how to use them too. So come by the shop. Okay, Grandpa. Thank you. Maiko, I'm at the Shine. Let's play together. Rainbows. Let's go see Maiko. Hi, Maiko. Hiya. Okay, let's play on the slide first. Spend time with Maiko on the playground.
My tummy's grumbling. Can we go to Wild Duck?
I feel like I shouldn't be just taking you around random places without your parents' knowledge, but sure, let's go.
You're the best! I wonder what the daily burger is today. I love going out to eat. Because when I go with my mom and dad, everybody gets along.
Aww.
We used to have so much fun together.
This poor girl.
Why would they get a divorce?
This poor girl. That is the meanest option you could possibly pick. I feel like that... I don't know if they removed breaking the social link in this one, but that one should break the social link right away. That should be the one that Maiko's just like, I don't want to hang out with you anymore, actually.
They don't love each other? I don't want them to get a divorce. Mom and Dad must hate me.
Oh, poor baby.
No, divorce is stupid. I hate it.
She's sobbing loudly. What should I do? Calm her down, probably. We're in a McDonald's. This is not my child, and we're in a McDonald's. Like, I feel like we're gonna cause a scene.
Sorry. I know it's awkward for you if I cry. I try not to.
Maiko is doing her best to smile. Aww. I love this poor little girl. She's so sweet.
I have to go home now. Thank you for playing with me today.
After seeing Maiko home, I headed back to the dorm.
Welcome back.
I'm so tired of studying. Hey, let's go to Tartarus. You should keep studying. Dude, you serious? Isn't saving the world more important? Yucatan, you want to go too, right?
Hey, listen.
You know exams are just a few days away, right? But I guess I could use a break from studying. All right, I'll come too if you decide to go.
About that.
I guess it's true that missing one day of studying probably won't change your results that much. Am I really adhering with Junpei's logic? Maybe I really do need a break. Nobody's gonna die if they skip a day of studying. Am I right or am I right? Anyways, times like this calls for a change of pace. How do you feel about hitting up Tartarus? Listen, until Akihiko can go, I feel like we're not gonna... Hey, not that you were thinking of pulling one or anything, but all-nighters are completely pointless. Whether it's training or studying, daily practice is what really provides results. Is something the matter? I wanted to chat. You need an extremely high level of concentration to summon a persona.
Right.
So if an enemy is able to confuse you in battle, you won't be able to use your persona. Some of the more intelligent enemies will try to use this tactic, so be on your guard. Let's go here. I want to go up here and maybe buy a couple of things. Charm. That's probably charm as well. Intelligence, courage. Muscles. Those are probably for personas, I would think. We'll do one for charm. We'll just buy the one for now. I can go try the vending machine trick that we were taught. I saw the news. That monorail, huh? Could have been bad. I'm in the same line of work, or near enough, so I got goosebumps when I saw that on the TV. Of all the reoccurring characters I expected to meet, Taxi Guy was not one of them. There are 3 types of drinks currently listed as sold out. Maybe I'll try buying something even if it says sold out. Definitely lemonade. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna buy myself some definitely lemonade. Set of 4 probiotic drinks restores 10 SP to all party members. Oh, we'll buy one of those. I don't trust definitely lemonade. It's definitely lemonade. Let's go to Polonia. I'm gonna go to work. Raise my charm and courage. Get some money. I don't remember how much charm we need to start Yukari's. I don't know if it's different in this either, but I'd like to start Yukari's social link soon-ish.
Hey, did you hear?
I think our school might really be haunted. A friend of my senpai's friends said that they heard a strange voice after school one day.
Excuse me?
No, don't tell me. I really can't handle ghost stories. I'm getting chills. Maybe I should head to the nurse's office.
Seriously?
No way, the nurse's office is that teacher's lair. Are you seriously going? They'll give you some weird medicine and you might actually end up feeling worse. Apparently the teacher in the nurse's office hands out weird medicine. I don't know what kind of ingredients it uses. Yeah, no school social links are going to be here. It's Thursday, so no Maiko. I'm probably dealing with what? Bunkichi. Yeah, I think I could go see BB once exams are over. The White Taiyaki.
Oh, yes.
It's a big hit. Sorry, I'm starting to remember.
Looking around.
Delicious, so even if you chill it in the fridge at home.
See
Lukewarm
you.
taiyaki. Oh, cool. Tastes better after cooling in the refrigerator. Sure, okay.
Come again.
Yeah, man. No, definitely. Nurse's office. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Lovely Lena. Welcome in. Welcome, Raiders. How are you? How was your stream? What did you get up to? Lethal Company. Oh, love me some Lethal Company. How was it? How was your stream? Anyone who's new who doesn't know who I am, my name is Codex Zach. I'm a variety streamer, but my main game is Pokemon. Right now we're playing the new Persona game. I'm having a blast. We're about a month in after some scary Faz. Oh, good mix. Game is great so far. I love the original. I played Persona 3 Portable, and I loved it. I had a great time, and I'm greatly enjoying the remake so far. How was the Lethal Company and the Faz? It's been a while since I played Faz. Something that we need to get back to. What's this? You seem healthy enough. My eyes cannot be deceived.
All right.
Oh. Only see me if I'm feeling tired. Differently if I visit him the day after I explore Tartarus. Okay, so the fatigue mechanic is gone, but the idea is still the same. Okay, interesting. Welfare training room, printing room. I want the fragment. Thank you. I feel like a noob in Faz. That's fair. I feel like there's so much. Now Miles. Now Miles. Now what you think you're doing? No, what you think you're doing here? Miles, thank you for the 11 gifted subs. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing amazing. For the certified baddie. No. Coming from a certified baddie. I see you. Keep on slaying. Same to you. I hope you're doing amazing. Okay. I guess our best option is Bunkichi. I think our only option is Bunkichi. Hello, small child. I asked my mom for a cat, and she said no. No. That's all she ever says. I want a cat. It's so true.
We were just talking about you.
Hi. What convenient timing I continually have.
We've been feeling a bit guilty for troubling you about the persimmon tree.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Oh, good one. I wouldn't worry about it. Glad you can joke around.
Two streamers with the cute boys tag tonight, and they're not wrong. Them harvesters know how to pick them. That's all I'm saying. It's always accurate, no matter what.
Makes me feel like we're not so different, you and I. Lord knows I can't pass up a good pun.
Oh, buddy, I've got just the person to introduce you to. I think he is. I think that's the secret goal of Team Harvest, to just find the most attractive group of people that can possibly make up a stream team. And I think it's working, you know? I'm pretty sure that's like the #1 requirement, is just being incredibly attractive, because like you look out there at all them harvesters, ooh, bunch of cuties.
That persimmon tree is a reminder of our son. Actually, before his death,
Every single
he was
one.
a teacher
There ain't
at
one.
GeckoCon.
Every one of them a cutie. He's a teacher at GeckoCon.
He planted that tree on graduation day with the students of his very first class.
Aww.
Just when we thought that tree was about to bear fruit. Why now? Why do they want to cut it down now?
It'll be okay.
Thank you. I'm all right now. That made me feel a lot better.
I'm glad I can help.
It's very comforting talking to you.
Me saying, yeah, it'll be fine. It was just really comforting, you know?
Oh, wow. You've really gone and captured my wife's heart. You must be popular with the ladies. My wife's no sucker after all.
I've talked to, I think, one woman this entire time. I've lived here for a month, and I think I've talked to one woman that's not your wife, so... well, you know, give or take.
I feel I'm looking at myself when I was in my prime.
Other couple seems to have grown fond of me. Feels like we're growing closer. Is that rank 5 with them? We're cooking on this one. Holy.
Don't fret too much about the tree. Just stop by when you have the chance.
Will do.
Oh, and take this. It's left over from earlier, but it's still good.
Crab bread. Oh, thank you.
Well then, you take care of yourself.
Parted with the old elderly couple and went back to the barn. When are exams?
Welcome back.
They're next week, I think they've said, but let's go to Tartarus. You can study anytime. You need to get stronger ASAP. You don't want me leaving you in the dust, right? I'll take down the next big shadow myself. You seem confident. Damn right, why shouldn't I be? Well, you must be quite confident in your grades to be so insistent on not studying. Oh, well, maybe I could study just a little more. Let me check my schedule. Midterms start on Monday. Okay. And go through Saturday. New moon is on Sunday. Next full moon is on the 8th. Okay. Cool. I bought myself a thing for the computer downstairs. We're gonna use that. A quiz with right or wrong questions on manners popped up on the screen. Should you arrive 10 minutes early to important meetings? No, you should arrive 10 minutes early to all meetings, not just important ones. That feels like it was a trick question. Tricky questions continue. I finished answering a large number of quiz questions. The manners I learned make me more attractive and respected. A big charm bump. Sick. I may still be stupid and not very courageous, but at least I'm getting charming.
Good morning.
Yes, I've played 4, 5 Royal, and all the like 5 spin-offs. I played the portable version of 3, was the only version I've played of it. And yeah, this is insane right now. Like I'm blown away by all of the visuals. All of the new music is great. The visuals are like holy shit. Everything about it is just like, this is what 3 really needed, because it was the one that kind of got left behind of like the modern Persona trilogy. Which is my favorite? I think I would say probably at this point Persona 5 Royal is my favorite, but 3 is really close behind. 5 Royal on top. Yeah, Cat gets it. Cat gets it. It's funny because like for me I would say probably 5 Royal, 3, 4 Gold, and 5 is kind of my like of the like non-spin-off ones that I've played. That would be my like listing. I think the Royal content of 5 puts it over the other stuff, where the base game of 5 is a little bit more lacking. But 3 is like right on the tails, and I think all of them are great. like the, you know, the bottom of the list is like an 8 out of 10 game, so like, you know, they're all good. I did play 4 Golden, yeah. You bet. I'm all set.
Yes.
The story in 3 is the best of them all, but 5 built on the other stuff. Yeah. I see, that's kind of where I've always been, is like 3's story is so good, spectacular. 5 has a lot of the other stuff that like makes it a more, I think, complete game than 3 was, and maybe that's where like this version of 3 might bump it for me. But like I think 5 had like the gameplay and like the theatrics and like everything else that you wanted to really bump it off. If you get good exam scores, I'll give you a little something. To be honest, I'm not as well prepared as I should be. I'm still preoccupied with monitoring shadows. At any rate, the number of incidents have decreased since our last mission. If we can continue to defeat them, we may be able to rid the public of their fear. But that large shadow encountered recently was clearly much more powerful than the one in April. Even if we include Akihiko in our ranks after he fully recovers, we're still lacking manpowder. Yeah, we need to recruit somebody else. I have somebody in mind.
So that's why.
It was a Friday just recently, you know, when we started this stream, and I think we have somebody in mind that I would love to, you know, add to the team. Kate was feeling a bit depressed today, but Jessie had invited her to tea. Has everyone been feeling all right lately, considering the season we're in now? Yes, May sickness is a real phenomenon. We've made it through the brunt of it, but it may still be lingering. Now, who's ready for a little question? Mr. Kodak, you're up. What's another name for May sickness, the more casual one? Obviously, if I had to tell you what it was, it would be that it was the May Blues.
Fantastic.
Really racked my brain for that one. Believe the sudden change in schedule at one's new off or school brings about stress and depressive mood. Thus we get the May Blues. That'll be on the exam, so make sure you write it down. We've still got a couple minutes left. Let's talk about my experience studying in India. Wow. Even more charm. Let's go. We're gonna be able to talk to our friend Yukari in no time. Don't you worry. she's finally gonna let us speak to her. Junpei. Yeah, I had a dream about the monorail. My exams were posted all over the windows. My grades were all like 30 or 40%. Actually, that's pretty accurate.
Seriously?
Man, I can't escape exams, even in my dreams. Ayakure ramen, Chagall coffee. I think could hypothetically go with Bunkichi, but I don't know if we can rank them up. I definitely don't think we're ranking them up because we haven't we didn't get a message from them. But I don't know if we can even, like, you know, advance the link at this point yet. We might be too early in the game to get past level 5. But let's see. I don't feel like we have really anybody else right now. What does that say? Even if you spend more time with them. Yeah, we're not there yet. Cool. Let's go to Hagakure. Raise our charm some more. Drink every drop of the collagen-rich soup. Wow. I'm so charming. Still not to level 3 though. We're getting there. Hello.
Welcome back.
Exams are coming up. How's your studying going? I still remember the second year material well, so I can help you with anything you're unsure of. That'll help.
Yes.
Glad to hear it. We might as well take advantage of the living in the same dorm after all. I know this will be your first exam here, but don't forget to help out others where you can too. Studying with your peers. Before an exam, you might find your classmates studying at the dormitory lounge. A collaborative cram session can raise your academics beyond what you could accomplish by studying alone. Ah. Cool. Hey, Junpei. How you doing? How's the studying going? Smooth sailing? Yep. Man, you're one serious student, aren't you? Unlike me, I haven't even started. Junpei, the exams are in 2 days. I hate to break it to you, bud. Dude, I'm helping Akihiko with his studies at the moment. Would you care to join us? I believe we could be of some help to you. Yeah, let's study together. Very well. Then let's begin.
Sorry, Mitsuru. I'm almost done.
Akihiko, you're quivering. Sir? You're sweating a lot.
Well, you know how it is.
Akihiko, are you feeling unwell? You seem to be short of breath.
I'll be fine. More importantly, why don't you help his studies? He ended up in the hospital right after transferring. Might need some help to make up for the class time he's missed.
True.
You do have a point. Here, these are my notes from last year. You can use them if you'd like.
Oh, handy. Convenient that you just have those on hand.
I don't think the content of the class has changed much since then.
Your notes are as perfect as ever. They're easier to understand than the textbook itself.
Flattery will get you nowhere. But I suppose I am rather particular about my note-taking. In class,
I feel like you're rather particular about everything, but yeah.
Points. Then I organize them later into a more readable format. It's a bit time-consuming, but I find it's overall a more efficient way of reviewing the material.
Girl, that's so much work. Girl, that is so much extra work. I cannot imagine.
If you plan your day-to-day tasks effectively, test preparation is as good as done.
I'm getting sleepy. Yeah, I appreciate the tips.
You seem to have a knack for this. I'll teach you more of my study techniques next time.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Mitsuru's right. Efficiency is key. We're all given the same amount of time. It's how well you manage it that can set you apart.
Indeed, not even a second of time should be wasted. On that note, shall we return to studying?
Thanks to these two, I was able to focus on my studies more than usual. We're gonna be so smart.
All right, done.
Huh? Akihiko, you're drenched in sweat. And that heavy breathing, are you sure you're...
I'm fine. I've just been squatting over my chair this whole time. Wanted to
This
challenge
guy.
myself to hold it until I was done with your notes.
This guy. I love this man so much. There's never been a stupider man, and I love him for that.
Working out while studying is quite an efficient use of my time. What do you say?
Why are you like this? I thought I told you not to push yourself until you fully recovered. If you take efficiency too far, it'll backfire. Don't follow his example, okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Well
I don't
then,
think I could do that if I
we've made a
tried.
fair amount of progress. Let's call it a night.
Alright, so we have Saturday, Sunday, and then we have exams. Hey. Not feeling well? The opposite, actually. I ran all the way here. The doctor said I'm almost fully recovered, so I couldn't wait to get some exercise. It's about time for me to get back in the ring. After midterms next week, I'll be ready for the club activities and fighting shadows. That's why I'm trying to make up for lost time. The last thing I want is to be a burden. That's strange. I wasn't expecting the answer to be such a large integer. 56 tillion times 1,200. 60 septillion multiplied by 1820. 10 octillion. 920 septillion. These numbers are too big to fit on the board. Oh, wrong equation. If we instead use our variables in the right one, the answer comes out to 3. I see. This is a very elegant equation, actually. I'm feeling sleepy. Look, if I had a teacher that came to me in a math class and was like, yeah, oh, this is weird. It's coming out to 10 septillion, and then like, oh wait, I did the formula wrong, and the actual answer is 3, I would probably zone out. I'm not gonna lie. I would be like, I'm not listening to you. You clearly don't know what you're talking about. But we need the intelligence. It'll cover up to page 34, so this formula won't be on it. Kind of a shame, though. It's a real beauty. Maybe I should put it on there anyway. Kidding. I'm kidding. Don't give me that look. Bunkichi, Maiko, Wakatsu, the pharmacy. I think we'll go with Maiko. Apparently we can go up with Bunkichi as well, which is interesting. Remember how an hour ago Leaf said she needed to sleep? Yeah, I remember. I guarantee you she hasn't. I could have told you that was gonna happen.
Oh, you're here.
Let's all play together.
Hey, have you seen Stripey?
Got Pal World multiplayer working. Oh, that's exciting.
We were playing
Stripey.
tag, but I don't know
It's
where
him.
he went.
Aguinari! There he
you are.
is. I love this man.
You don't look so good. Are you sick?
Yes. I'm surprised you could tell.
Huh? You really are sick?
No, I was kidding. You're so easy, Maiko.
No fair, I trusted you. Don't tease me just because I'm a kid.
Oh, poor Maiko.
And who are you?
I'm Maiko's friend.
So you're the one she was talking about. I was wondering what you were like. Do you see yourself as her guardian? Or are you simply two children playing together?
Somewhere in between.
Hey, I'm hungry now. I want takoyaki. Takoyaki! You can eat with us too, Stripey.
No, I'll pass, thanks. See you later.
Bye, Akinari. We'll come back for you eventually.
God.
I think we can't start that social link until like much later unless they change the requirements for it.
I usually see him around the shrine on Sundays.
But still.
I pass by on the way to cram school. Okay, it's takoyaki time. It's so hot, I almost burned myself. I remember one time my dad burned his mouth on this stuff because I put too many in his mouth at once.
Yeah, that tracks.
He was like,
He was like, what? I'm sorry. What was he like? Can you run that one by me one more time?
Dad hasn't been coming home much these days. It's my birthday soon. Do you think you'll come home and see me?
Absolutely. He'll be there.
You really think so?
You can't hit me with it. You can't hit me with this song right now. Also, this is fucking beautiful, this remix. You cannot do this to me. This is so pretty. I love this. I love piano pieces.
My mom always gives me presents on my birthday. She hasn't asked me what I want this year yet. If they really loved me, they wouldn't get a divorce.
Real.
You're the only one who spends time with me.
Maiko seems to have taken a liking to me. Feel like we're growing closer. This poor child. I love this child with all my heart.
I have to go home. Today's laundry day. If I don't do laundry, the house gets really messy. See you later, okay?
Okay, bye. Sweet, sweet child.
Oh, welcome back.
Hey!
Please, Yucatan, you're the only one who can save me. This is the last time, I swear.
What?
Am I the only one? Fine, just stop whining. Where did you stop taking notes? Probably like the beginning. I can study with Yukari and Junpei.
Salut.
I'd like you to hold off on going to Tartarus today and tomorrow. Would that be alright with you? Yeah, alright.
Greatly appreciated.
I'm glad we're on the same page. Please use this time to study for the exams.
Oh.
Can you do something about this guy? He came crying to me for help studying for the exams.
Wait, what?
Come on, you gotta help me out here, Yucatan. Zach, you'll help too, right? Yeah, let's study together.
You're a saint!
Alright, thanks, man. So you'll help too, right, Yucatan?
Jeez.
Yeah, fine.
Man, this sucks. Guess I don't have much choice with Kirijo-senpai getting on my case. She was like, if you fail your midterm, there will be consequences. I feared for my life for a second.
Yeah, you know, that's an understandable reaction.
You guys are my only hope. Give me a hand here. Please.
You can start by taking this seriously. You've been distracted this whole time.
As they say, it pays to be prepared. Gotta get myself in the right mindset first, right? A good study session needs a clean and organized workspace and the perfect mood for learning.
Right.
And so, to set that mood, I, Junpei Iori, volunteer.
Oh boy. What is he going to do?
What? Where is this coming from?
You there, young man! What lecture would you like to hear from the great Junpei? History, arithmetic, literature?
You know what? Junpei, I want to hear you hit me with some arithmetic.
Something on arithmetic, huh? Understood.
I love him.
Long ago, they tried to teach math to a sheepdog. The farmer asked, "What's 5 plus 4?" But then it barked 10 times. He asked for 9 times 2, and it barked 20 times. Guess old habits die hard for the sheepdog. It couldn't stop rounding them up.
Oh my god. Oh my god. this fucking guy. Where's fucking Ikutsuki? Take some goddamn notes.
I wish I could cut you out of the equation.
God, I love these two.
Look, we all need a breather sometimes. What'd you think about the great Junpei's lecture, dude?
I thought it was great. I thought it was incredible. I'd like to hear another.
Ah, quite the studious young man, aren't you? Then allow me to give you my best lecture yet.
All right, hit me with it.
Stupei, you're starting to infect his mind too.
Stupei! No, Stupei!
If we keep humoring you, it's going to impact our studies too. Or maybe we should just let you fail. Find out what Kirijo-senpai's consequences are like firsthand.
Whoa, let's not get hasty here. I was just joking around. I'll get serious. I swear. Don't abandon me.
Oh my gosh. Mihao got down to business and continued studying for the test. I love these. These like additional interactions that they've given to people are so good.
This goes like that. And you take that and carry it over here. And then, hey man, you mind giving me a little help with this one?
Oh, look who's actually putting the effort in. That wasn't so bad, was it?
About that joke I was telling earlier. Should I pause before the punchline or go with the flow?
Why don't we just pretend this guy doesn't exist and study on our own? I guess that's enough studying for today. Thanks to you, I got a lot more done.
Neat. Look at us go. It's almost time for the home shopping show. Oh boy.
It's amazing commodities!
I'm your host, Tanaka, with a live presentation of my amazing commodities. We'll show you great products at unbeatable prices, so don't touch that dial because you don't want to miss these.
I'm going to do it.
That voice line never doesn't catch me off guard. Okay, I'm going to do it. It's I need to just get like a clean rip of that and make that a sound alert. I'm going to do it. Today we're introducing the Home Alone Security Set. Living by yourself, feeling insecure in these treacherous times. Fear not.
Good.
First up, we have the blinding flashlight, and you'll get 3 of them. With these, your house will be an impenetrable fortress. I don't understand how that's self-defense, but sure. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more. We'll throw in this freeze spray too. Guess how many? 3. All of this for just 2,980 yen. This is a special limited product available today only. You heard right. Today only. Yeah, we'll buy it. Why not?
Thanks, kid.
I don't like the way you said that to me. I don't appreciate the fact that you specifically called me out on the television by saying, "Thanks, kid." Next time, we'll be introducing a beginner's home cooking set. Don't miss it. That's it for today. We're all sold out. Sorry, folks.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you next Sunday. Same time, same channel. Let's wreck some demons today, XD. Yeah, okay. I see Maya. I chatted with Maya for a bit. The bond between us is growing. It's almost dark. Cool. Great. We'll just get a little bit of progress on that.
Oh.
I'm sure you're aware, but midterms start tomorrow. Since you've given so much time to exploring Tartarus, the least I can do is assist you with your studies. On that note, I've arranged a study group here today. I've already invited the others in the dorm, so if you have the spare time, I'd like you to attend.
That reminds me.
That's right, midterms begin tomorrow. Ah, those are the days. Back when I used to pull all-nighter cram sessions. Get it? You've got to study night to 5. Get it? I hate this man. I can't stand this man.
Hello.
Midterms begin tomorrow. You're adequately prepared. It would be problematic if you neglect your studies because of our extracurricular activities. It won't fully make up for it, but we've decided to hold a group study session with everyone today. It isn't mandatory, of course, but would you like to join us?
All right. Yes, correct. The answer is May Blues. Next, for the following sentence. What's the matter, Yuri? Feeling the May Blues?
What? Oh, it's nothing.
Oh boy.
Kirijo-senpai, about this question here.
Hey, dude. Oh, you smell that? It's insane.
What are we smelling? Smell what?
You know what I'm talking about? There's this floral scent coming from Kirijo-senpai's direction.
Yeah, I know what you mean. To be honest, I can't get enough of it.
Akihiko? Sir? I didn't think you liked women.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about, Sanada-san. Man, this is heaven. Such grace, such elegance. Truly the fragrance of the upper class.
I'd personally describe it as stimulating. Ah, I can almost taste the juicy tenderness.
Sir? What?
What?
Oh, I was heating up a beef bowl for a late night snack. That was pretty good, right?
Never mind, I take it back. I take it all back. He still doesn't like women. It's okay. My guy is as straight as a rainbow.
A beef bowl? That's what you were talking about?
I've been waiting for this.
Not you too! Come on! Guys like us should be thinking with our... well, not our stomachs.
No, go on. Go on, Junpei. Finish the sentence. What were you going to say?
Sonata-san, you don't happen to have any extra, do you?
No eating until you've gotten some work done. Stay focused. Keep your hand moving.
The enticing smell of beef balls motivated me more than usual. Oh, look at all those points. We're still only level 2, though.
Beef!
For goodness sake. All right, if you answer 5 more questions correctly, you can have your food.
Oh my god.
You're like a horse with a carrot dangled in its face.
I love Junpei so much.
One mention of food and you finally give a crap. That's all it takes, huh?
All right, that should be enough for tonight. Make sure not to eat too much before bed.
I really love this crew because, you know, they just don't have a thought between them. It's a great group.
Hold up.
Oh no, there's a test today. I didn't study at all yesterday because I fell asleep.
Nuh-uh.
Come on, you don't need to lie about it every time. Don't you think it's rude to people who really haven't studied? Sure, it's nice to be smart, but you gotta be considerate of other people's feelings too.
Excuse me?
Whatever, quit being such a nag. I totally forgot 5 vocabulary words just listening to you. I spent last night cramming and now I gotta memorize them all over again. First day of exams. Last question was a little difficult, but I still feel like I did pretty good. Ooh. 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 This question seems familiar. What is another common expression used to describe May sickness? It's the May blues. Dropsy. This question seems familiar. Which of the following did Leon Foucault use in his experiment on the rotation of the Earth? A pendulum. I'm so smart. Oh. Ooh. The flute bit? Okay. Which of the following is generated by a pantograph? Electricity. Okay. I was like, I think that's correct. Question seems familiar. During which historical period were middens most commonly used? The what? During the what now? The Jomon. Yes. We did it, gamers.
Go.
The midterm exams end today, huh? If the doctor gives me the okay today, I'll finally be able to fight with you guys again. Finally. By the way, I have a favor to ask. You've been doing a good job of choosing what day to explore Tartarus and leading the team. You don't seem to have any trouble doing either, so I want you to keep it up. That way I can just focus on getting stronger. What do you say? Don't mind.
I owe you one.
Great. I already talked with Mitsuru and she's fine with it. Good luck. I still have exams. All these questions look familiar. I feel like I did well. Maiko, Yuko, Bunkichi. They were so hard. Right now, all I want to do is kick back and relax. Can we go with Chihiro finally? Hello. The other day when you invited me out, I've been thinking, if it's okay with you, would you like to let's go home together?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll go get ready.
Is this really okay? Are you sure you don't mind or anything? I mean, I'm glad you're willing to, but
just relax.
Oh, right. I'm not very good at talking to boys. There are a lot of guys in the student council, though, so I should work on that. Oh, the school is almost out. Let's go.
Walked all the way to the dorm, neither of us saying a word. Wow. Thrilling hangout we had.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about what to say. I was trying to come up with a topic you might be interested in, Senpai, but I couldn't think of anything. This is Iwatodai dorm, right? Do you live here?
Yep.
My house is in the other direction.
Why didn't you say so?
Sorry, I knew we were going the wrong direction, but I couldn't bring myself to say anything.
Aww.
I know you took time out of your schedule just for me, so thank you very much for today.
Chihiro seems to appreciate my company. I feel like we've gotten a little closer. We did it! We got Chihiro's link.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond.
We're getting there. Little by little.
Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest. Create a persona of the Justice Arcana.
The Justice Arcana.
Well, please excuse me.
You're back.
Hi.
Senpai, I hear you made a full recovery.
Congrats, man.
I gotta catch up on my training. I've basically been slacking off for a whole month.
Let's go.
Shouldn't you take it easy, though? You don't want to re-injure your arm.
I thought it was your ribs.
I've already wasted enough time. Besides, we found another Persona user.
Oh.
We did?
Is it finally?
Sweet.
Is it finally Friday?
Are they a girl?
Yeah. She's a second year who goes to our school.
It's Fuka Friday. Fuka Friday.
Fuka Yamagishi. You guys know her?
Let's go.
Yamagishi? I think she's in Class E. I don't see her at school very much. She gets sick a lot from what I heard.
She was at the same hospital as me. That's how we found out about her. But considering her health, she probably won't be able to fight. It's too bad. We already had an evoker ready for her too.
What? We're giving up on her already? But I was gonna offer her some private lessons.
Oh my god, Junpei.
Why are you looking at me like that? Come on. Just quit it, okay?
Oh boy. Hey look, my stuff.
Hey!
What a bummer, am I right? There could have been another girl on the team. Yeah, real bummer.
Right?
I wasn't the only one who felt that way.
Let's see.
We were very lucky to find another Persona user. However, it can't be helped if she's unwilling or unable to fully participate.
Oh, right.
It's a bummer how Fuka can't join us in fights. Don't worry, I'll be back in no time. Or did you want her to team up instead of me? If I'm being honest, don't be crazy.
Is that right?
Really, because Junpei was pretty down when he heard she wouldn't be going with us.
Hey.
Junpei's acting stupid again. He didn't care who joins us so long as she's a girl. Yeah, he's too excited.
Right?
I mean, the look on his face when he heard about her? Well, I guess I shouldn't be upset with someone for being happy, but we know his reasons. We know what's going on. Where's what my buttons? Here it is.
Chill vibes. The nighttime of love is on our one. Anytime surround.
Oh, there he is! The big man. There was the sign that there was multiple. No, not up here. No Mutatsu yet. It's just that girl. Who's the other? Alright, let's go talk to Tanaka. If only I could find someone who could steal our clients' hearts. There must be some handsome young man out there who could drive all the housewives wild. You're right here. Where? I don't see anyone. For heaven's sake, quit wasting my precious time. It's supposed to be the man Maya was talking about, the one she saw on TV, but he doesn't seem interested in me. I need enough charm to be smooth. Okay.
Marvelous. I'm looking forward. Here are my requests.
So we're good on all the ones that are timed. Create a Persona 13 or above. Retrieve the second old document. Juzumaru. Okay.
Very well.
Reopening on July 18th. Okay. Guided by the spirits, we will reopen on July 22nd. Okay. I need charm. Keep going, Hagakure. Never mind, we're not.
Come on in.
We can do virtual diet. Virtual diet. Now you too can have a slim body without having to suffer through exercises. First, train yourself to curb your appetite by looking at blue food. Looking at all the blue food on the screen is making me lose my appetite. Finish watching all the videos. Feel like I have a slimmer, more attractive body already. God, imagine. Level 3 charm, we're confident. Oh, we're confident. So we need one more, I think, to get Tanaka, probably. I feel like it would be the most logical. Got a few messages. Kaz and Kenji. You get the day off. Hit me up if you want to go somewhere. Yeah, I'll go with Kaz.
By the way,
wouldn't it be funny if all my knee problems turned out to be growing pains? But honestly, I don't want to get any bigger than I am right now. It's not like I'm gonna go into pro wrestling. Oh, you can have my rice if you want. Here, take it. I'm trying to cut down on carbs. You on a diet?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I gotta watch what I eat these days so I can build muscle mass. I'll do whatever it takes to win regionals. Remember, it's all about the mindset. I feel like you came a lot closer today. Damn it. I really do want some rice. Just having it right in front of me is torture. No, I gotta snap out of it. This is perfect mental training. Go ahead and eat it. Come on, just shovel it down. After finishing the meal under Miyamoto's watch, we head back to the dorm.
Oh, welcome back.
Really get my feel for battle back. A trip or two to Tartarus won't cut it. I feel like I'm gonna want to go every day. But if you're going tonight, give me a shout. I'm raring to go. I think we are going tonight, actually.
So?
Exam results come out tomorrow, huh? I don't think I flunked it or anything, but I couldn't really study like I usually do because of Tartarus and everything. I probably shouldn't make excuses. I just have to plan better for the next exam.
All right.
Everyone can go tonight. All right. Well,
yes.
Let's go to Tartarus.
All right. It's finally time.
It's finally time.
I know we've put a lot on you guys, but that's over now.
We're counting on you.
Don't worry. I've been preparing for this day. You won't be disappointed. I'll follow whatever orders you give. You're the leader here. I'll make up for all that time I lost before you know it. Plus, I've got to show my stuff as one of the veteran members. Just make sure to put me in the advanced team.
You got it, Chief. The High Priestess Tarot is reacting. The High Priestess Major Arcana card has been added to Shuffle Time. All out attack damage will increase until you leave Tartarus for the day. Oh.
I've been waiting for you.
May I have but a moment of your time? Hey.
Marvelous.
I must congratulate you on your recent victory. Your power continues to grow, it seems. On the topic of such power, I must ask, are you familiar with the Major Arcana? I am.
Yes.
To utilize metaphor, the Major Arcana are the parent plants, which will help propagate your ever-growing garden of abilities. After defeating particularly strong shadows, these Major Arcana will appear to you as cards. It would be in your best interest to collect these cards as you find them. When you've obtained a special card after overcoming a major battle, a new Major Arcana will be added to Shuffle Time. Cool.
Marvelous. I'm looking forward.
How may I assist you? About requests.
Are you accepting a request?
I
will await a report of success. Very well.
Okay, I can activate the clock. Oh, it's fragments per use as opposed to money. Okay. I see.
Hey.
You skimp on items, you'll be sorry when you take a wallet from an enemy. But using items excessively isn't good either. Figuring out a good balance for item use is an important part of combat strategy.
By the way,
You remember what I said about Tartarus being divided into different areas? Well, through Penthilia's power, I picked up an unusual signal just past the 20th floor. Something may have shifted, so I'd like you to head there and check it out immediately.
Come on, let's get this show on the road.
I'm pretty sure I got all the chests from this floor. Yeah, got the chests from this floor. There were some chests that I left behind on some of these floors because I didn't have enough fragments to open them. So let's go back and make sure we've got any chests that we can get.
Ooh, maybe there's something nice inside.
Poison arrow bow.
Hey! Thanks.
Speaking of Yukari, I actually got another bow for you. Is that better or worse than the toy bow? Ooh. Toy bow is great, except for it doesn't hit very often. That's fine. Yukari doesn't hit very often anyways. Pixel vest. Perfect. Neat. You can head on up to 17 and unlock those two. I think there was 2 up here that were like worth 5.
It'd be great if we could go to Tartarus regularly. Nothing beats getting actual combat experience.
Hothead shirt.
Hey.
Actually, I think I should have probably equipped that instead to Junpei. And both of them need it. Yeah. She actually needed it worse. No, that was correct. Never mind. Looks pretty good. Place with new equipment. What's that look like? 65.95 over 60.95. Okay, cool. Straight upgrade. Head on up. Alright, we're here. As I thought, this floor is... We're not sensing any enemies. Could you take a look around the area? There's no knowing what happens. Be careful, alright?
Wait!
What are these tremors? Watch out! Wow, we can advance! What was that? Something that no Tartarus changes daily, but see happen before our very eyes. Regardless, the path is open. Let's try exploring further beyond that. As for our next goal, I can only assume there will be a similar obstruction up ahead. Let's aim for that. I'm counting on you. wonder what other gimmicks we'll see.
What?
Something feels different about the floor up ahead. Sense something more potent, like a tangible force of will. Stay alert. Oh.
Let's get a move on, party people.
Oh, we're in Arqua.
This place has
This work.
All right, it's my turn.
Show it to us, Akihiko.
Let's go. Holy Deuces!
Let's go. That's my goat.
Can't slow down now. Don't pull any punches. Knockout blow. This is over.
Look at my mans.
Perfecto.
These destructibles. Ah, I like the face in the wall. Oh, the destructible still looking. Okay. Cool.
Is that treasure?
But the layout, like the room layout's completely different. Interesting.
There's a chest. Wanna try opening it?
There's two. Here's your chance to attack. Enemy down. Not bad, Akihiko.
Let's go, Akihiko.
Finish him off. Everyone, follow my lead. Justice is served.
Let's go, Akihiko. Good to have you, bud.
This is over. That certainly went well.
Makuha gem.
Down the stairs.
Honestly.
This is some rugged terrain. Keep your eyes peeled for any blind
Nicely
spots.
done.
Hold. We don't see anything.
You know, the fish funnel wolf.
Gotcha.
We
You're
got
in
the
luck.
upper hand.
That's not an enemy you see often.
Oh, Yukari.
What next?
Akihiko, come on. Akihiko, come on. You have like a 98% hit chance, buddy.
Alright, let's get moving.
Tragic.
Hey, that looks like a rare chest.
Ooh. I'll have to look at what it is anyways. Reduce fire damage low. I'll keep this one on. Akihiko's weak to ice. Or he's weak to electric. Go there for now.
Shadow spotted. What's the plan?
Gotcha. Not the tables.
Here's your chance to attack.
Not the tables. Anything but the tables.
Focus.
Good. That's one less to worry about.
Gotcha.
You dodged it. Well done. Just one target left. Finish it. All right, you won. Great work out there.
Iron cutlery.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
Aqua shell.
Found the stairs. Wanna?
Best to stay on your toes here. It's one of those chests.
Blaze earrings.
The faces on the wall are seriously creepy. They're not actually watching us, are they?
We have the advantage. You can do this.
Just the one?
Did I screw that up?
Yeah, you sure did, Junpei.
Oh, that was close.
Excellent. Talking about dodge the attack. For real? Well done.
I'm nowhere close to
Let's
done.
continue exploring.
Chimera. Wow, really? This early? I feel like that's usually like a level like 20, 30s.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
Twilight fragment. Neat.
That's a one-way teleporter, but there's no need to head back yet.
Finally. Akihiko speaking some reason. As opposed to everyone else who's just like, you want to go back? I don't know, just cuz.
There's a shadow.
There's also a staircase.
I wonder.
The gatekeeper on a floor not far from here. Have you healed up recently?
It's a treasure chest.
Magaru
Is it
gem.
me or are the enemies getting stronger? Well, either way, we're not gonna lose.
There's a shadow.
Yeah, I see him.
Two targets. You can
One step
handle
at a time.
Nope.
What to do?
Come!
Talking about Dead Frost.
The enemy's frozen. In this He'll make a prime target.
Who's this twin? Alright. Immune to fire.
Akihiko took out one target.
Okay. Oh, big crit.
The enemy's down.
Baby, baby. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Feels like it's been so long since we've heard that one.
Doing pretty well. Hey, doesn't that chest look kind of different from the others?
Balm of life. Go this way.
We got ourselves a shadow here.
There's a couple of them. Several of them.
Look at it. Wandering around like a clown. We got the upper hand.
Nice work. Let's go!
Enemy down. Not bad, Akihiko.
Take this!
Bop.
Good. That's one less to worry about. You won. Now let's move on.
Archangel. Ooh. Please.
Okay, let's keep on exploring. Hey, there's a treasure.
The treasure chest. Makuha gem.
Hey, it's the stairs. Let's get a move on, party people.
There's a shadow.
You guys have a knack for this. Maybe you should give martial arts a try. We heading up these stairs?
Yeah, fuck it. Let's go up.
Careful. The enemy's nearby.
This foe is unique. I wish there was a way to glean information on them preemptively. No matter, once you're in combat, I can analyze their enemies. Use this information at your discretion. Plan strategically and you're sure to come out on top. Alright, we got this. I have faith.
All right.
All right, let's go. Time to show you what I got.
Ow.
One step at a time. Go,
What to do?
The enemy's down. Leave it to me.
Do it.
Roger that. Pull the trigger. Time to shine.
There we go.
That's an enemy down.
Knock you. Knock you.
Finish it for the band. This should end it. In this situation, come.
Alright, we can knock them all again.
That's an enemy down. Pull the trigger, Akiba.
Bang.
That's an enemy down. Good job, Akiba.
Shift over here. Just gonna go for a straight foo-foo. Bonk.
This is our chance. You're on a roll.
Let's do it.
That's all of them knocked down. And we dizzied one. Perfect. We dizzied the big boss.
You won.
Perfect.
Now let's move on.
Easy peasy. Never in doubt. Ooh. Bunch levels up. Now can hold 8 personas. Oh, hey. I don't know about you guys, but having Senpai with us is reassuring for these big fights. Yeah, he definitely knows the ins and outs of battle. You're a huge help here, Senpai.
That's true.
You know I got your backs. I lost time to make up for anyway. Pleased to see you back in fine fettle, Akihiko. But keep in mind the situation's different now. We can't afford to lose you for an extended period again. No worries there. I've been stuck on the sidelines for long enough. I'm ready to get back out there.
Let's do this.
Alright, warm-up's over. Let's pick up the pace. We were just warming up. This guy's a beast.
Crap. My bladder's about to burst.
Really now? Be careful not to let it distract you.
Oh boy. I was saying, we're gonna be here for a minute. Maragi. Ooh. Don't mind if I do.
By the way,
You had a chance to explore status ailments. Yes. Inflict distress to diminish their attack, or confuse or render them passive. You want to gauge the situation and pick your tactics accordingly.
Okay, let's head out.
Hey, let's loot that chest.
2290 yen. Neat. Take the money.
Shadow up ahead. Taking it out.
I somehow turned the wrong direction there. That's bad.
you've been knocked down. Get up quickly.
Okay, fine.
Do it, Polydeuces!
We can't all attack because I'm down, but
I'll take care of this. Go, Polydeuces!
You won.
Nothing like a
Now
real
let's move
fight.
Yeah! Who's up next?
A shadow!
I didn't get you in the back.
You can
And
handle it. The enemy's weak to electricity.
oh, well,
Enemy down. Not bad.
To the max.
Finish him off.
Knock them to the max.
Everyone, follow my lead. Put you down!
yes, that one.
This is over.
Here, we need the HP back.
Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
I mean, Junpei, I don't think you really did anything that fight, I'll be honest with you.
Wanna head?
But I appreciate the enthusiasm. Being unusual enemy signal. Stay alert.
Hey, there's a set.
The enemy's weak to electricity.
Don't know anything about the laughing table.
This work. Do it, Polydeuces!
Enemy down. Not bad.
To the max.
You take this one.
Tables resist. Grab. Attack up. Okay.
Let's do this. Come.
Wind. Nice.
Finish the enemy.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
Finish the enemy. Yes.
Bonk.
You won. Now let's move on.
Do-do-do-do-do.
All right, who's next?
Wait.
There's no enemy nearby, but it's a strong enemy. In a league of its own, far different from the run-of-the-mill shadows in this area. This will be a tough fight. If you're not feeling confident, then don't engage in combat. Defeating them will yield greater rewards than usual. Brace yourself for a trying battle. Take care not to become hunted.
Doesn't that one look pretty tough?
Let's get him. Oh, not this asshole.
This is going to be a tough fight.
Oh, never mind. We're cooking. He's weak to electric. Dumbass.
Finish him off! Everyone, follow my lead.
patience. I won't
What to do? Never mind. I'll go with.
What's the plan?
This work.
Direct hit on their weakness. Just what I'd expect, Akihiko.
pull the trigger.
Good night, Cora. I appreciate you for hanging out.
That was close.
What to do?
Now, if you're on the roll.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
What's next?
Best bet would be.
Knock you down.
We can't go down. We cannot pass this up.
Bump, 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 bump. Almost down. Revolution. Oh boy. Oh boy.
You
Shall
want
we move on?
Let's move on.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
Yo, check out that fancy chest.
Sweet. Patch gem. Nice. If I can get to the next boss floor, I think it's a good stopping point for us. Oh. Rare chest.
It's a treasure chest.
Even if we're able to head upstairs, we should try to take out as many enemies as we can.
Yeah, that's a tough call. Might have missed some loot, too.
Shadow spotted. What's the plan? Is that...
So that's interesting ideology too of
Shadow spotted. What's the plan?
if you use a chest while a shadow is nearby, it despawns the shadow. I feel like that's abusable.
Ooh, I spied treasure.
Revival bead. Nice. Soul drop.
All right.
Ooh. Cure water. Let's go to the next floor.
By the way,
Physical skills have a chance to knock enemies down regardless of their weaknesses. Akihiko and Iori specialize in that regard, if I recall. Really? Oh, just crits. You can just crit, yeah. But a critical is guaranteed when attacking a frozen enemy.
we don't
Good
see that
to
kind of
know.
chest often. Let's not pass it up.
Hey! Did you hear something just now? Well, not that I'm scared or anything. A shadow!
Yeah, that's probably what you heard.
Yo, check out that fancy chest.
I believe the chest. The shadow is chasing me.
Nicely done.
Okay. Rare shadow.
You're in luck. That's not an enemy you see often.
I have to do this.
Let's see.
Oh my god.
Don't go away. We're so better be wise when you drop these balls in my sleep. Few tricks up my sleeve. Wait till for you to live now. Best special. Go, Polly
Stop! Hit the damn thing!
In this situation,
Please.
What's next?
what to do.
The enemy's fled. Almost had it.
If only we could not miss like 80% of our skills. This is like me playing Pokemon with inaccurate moves. They'll always miss when you need them most.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
Maiha Gem. Lifestone. Aqua Gem.
So this is where the stairs were.
Doesn't seem to be any enemies on this floor. It could spell a repeat for us, but it also could be, well, the calm before a storm. There's a two-way teleporter nearby. I'd say we regroup and be warned. There's just nothing on the floor?
Don't lose focus. Just one mistake.
Suspicious.
And it could cost you your life.
Yeah, no kidding. Our enemies just keep popping out of the woodwork. Guess they're as desperate as us.
Okay, let's head back.
Good day. Here are my requests. Let's hear the results.
Snuff souls. Neat. Treasure hunting 100.
Let's hear the
treasure
results.
chests. Cool. Shadow hunting 200. Cool. Get a persona that's level 13 or above.
Very well.
Well, let's see if I can make a level 13 persona. Might as well give it a go.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. Now then, let's begin.
Well then.
I'm only level 12 anyways. So I could only make slime,
This
which
would be a wise
would level
choice.
up. So I could make slime. That would level up.
This persona is powerful.
Unicorn, light damage. 2 weaknesses, 2 nulls.
Please choose what skills to.
It seems no new powers have been bestowed. Why, this is exciting, isn't it?
Alright, getting a light user is handy here.
You can't control
Hamlin.
this one yet.
Not quite level enough for it.
This power might be too much for you.
Barith.
This persona is powerful. What do you wish to inherit?
Give me single shot and
It
rebellion.
appears it will receive a fair amount of.
It's finally time.
Alright. We do this, we finish this request, and I think that's going to be it for us for tonight, because it is late. Yes, Kat, what's up? Long stream? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're winding it down here. Jack-o'-lantern.
You can't control this one yet.
Have you all the...
You can't control this one yet.
I can't make you yet, but that would be pretty strong to have.
Registering personas? Will you register it to the compendium? All registered. Very well. We look...
Okay,
Good
talk
day.
to you. About
Are you
requests.
accepting a request? Most excellent. Now, let's hear...
Follow gem. Create a persona with cute Kuha. Hey, we did that. Emperor Oberon. How are your persona abilities coming along? Fairly well, I hope. I've actually prepared a little assignment for you in which you'll have to fuse a persona. Do you believe that the best way to deepen your understanding on the topic was with hands-on experience? It'll be a tad challenging, but do give it a try.
Await a report of success.
Have an Oberon with the skill Mazio in your possession and report to Elizabeth. Cool. Neat. So can I just have all of them active? Yeah, I can. There's no like limit on me not being able to like do them now. Cool. Okay.
Very well then.
Sweet. All right, well, I think that's going to do it for us for tonight. Let's see if there's anybody still live that we can go say hello to. Oof, our options are a little limited. We can go see Kotoki, who is doing Genshin. We can go see Bratter doing Legend of Zelda. We can go see yeah, Manic is doing Persona 3, so I don't know that I want to go there just because same game. Don't know where they're at. Umi is doing Fall Guys, yeah. Let's go to Kotoki. I feel like we haven't gone to Kotoki very often in a while. Maybe I'm wrong about that, and you can correct me if so. But actually, did we go to Kotoki? I feel like we maybe went to Kotoki recently, actually, now that I think about it. I don't remember. Can check, yeah, please do. Because I'm like, I feel like we haven't gone, and then I'm like, I have this like also half that's like, we were there recently. I don't know why I have that feeling. Last month? I can live with last month. Let's go see Kotoki. Who is currently doing a bit of, yeah, over 25 days ago. Yeah, that's long enough for me to say it's been a while. Let's go say hello to Kotoki, who is doing some Genshin. one of the members of our stream team, Team Harvest. Very, very lovely. Japanese and English streamer. Does a lot of Genshin, a lot of Honkai, occasionally some other stuff here and there. Just a very, very sweet, very, very fun place to hang out. So go send them a lot of love. I will be back tomorrow night. We'll probably be doing more of this tomorrow night. It will not be this long of a stream. I can promise that much, because I will be much too tired. But we'll be playing a lot more of this, and probably throughout the next like week and such as well. So look forward to that. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow. So have a good night, everybody. Take care, and I will see you all very soon. Bye bye. Good night.